Johnny Moreggi. Charles Pigeons from Abilene, Texas. He's driving the number 171 machine, and he starts 26th. Starting 25th today, driving the number 188 machine from Houston, Texas, it's Judson Holt. Starting 24th, driving the number 57 car from Brentwood, Tennessee, David Flint. Brian Cates out of Gainesville, Virginia, starts 23rd today, driving the number 21, Spec Racer Ford. Mike Bakanowski from Palm City, Florida, starting 22nd, driving the number 39 car. Starting 21st, driving the 16 machine from Deerfield Beach, Florida, it's TJ Preble. And a former national champion, two-time national champion, Clay Russell, starting 20th today in the number 31 machine. Jason Barfield in the number 34 car out of Granville, Ohio. He starts 19th today. Starting 18th, in the number 47 Spec Racer Ford from St. Louis, Missouri, it's John Vogel. Starting 17th, driving the number 30 Spec Racer Ford from Greenwich, Connecticut, Joe Colasaco. Starting 16th, Jim Lebecco from Salon, Ohio, starts 16th in the number 198 car. Starting 15th, driving the number 48 machine from Hartford City, Indiana, Chris Jennerjohn. Scott Monroe starting 14th today, driving the 00 car, and he is from League City, Texas. Hailing from Wall, New Jersey is David Dickerson. He starts 13th today, driving the number 38 car. Gianclaudio Angelini's from South Salem, New York. He starts 12th today in the number 6. Grant Vogel driving the number 4 car. He's from St. Louis, Missouri. He starts 11th. And then we've got Evan Slater from Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Evans driving the number 67 car, and he'll start on the outside of row number 5. Starting 9th today, driving the 118 car, it's Gary Glanger. And then starting 8th, we've got Derek Schofield. He's from Lakefield, Florida, and driving the number 60 car. Starting 7th, driving the number 68 machine from Jupiter, Florida, James Goffrey. Tyler Knighton starts 6th. He's from Orlando, Florida, driving the number 18 car. On the inside of row number 3, starting 5th today from Ormond Beach, Florida, it's Todd Vanacore driving the 119 car. Starting on the outside of row number 2 from McKinney, Texas, driving the 123 machine, it's Denny Stripling. Starting 3rd, driving the number 19 Spec Racer Ford from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, your 2020 and 2021 national champion, Bobby Sack. Starting 2nd from Montpelier, Virginia, Charles Russell Turner driving the number 23 machine. And your pole sitter and race winner from yesterday from Lakeland, Florida, driving the number 61 machine, it's Brian Schofield.
Good stuff. Lots of cars, 52. Down a few from yesterday. They're coming around to complete their first pace lap. They've got one more today. I'm guessing as it was yesterday, the second pace lap was at the request of the drivers. It is currently a balmy, let me pull it up here, folks, 37 degrees here at Sebring. So second pace lap, an attempt to get a little more temperature in the cars, temperature in the tires. One of the good parts about our temperatures yesterday is we saw a lot of lap records fall yesterday.
Yes, we did. Indeed we did. And it was a little bit warmer yesterday. It was a more balmy 40 degrees when these cars rolled off yesterday. As we've got them heading down, they're starting their second pace lap right now. You can see the front of the field making their way down through turn 1 right now. So if we look back towards yesterday, Brian, yesterday we had 8 races, a race for each one of our run groups. It was a 25-minute timed race with one small exception that we had in the field. We'll talk about that when we get to them a little bit later this morning. But as we mentioned, Brian Schofield out of Lakeland, Florida was your winner. Brian won both races a week ago at Homestead, the warm-up for this event, and was a race winner a year ago here at the Super Tour. So he's obviously looking to make it 2 for 2 today, and he has definitely been the class of the field here at Sebring, this being his home track, and lots of time here. We'll see how things play out. And of course, in Spec Racer Ford, I believe Brian Schofield is, double check this, but actually he is our Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 track holder, set it back here in 2018. Russ Turner out of the Washington, D.C. region finished 2nd yesterday, and it was really a 4-car battle for the win yesterday between Schofield, Turner, Bobby Sack, and Denny Stripling. They had broken away from the rest of the field towards the end of lap 1, Brian.
Right.
And it was really down to who was going to be in the lead coming out of the final turn, out of turn 17.
Exactly.
And margin of victory yesterday, 55 hundredths of a second for Schofield over Turner, and it was only a couple hundredths back to our third place finisher, Bobby Sack yesterday.
Yeah, I really felt they were trying to not race close yesterday, and just kind of, be nice to each other. I'm just kidding. It was some of the most close, very classic Spec Racer Ford racing out there, nose to tail, trying to pull away from the pack, using the draft, and it worked for the guys up front. They were able to basically have their own race the last few laps to decide who was going to win that race yesterday. But this is a race that ended under full course yellow.
That is correct.
And the guys who were kind of in second and third, setting up what they were going to do on the last 2 laps, didn't get that opportunity.
Didn't get the opportunity, exactly. And as we said, it was so close between the top 4, and I think the big difference was those top 4 drivers, from the get-go, they had more or less been consigned to running nose to tail to try and separate themselves out from the rest of the field. The drivers right behind them, James Goffrey, Evan Slater, Derek Schofield, Gary Glanger, took the first 2 laps to pretty much jockey for position and battle, and it put them about 15 car lengths back behind that lead group of 4. And so they just really weren't in contention for a podium position yesterday. But still, when you have 60-some cars out, probably 50-some cars out in the field, as you can imagine, there was racing up and down the field here at 3.7 mile 17 turn Sebring International Raceway.
Right. All right, so they're getting onto this long back straight as we. This is a new camera angle this morning.
As a matter of fact, I believe this is. We are catching cars coming out of the chicane, out of Le Mans, onto that very long back straight, the Ullman Straight here at Sebring. We want to thank the great folks from DriversEye Live and Brendan Kazmarek for switching things up a little bit today. I think we might even have a couple other camera angles as well that we'll be bringing you here today. We've got one down on the front straight, so we'll be able to see just when those cars take the checkered flag today, and see the start. It's going to be great here today. So always trying to improve things for you here, and it's just day 3 of our new broadcast. All right, so the pace car now. Lights are out on the pace car, bringing the field around turn 17 down through the Sunset Bend to the inside. Driver's left is going to be your pole sitter, Brian Schofield, with Russ Turner to the outside. We can hear the engines revving up, and as they come down the front straight, and there it is, green flag is in the air, and jumping out to a quick early lead is Brian Schofield. He's got about a half a car length on Russ Turner. Russ Turner had Denny Stripling trying to push him down towards turn 1, and as they roll through turn 1, it is Brian Schofield managing to keep that half car length advantage over Russ Turner, then Stripling, then Bobby Sack, as they now go through that small little bend over at turn 2, underbraking into turn 3. And now side by side in that battle for 4th right now, looks like it's Vanacore and Stripling as they now start to make their way through the S's. Still 2 by 2, about midway back through the field, but we can see now already the experience that Brian Schofield
one car
here
off
has
on the inside there. That's the 186 car.
Yep, the 186 car going off, and we'll make sure it's 186 or 160. We'll get the number there in just a moment. But Brian Schofield already opening up a nice little lead over Charles Russell Turner as they come down into the hairpin over at turn number 7, Brian. And so far, still a lot of drivers jockeying for position, but for the most, with that exception of that one car taken to the dirt, nice clean start.
It looks like it was the 188 car of Judson Holt, started 25th in the field. That was the car that went off just briefly on the inside there at the exit of turn 5. Looks like he was able to get back into the action, and as you can see, still a lot of side-by-side double-wide action here as we continue on through this first race lap.
All right, now as our leaders, as you can see there, the rest of the field making their way through turn 10. Our leaders now coming out of turn 12 onto the Flying Fortress straight. Brian Schofield a little bit to driver's left. Russ Turner over to the driver's right as he's now got about a 2-car length lead.
There was a car that went off on the outside on that last camera shot. I don't know who it was. It was way off in the distance, but there was at least one car there.
Yeah, and as it stands right now, as it was very cold, we got some frost in the grass. Not the wet, rainy grass, but if you get off of that little patch of dirt, drivers left coming out of turn 12, like we saw yesterday. So a lot of cars get to that wall. So we'll see if that happens again. Our leaders now going down the Ullman Straight.
So this camera angle is a great camera angle. As you can see, a lot of times cars will come off a little bit wide here. And if you catch it just right, you hook a wheel here on the outside, and it pushes you back across the track towards that tire wall. That ate up one car yesterday.
That's right. Or, or if you catch it wrong, maybe.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. If you catch it wrong.
God knows you don't want to catch that one right. All right. So we now have a 5-car breakaway at the front of the field, Brian, as we complete lap number 1. And it is Brian Schofield, your leader. He's got Charles Russell Turner right behind him. Denny Stripling, Bobby Sack, Evan Slater, part of that lead group. It is then about 7 or 8 car lengths back to Tyler Knighton. Derek Schofield sitting in 7th right now. And Derek picking up one position. He started 8th today. James Goffrey, Grant Vogel, Todd Vanacore, all in a line there running back. It's then about another 5 or 6 car lengths back to Claudio Angelini in 11th position. But nice little breakaway, much like we saw yesterday morning, Brian. Yesterday it was 4 cars. Evan Slater now works his way into that lead pack here, and he is running right at the tail end of it in 5th. And I think at this point, as we're watching our leaders come through the hairpin and come up through turn 8, now it finally appears that most of the field has decided that maybe going side by side some of these very difficult corners here at Sebring, not the fast way around. We're starting to see everybody now more or less get into line, work the draft, and if they've fallen into a pack that's maybe a little bit further behind than cars ahead, use that draft to get back up or find a bridge car to get back up into the group ahead.
Hearing all the calls from the first lap that were held by the corner workers, a couple little side-by-side, nose-to-tail stuff, which is typical when you get 52 cars out on a first corner, first lap kind of thing. So nothing too dramatic.
All right, as we can see now as our leaders are making their way through, that's turn 14 that we're watching right now, that nice sweeping left-hander that will bring you to the chicane over at turns 15 and 16 over at Le Mans, as our leaders now coming out of Le Mans onto the Ullman Straight, the back straight here at Sebring International Raceway. And we've got our timing tower up on the screen for you now, so you can pick up the positions. And again, wanted to, and it's just now popped off the screen, but periodically when we see changes of position, drivers setting new fast laps, what have you, we're going to give you that information down at the bottom of the screen, as well as our leaders now cross out of turn 17 onto the front straight to complete lap number 2 here. And again, this is going to be a 35-minute or 14-lap race, whichever comes first. And our leader continues to be Schofield and Russ Turner with Stripling. And as they came down the front straight there, Evan Slater starting to fall off of that little pack. But we can see here as they came down the front straight, he was able to draft back up. Now sitting right back behind him, we've got number 18 machine of Tyler Knighton. He is now about 2 seconds off the back of Slater, with Schofield, Vogel, Goffrey, Vanacore all in lockstep with him. So 2 major packs here right at the front of the field.
It does feel a little like a situation of what's old is new again.
Yeah.
This is a lot like how yesterday played out early. We have a 5-car pack working together to pull away from the rest of the field, and I think it was a 4 or 5 car pack yesterday as well.
Yeah.
And it's the other part of that situation that there's a lot of the same people in that front 5-car pack as we had yesterday.
Yeah. The one addition is Evan Slater.
Right.
Evan, who has been, we saw him first here in SCCA club racing, SCCA road racing, now 3 years ago, or actually 2 years ago, pardon me, at the Road Atlanta Super Tour, where he came home with a podium position on his very first outing. And since then, he's been doing quite a bit of Trans Am 2 racing. So good to see him come back, and hopefully we're going to see him devoting a lot of time to the Super Tour and maybe make a run at the runoffs at VIR this year.
The Bucola on the live chat. Nice thing about the SRF in these temperatures is that if your radiator is not sealed up properly, your feet stay a little bit warm. And as someone who spent some time in these cars, I know exactly what he's talking about there.
All right, if we look a little bit further back in the field right now, we talked about that third pack being led by Jean Claudio Angelini. We got Gary Glanger, Scott Monroe, Jim Lebecco, Dave Dickerson, John Vogel, part of that group as well. So we're starting to see these 4 and 5 car packs. But here we go, Brian, coming out of turn 17 right now. Looks as though we've got a fight for the lead, and coming out and onto the front straight. We'll take a look here. Brian Schofield able to hold off an attack by Charles Russell Turner. There are so many different lines that you can take through turn 17, through the Sunset Bend, and we saw Russ Turner try to come underneath the number 61 of Schofield. But if you do that, if you turn in early, you try to hug the wall, you then have challenges and you lose speed on exit, and that allowed Schofield to hold on to that lead position as they come down through to start lap number 4 here. Stripling and Sack right behind, and for the second lap in a row, Evan Slater with the fastest lap of the race with a 2:22.850 as he is tucked right underneath the Bobby Sack.
Car 77, Arvin Albanese came into contact with a car in front of him a little deeper in the pack. Some significant front end damage. That car was able to sneak into a little cutout and get into a safe location. Good on him for not making us go full course yellow to go and pick him up. So we'll be able to keep going here with 26 minutes to go in this race. Not sure what the situation was that led to that contact, but his car had some pretty decent front end damage, so he pulled off and called it a day. So this is where yesterday's race started.
Yeah, and the big thing here, Brian, is obviously with the extra time or the extra laps that for most of the races that we had yesterday, we mentioned that this one ended under full course caution,
right?
But most of them ran about 11 laps. If they were for the cars that had similar lap times to the Spec Racer Fords,
right?
Around 11 laps in that 25-minute time limit, and so we're giving theoretically an extra 3 laps or so to the Spec Racer Fords, and it looks like we've got a car off over at turn, looks like over by turn 10.
Turn 10, camera 7. He is not happy. You can see him banging on the steering wheel there. That is it Reed Johnson? It looks like. Car number 78.
Yeah, and he was running 40th. We can see he's getting out of the car right now, spun that car around, and before we got the camera on him, he was beating and banging on the wheel. You can see he impacted the tire wall over there. He can see he impacted the tire wall over there as well. So it looks like his day is done. We'll have to see. Obviously, we're going to have a local caution at that section of the track. You can see just off to the just beside the timing tower, the flaggers, they are waving that yellow flag. So we'll have the local caution there. And we'll see what it takes to get him out. And
it looks like he's assessed the damage. He's going to get back in, try to go to either put that car in a safer spot, or maybe even limp it back to pit lane and have that front fender pulled off. So we'll see what the situation is there with that car. That first 5 cars still doing their thing and pulling away. The 78 car, I think, is just trying to get to a safe spot, which would make really good sense.
Yeah, and they've got that cutoff road right over there that he looks like he's going to tuck the car into. So let's jump back now to this battle for the lead as they come underneath the pedestrian bridge and into the hairpin, and it continues to be that 5-car pack right now of Russ Turner, our new leader. As we were watching that gentleman try to assess his damage, Russ Turner running the fastest lap of the race at 2:22.002, which I might add, I believe, is a new track record in Spec Racer Ford. Got around Brian Schofield to move our pole sitter now back into second position, Stripling to third, Sack, Evan Slater, and it looks like Tyler Knighton now, who had been leading that second pack, has started to break away from that second pack. He's opened up about a 3 to 4 car length advantage now over Grant Vogel, and Vogel and the rest of the team in there. We just saw him right there for a second going down the Flying Fortress Straight, and there he is right there, past the apex of turn 14. So nice little gap, but he's kind of out in nowhere's land with no drafting partner. Might be a little bit difficult for him to get up to that lead pack now, but certainly the pack behind him can't keep up Knighton's pace.
And if he does catch that front pack by himself, that says a lot for his driving skill and how strong that car is, because it's really hard to bridge a gap by yourself in this class. Evan Slater, who I believe is still in 5th place in this pack, he ran a TA2 car last year.
Yes, he did.
Up at Lime Rock for Sean Morrison Motorsports and Motion Dynamics. So just another example of the diversity of these drivers and all the different things that they're doing. Want to thank Cliff White for reminding us of that in the chat. There's your leaders just coming through turn 1 again with that sixth place car trying to get back up there, that Tyler Knighton car. And then here they are now towards turn 2, or 3, I should say. Turn 2 is not even a turn. It's kind of a thingy in the middle between 1 and 3.
All right, Brian, as we watch the lead pack now as they're making their way out of the S's over at turn 5 and underneath that pedestrian bridge and over towards the hairpin, I believe we have a change in the lead once again. No, actually it is still Russ Turner sitting up at the front of the field. I thought I'd seen him get around Brian Schofield, but the silver and blue nose with the diagonal there of Schofield currently running in second. Russ Turner running in third.
Yeah, the lead pack and the second pack, there's about a second lap difference between the speeds of those two packs. So that's why the lead pack is able to keep staying away. And if you look at the timing of that number 18 car of Tyler Knighton, he is looking like he's coming just slightly closer each lap to that lead pack. So really fun to watch him try to bridge that gap.
Yeah, he's now about 3 seconds off the lead pack, and he continues to stretch out the advantage over the field behind. Now about 2 seconds ahead of our seventh place driver. That is Todd Vanacore. A little bit further back in the field, some great battles going on right now. Great battle. This is actually for 21st position. Brian Grisby, Johnny Moreggi, Stuart Mullen, Dave Mead, all within 0.6 of a second of one another in a very tight pack. And as you watch these cars filter through, there are just so many packs of racers in this 52-car field as our leaders come out of turn 17 and now completing their 6th lap here. And we do have a new leader, Brian, and it is Brian Schofield, who has just turned a 222.2. That's his fastest lap of the race. Charles Russell Turner now falls back into second position. Denny Stripling, Bobby Sack, and Evan Slater. And even as our two leaders, if they swap for positions, that's going to slow that whole group of 5 down as they're coming through turn 3 right now. And that once again has allowed Tyler Knighton to knock a couple more tenths off and continue to work his way up towards that lead pack. As we see our leaders now coming through the S's, and there's Knighton all by himself, just about 15 car lengths back from our leaders currently.
So what's happened now is that lead pack is far enough ahead that it's allowing them the opportunity to do a little bit of racing.
Doing better racing.
You know, so, and that will just probably intensify as we get closer to the last 5 or 6 minutes of this race. And then their hope is that all bets are off. At that point, they're far enough out and they could just race to the end.
All right, Brian, I think it's a good time. Let's make a call to the grid for our next race group.
So if you're looking at our timing tower and you see not the numbers on the car numbers, but the numbers on the position numbers. If you see a position number in green, it means on the last lap that car has moved up a position. If the number is yellow, that means the car has dropped a position. So that gives you an idea of what's going on a little deeper in the field, who's moving up and who's moving back. You'll also be able to see some of that information at the bottom, and you'll be able to see right there where it says Scott Reimer, Spec Racer Ford has moved from position 39 to 41. And overall positions 4 to 41. We're all overall is all we care about in this particular race because it's a single class race. But that'll be a little more helpful when we're in multi-class racing as well. So that's what that stuff means.
All right, cross the stripe, completing lap number 7 now. Brian Schofield continues to lead. However, we have a big change here at the front of the pack as we see our drivers coming down into turn 1. Behind Brian Schofield now is now Bobby Sack, driver of the number 19 machine out of Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. He has managed to work his way up into that silver medal position. Russ Turner having some issues on that last lap. He finds himself dropping from second now back to the tail end of that pack. He's now sitting in 5th position, back behind Evan Slater. So that means Denny Stripling, your new 3rd place runner, Evan Slater sitting in 4th now as, again, Tyler Knighton continues to close things down on that pack ahead.
And I think you probably mentioned it, Brian Schofield's got a little bit of an opening back between that 1st place car and the 2nd place car.
He does.
I'm wondering if he's saying enough is enough, let's get out of here and finish this thing off.
Yeah. And that's and unfortunately, I don't think we had the view of exactly what happened to Russ Turner as he dropped back from 2nd to 5th. But obviously, whatever it was, it did cause a little bit of a checkup there from Bobby Sack and the other drivers behind. And so for the moment, Schofield, as you can see there, he's got a couple of car lengths, actually about a car length and a half, 2 car lengths over the rest of the field. As we have a driver. Looks like we just had a driver go off over coming out of turn number 3 and sliding through the dirt just out of our view. And actually, if you look at the bottom left-hand corner, let's see if we can pick it up and see if that car is continued.
It's car number 59 that spun, Wade White.
Yep.
Wade White spun. He has now getting back underway there. We just saw him running a little slowly.
Yeah, see the purple 59 machine there getting back underway.
He's back somewhat up to speed. He's probably checking his faculties to make sure everything's still where it belongs before he heads forward there. It's been a lot of action here in the first 20 minutes.
It has, as these drivers have been trying to deal with the very cold temperatures as we're now halfway through. We have now completed 8 laps of 14, and we've got about 15 and a half minutes remaining on the clock here. Again, a 14-lap or 35-minute race, whichever comes first. And yeah, definitely an exciting race here as Schofield now, again, your leader, but Bobby Sack. And this may be because he had the benefit of the draft behind Schofield, just runs the fastest lap of the race. So let's reset that track record now down to a 2:21.734, almost 0.3 of a second faster than Schofield's previous lap record.
All right, while I unboggle my brain with these track records, let's take a break. Give me a chance to reconvene myself. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you the rest of this race. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Sebring International Raceway. We'll be right back. The presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions. Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
And we're back here at Sebring International Raceway. How was that swig of coffee, Brian? For the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, I'm Greg Ginsberg, and there's the coffee drinker right beside me. That's Brian Bielanski. He absolutely loves that cup of joe. And we've got Spec Racer Ford on track right now. We are working lap number 10 of 14. And your current leader, Brian Schofield, with Bobby Sack running second, Denny Stripling running third, Evan Slater fourth.
Yeah, we do have a car disabled somewhere on the racetrack. They're sending out a course truck to try to help it out. They're trying to avoid going full course yellow here. We'll see if they can accomplish that. Big first weekend here of the live stream. We had David Hobbs in the booth with us yesterday. The paparazzi just came by to take pictures to feel a little bit like Britney Spears.
Glamour shots.
Exactly, glam shots.
Yeah, I want to thank Dave Green from Flag to Flag Photography for coming and popping in here. As we've got our leaders, Schofield and Sack, coming out of turn 17. And Sack, once again, runs fast lap, Brian. But he is having some issues closing things down on Brian Schofield. Matter of fact, that last time by, and they just now crossed the start-finish line. As you can see here, Sack now almost 0.6 of a second off of Schofield. As that last time by, Schofield put in a 2:21.500, opening up his gap just a little bit.
And so here's what happened. When you've got this level of talent and this level of prepped race cars, 0.3 of a second feels like an eternity. And the second, third, and fourth place car has kind of, they've come just a little bit apart, so their draft is slightly less effective.
Right.
And if they don't work closer together, Schofield's just going to be able to start pulling away a 10th here, a 10th here, a 10th here. 0.3 of a second feels like an eternity. 0.7 of a second, these cars is an eternity.
Yeah. And
so they really have to reel him back in fast with 10 minutes left in this race, or else Schofield's going to do the national champion thing that he does and drive away.
You know? And I think the challenge for Bobby Sackter, who's sitting in second, is he's actually running a little bit faster pace right now than Denny Stripling right behind. So he doesn't have the benefit of Stripling basically giving him a push.
And he knows that. Right. And it's hard as a race car driver to have the mentality, maybe I slowed up just a little bit to get those guys back with me so that I can go forward. You never want to think about, I have to go backwards to go forward, and that might be the best play here.
All right, as we jump back to this battle for the lead, and you can see now how things have stretched out a little bit. You can also see there how Russ Turner, who just ran his fastest lap of the race as well, still finds himself almost 10 car lengths off at the back of Evan Slater running in fourth. So that mishap he had about 4 laps ago, really disastrous for Russ Turner here. And Tyler Knighton, who had for a while been closing things down on that lead pack, had been as close as about 2.5 seconds back, Brian. He now finds himself almost 6 full seconds back from that lead pack of 5. And talk about a driver running out in no man's land. He's got almost 6 seconds back to Todd Vanacore behind him, so he has no draft help whatsoever. As we've got our lead pack once again coming out of turn 17.
And kudos to that lap driver for getting way out of the way and letting the 4 leaders, I don't know which car that was, but the great car, red numbers, whoever you are, great job, and thank you for making way for the lead pack to come through. Gave them plenty of room, and that was a fantastic move there. Here comes your leaders now towards turn 3. And the middle 3, second, third, and fourth, have closed up just a little bit. That's good news for them, and not so good news for Brian Schofield, as they are able to then pull up a little bit more. Bobby Sack looks like next time by he'll be a little closer to the bumper of Schofield than he was this lap. and just moving ever so slightly closer as we come into our final 8 minutes to go in this race.
Helps if I unmute myself. It's day one, day two. Yeah, we've got, as we see, a little bit less than 8 minutes or 3 more laps here from Sebring, and I think it's, given that we've had nothing but green flag racing here from start to finish, should hopefully be able to finish up all things, if all things continue to go well, finish up under green here as opposed to based on time. And let's see, a little bit further back in the field, I've been watching another little battle here, Brian, and you know it's actually the battle for 7th, right behind Tyler Knighton.
Okay.
We had Todd Vanacore, who had been leading that pack for the longest time. James Goffrey, the number 68 machine, he has managed to get back around, but it is essentially a car length behind between each and every one of those cars, and I think they're take a look. I think they're actually coming through turn 6 right now, but very tight, close racing here with that second pack, and we're seeing it as we look out the booth here onto the front straight, Brian. There are packs of 5 and packs of 6 pretty much all the way through the field here.
Right.
All right, so let's track down our leaders now, and again, it is Schofield, Sack, Stripling, Slater, and Russ Turner, who had that early off. Just ran his fastest lap of the race as our leaders come out of 17. They are now coming down the front straight, and there we go. And now we can see locked nose to tail, Brian. It is your new leader, Bobby Sack. He's gotten around Brian Schofield. Schofield tucked right underneath the gearbox of the number 19 machine. Denny Stripling about 3 car lengths back. He's got Evan Slater, and now Russ Turner has made up that gap and is now right in that battle for 3rd place. And
Russ Turner made up the gap because he just went purple on the scoring board. He has now the lap record, I believe, at Sebring with a 2:21.017 is now a better lap than the Schofield lap had earlier.
Yeah,
so
a full second faster.
That is just cranking it. So that's how he made up the gap, by going full send on that lap.
All right, and so our leaders, they're not coming into the hairpin, and they've got some more lap traffic that they're coming up on. We'll see how that plays out for this group as they now make their way up towards turn 10. And we'll see if it breaks up the field. And here they come now under braking. You can see they're right behind that lap car. We've got our top 5, and now as they are coming through there with that, the braking the braking at the hairpin, kind of the equalizer there, is Stripling, Slater, and Turner now have been able to pull right up to the back of Bobby Sack. So it's no longer that 2-car battle here. It is once again a 4-car battle, and you can see, well, now it's a 2-car battle again as that lapped car, probably no fault of his own, in the worst place at the worst time, right in the middle of the group, coming through turn 12 onto the Flying Fortress straight. So it is now Bobby Sack with Brian Schofield behind, then about 6 car lengths back to Stripling in 3rd with Slater and Russ Turner.
And sometimes that's car craft from your leader. Your leader may have been able to get around that car in a better place for the entire pack, but he decided to get around that car in a good place for him and not a good place for the rest of the pack. And that's the kind of car craft that you really, really need to have, and especially in these really tight spec racer type races. That 3-car pack in 3rd, 4th, and 5th is trying to catch back up, but now there's another move for the lead right here. We're going to see it as they come to the line. Bobby Sack tried to come out around Schofield at the line. It does look like Schofield had it, but I don't know whether they're going into one.
Yeah, they're side by side, Brian, as we are starting our last lap here. And it looks with about 3.5 minutes on the clock, and we've got 13 laps completed. We are on the last lap, and let's see now as they come out of 2 whether or not our 2 leaders have been able to decide and stretch things out. And there you go. Brian Schofield is your new leader. He has managed to get around Bobby Sack and Denny Stripling running in 3rd.
I'd say, and look up for Denny Stripling. He has gotten back into the conversation. He will be part. Oh, look at the big wiggle coming out of 2 from Bobby Sack.
And so it is now a 3-car battle for the lead as we've got Russ Turner trying to make the move on Evan Slater coming through turn 6 underneath that pedestrian bridge and over towards turn 7. let's see if the number 23 machine can pick up 4th position, and I believe he does. So now let's move Evan Slater in the 67 car back into 5th here on the last lap. So our leaders come through the hairpin.
There they are, 1, 2, 3, a little gap back to 4th and 5th. I am at the edge of my seat.
Here we go, and as they come under, braking into turn number 10, still 3 machines, Schofield, Sack, and Stripling. Brian Schofield, yesterday's winner, looking to repeat today and take the sweep here at the 2023 edition of the Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour here at Sebring, as they now come onto the Flying Fortress Straight for the very last time.
Yep.
And both Schofield and Sack have now managed once again to stretch things out over Denny Stripling. Stripling just doesn't seem to get great exit speed off of turn 12, Brian.
Here comes one of the 2 last chances going into the chicane. We'll see it here in a second. That's one chance to pass, and then going into 17. Here they are coming out of the chicane. No move there. Now the last chance to start to make that move is at the end of this just long straight. There's the 5th place car going off. He's no longer in contention for 4th place after going off there. Here they come going into 17.
And as they come now, they've got some slower traffic ahead, but let's see here, coming for the final time into the appropriately named Sunset Bend. It is Brian Schofield, your leader, trying to sneak underneath to driver's right is Bobby Sack in the number 19 machine. Then Denny Stripling. That is the battle for the lead as they're all up against the wall. Drivers left with checkered flag in the air, taking the win. In our first race of the day, it's Brian Schofield. Bobby Sack's going to finish 2nd. Denny Stripling will come home with the bronze. He comes home in 3rd. Charles Russ Turner comes home in 4th. Evan Slater, he had that off coming out of the chicane onto the Ullman Straight. He does manage to hold on to 5th. Tyler Knighton in the number 18 car, he's going to finish 6th. James Goffrey will finish in 7th, and he's got Derek Schofield and Grant Vogel and Todd Vanacore finishing 8th, 9th, and 10th, all within a half a car length of them. Great battle here today, Brian. And Inspect Racer Ford in a great way to start off all of our action here on Sunday.
It was kind of boring. I'm just kidding, people. No, what a great time. And these 5 guys, again, they were all part of what happened yesterday as well, and drove away from basically the field and had a fantastic battle. And it's kind of what you expect from Spec Racer Ford in every single one of these races. And that's why you're going to want to tune in for all 20 rounds of the SCCA Super Tour. It's going to be a good time here, folks.
All right, so Brian, let's do this. We're going to have a couple of moments, I think, before our next race. I want to make a final call to the grid for our next group. For our next race, which is our first of 2 open wheel groups of the day, Formula V, Formula F, and Formula 600. Let's give them a call to the grid now. Quick little break, and we'll be right back here with you with all the action from the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Sebring International Raceway. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway. You're looking live, as Brent Musburger would say, at Sebring International Raceway. That's your start stand here, that iconic Mobile One start stand. I missed the day when they flagged the finish right from on the track.
On a track, yes.
You know, some guy who's not so smart would get down there with the flag and on the track and wave. I miss those days. But anyway, we're here at Sebring International Raceway. The iconic home of the 12 Hours of Sebring is the home of the first SCCA Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour of 2023. Rounds 1 and 2. Round 1 yesterday, round 2 today, and now we're getting ready for our second race of the day. This is Formula V, Formula F, and F600.
That's right. All right, Brian. And as we get ready for the cars to roll off the grid, a little bit smaller field than we just saw with Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, but absolutely some amazing racing yesterday. We'll talk about that in just a moment, but let's run down the starting grid for this morning's second race of the day. Starting 30, and we're going to start the first 4 cars we're going to talk about are all Formula Vs. Starting in 17th position, 4th in Formula V, driving his agitator out of Fletcher, North Carolina, Donnie Isley. Starting 3rd in Formula V, from Hartford City, Indiana, it's Chris Jennerjohn. He's driving the number 48 Vortec. Starting 2nd in Formula V, in the number 21 Vortec from Downers Grove, Illinois, it's William Straczynski, and your pole sitter in the class from Danielsville, Georgia, driving the number 80 Vortec, it's Stephen Davis. Now we've got 13 other starters today between Formula F and Formula 600. Let's tell you who they are. Starting 13th today, driving the number 28 Formula F Swift, it's Don Sedio. Russell Straight Jr. is going to start 12th today, driving the number 9 Formula 600 Scorpion. He's out of Alden, New York. From St. Louis, Missouri, Jack Walburn is driving the number 67 Formula 600 Scorpion, starting 11th overall. Starting 10th today, in the number 27 Formula F Piper from Fredericton, New Brunswick, it is Charles Foster. John Chimetti is starting 9th today. He's driving the number 69 Formula F Spectrum. Driving the Formula F Piper DL7 from Youngsville, Louisiana, and starting 8th today, it's Cameron Reed. James Morgan's driving the number 31 Formula F Swift. He's from Lighthouse Point, Florida, and he starts 7th. Alan Oppel, he drives the number 00 Van Diemen. He's out of Orlando, Florida. He'll start 6th today. I'm going to need your pronunciation help here once again, Brian. Starting 5th, driving the number 84 Mygale from Oxford, Connecticut, it's Ken Bukillen, that's right. Thank you. And Katie Boucher's probably doing circles right now, wants to beat me over the head. Ken Bukillen, he is starting 4th today in his Mygale. He's out of Oxford, Connecticut, as we mentioned. Starting 4th today, driving the number 91 Spectrum from Indianapolis, Indiana, it's BJ Shaw. Starting on the inside of row number 2. From Grand Island, New York, driving his Formula 600 Scorpion, it's Keith Jocelyn. And your front row, starting 2nd, driving the number 08 Mygale from Edwards, Illinois, it's Matteo Naranjo. And your pole sitter today, driving the 00 Formula F Van Diemen from Grosse Pointe, Michigan. He's your Formula Continental National Champion. It's Nolan Allaire.
All right, so we've got 3 different car classes here. Our first multi-class race of the day. Formula F cars are purpose-built open-wheel cars. The motors in those cars either from the Ford 1600 Kent or Cortina engines. And then the new entry to Formula F, that's why it's no longer referred to as Formula Ford, is the Honda Fit motors. And then you've got your Formula V cars based off the Volkswagen Beetle, the old Volkswagen Beetle chassis, with 1200cc Volkswagen motors. And then we have our Formula 600 cars. Those cars, basically 2 drivetrains. The motorcycle drivetrain is usually a Suzuki GXR 600. You'll hear the high-pitched sound of those cars. They scream to about 1,500 RPM.
15,000.
15,000, yes. Yeah. And then you've got the old 2-stroke snowmobiles, Rotax 593 HO 2-cylinders. They have continuously variable ratio transmissions, CVT transmissions. Basically 2 clutches and a V-belt between each of them that changes the diameter as the RPM changes. That's how they get the different ratios from low to high, and it keeps the RPMs at the optimum level and it's kind of a form of an automatic transmission. So those are the three classes and what they basically break down here in this particular race.
All right, Brian, so as we take a quick look back, as our drivers are coming down the Flying Fortress straight out of turn 12, let's quickly look back to yesterday's 25-minute timed race to start off the competition here for Formula V, Formula 600, and Formula F. Taking the overall win and winning in Formula F was Nolan Allaire. Margin of victory over Matteo Naranjo, 4.8 seconds. Alan Oppel took the bronze, came home in third in Formula F. In Formula 600, Keith Jocelyn, I believe our only two-stroke driver here this weekend, took the win. And it was a great battle for second between Russell Strait and Jack Walburn. Walburn having led Strait for almost all of the laps here from in this race for 9 of the 10 laps, but on the one that it counted, Russell Strait was able to get ahead of Jack Walburn. He comes home in second. Walburn comes home in third. And in Formula V, this is the race that seemingly nobody wanted to win, Brian, as Stephen Davis, your pole sitter, had issues on just the third lap. That escalated William Straczynski to the lead, but on the very last lap, actually, as we were coming out of a full course caution, he spun that Donnie Isley into the lead. Chris Jennerjohn finishes second, and Straczynski comes home in third. As we've got the lights out on the pace car, Brian, we've got our field coming through the Sunset Bend now, being led by, well, on the pole, Nolan Allaire to the left, that bright yellow 08 machine of Matteo Naranjo to the right. He's on the outside pole. Jocelyn and Shaw on the second row as we can start to hear the engines rev up and they come to the line. Green flag is now in the air as they're making their way down. We can see Jocelyn in that Formula 600 moving all the way to the inside up against the wall to try and sneak underneath the two Formula F machines. And indeed he does, as we now have Allaire and Naranjo side by side. Allaire in the red, white, and blue Formula F machine, Naranjo in the yellow machine. And we can see that very small Formula 600 leading the field through now turn 3. Naranjo moving up into second position overall, taking the lead in Formula F. We've got a yellow flag over at, standing yellow now, over at turn 3. We're trying to see exactly what car might have brought that out. We had some brake lockup going into the corner, Brian, but I thought everyone had made it out okay. And unfortunately, we just don't have a good view. We'll try and get that from race control here in a moment. In Formula V, and we can see now coming underneath the bridge and into the hairpin in Formula V, I believe it is Stephen Davis in that black number 80 machine with William Straczynski, then Jennerjohn and the blue number 30 of Donnie Isley as they now make their way up and through. And it looks as though we had one trailing car, and it was one of our Formula 600 cars there, Brian, out towards the back of the pack. We'll try and get the number and see exactly which driver that was, if that was Strait or if that was Jack Walburn.
Yeah, definitely. Looked like a good, clean start for most everybody, besides that little schmozzle in turn 3 there. And we'll figure out who that is. Corridor workers don't typically call in any call on the first lap. So any of the incidents that happen on that first lap, we get a kind of a delayed call because they want to hold the network for safety purposes. So once they make that call, we'll let you know who that was in going into turn 3 that had that issue.
All right, so let's track now as we've got our leaders coming out and through turn 14 now, coming onto the Ullman Straight. And it looks as though, Brian, actually the driver that we may have lost, possibly not Walburn or Strait, I think it may have actually been Keith Jocelyn.
Oh boy.
Because as I was watching our drivers come out of the chicane, the one thing that seemed to be missing was that small little Formula 600. It looked like Naranjo was the first driver out, and indeed that is the case. But we now have a change in the lead as our driver coming down the front straight. We saw it coming out of 17. It is now Nolan Allaire, that red, white, and blue machine, the red, white, and blue Van Diemen, leading Matteo Naranjo across the line to complete lap number 1. BJ Shaw, third driver across the line in the number 91 machine. He started 4th today, and with our Formula 600 leader falling back, he now finds himself 3rd overall. Ken Bukilian in the number 84 machine, now running in fourth. A great start for Cameron Reed. Now, we talked to Cameron at the runoffs. Cameron was starting 8th today. She has now made her way up into 5th position, the young driver out of Youngsville, Louisiana, Brian. Bit of brake lock up there heading into the hairpin as these drivers still, and as opposed to the Spec Racer Fords, who had 2 laps to drag those brakes, to maybe do some weaving, to get some heat in their DOT tires, the slicks that these Formula cars use, besides starting off on much lower tire pressures, are taking quite a bit more time to get heat into them, and so we're still seeing some brake lockups. But great battle here going into turn 10, Brian. We just saw Matteo Naranjo come underneath our now former leader, I believe, Nolan Allaire, but a great battle. We said this yesterday, that the big difference between Formula F and Spec Racer Ford, we saw the Spec Racer Fords immediately at the front of the pack get in a line, work the draft, try to separate themselves out from the rest of the field. Well, you know, frankly now, Allaire and Naranjo with almost 3.5 seconds on the rest of the field,
they can just go get racing.
Exactly, and there you are. They're already duking it out at almost each and every corner, and right now coming onto the Ullman Straight, Naranjo for the second time is your leader. We'll see if Allaire, with that extra little boost that he had on the last lap using the draft, is in a position to take the battle to Naranjo as they come now down towards the end of the straight, under braking into turn number 17 into the Sunset Bend. And for the moment, it looks as though, again, Nolan Allaire able to motor past Naranjo. Naranjo now moving to the inside as they cross the start-finish line to come down into turn number 1. And then Naranjo side by side, wheel to wheel with Allaire as they come out of that wide sweeping turn number 1. They've got that small little bend at turn number 2. And as they now come down under threshold braking into turn number 3, it is Matteo Naranjo, your leader.
Absolutely. We've got a car, 21, Williams Trzynski, has had some sort of what sounds like a mechanical issue. They're responding to try to get him into a safe space at turn 7. And then we can confirm that it was Keith Jocelyn who spun on that opening lap going into turn 3. He was able to get the car back together and back on the track and continue on. So, but our suspicions were confirmed here just in the last few minutes.
Yeah, indeed. And Jocelyn now sitting 9th overall. He is currently sitting second, or probably he is still leading Formula 600, even with that spin, is Russell Straight Jr. Running 11th overall, but almost 16 seconds back from Jocelyn at the moment. Jack Walburn, the third of our drivers, currently showing as a lap down.
So we got about 29 minutes left in the race, but we're doing laps today. So we're going to go to lap 14 or 35 minutes, whichever comes first. So right now we're working lap number 3 here. These 2 lead drivers, Allaire and Naranjo, just having some fun up front with each other. Now they're kind of side by side. They'll be heading into the chicane area in just one. But like you said, now that they've got a little lead, it's unlikely the third place car will catch them unless they have some sort of an issue. They can just go and have some fun.
Yeah, and you know, even with that battling that they're doing right now, BJ Shaw currently running 3rd overall. That last time by was almost 3 seconds off the pace of our leaders, Allaire and Naranjo. So I think definitely at this point it's battle on pretty much until the end of the race. Although now as they came out of the chicane and up into turn 17, you can see there, and this is the first time now that Allaire has had the lead coming out of 17. We'll have to see if and this is that back straight is where Allaire has been very strong, but Naranjo once again tucked right up underneath the gearbox, moves to the inside, moves the driver's left, and is going to try to force Allaire out wide. And we'll see now as they come down into turn number 3. And I believe Allaire was able to hold on to the spot. Indeed, he was. Now, let's try to drop a little bit further back in the field, and we'll see if we can try and pick this pair up. Here they come now. Well, that's our lead pair right now. I want to try to pick up the battle for 4th right now. With Bukilian and Cameron Reed, because Cameron Reed has been right on the gearbox, and actually here they come now. Well, actually, that is actually our Formula V race. You know what? That's actually something, that might be something we want to sit on here for just a moment, because that's actually turning into a nice little battle right now with Donnie Isley, Stephen Davis, Chris Jennerjohn, all battling it out for position.
Well, and if you remember, Donnie Isley was there at the end yesterday, kind of biding his time until the last final lap. And when we got to that point where none of the Formula Vs wanted to win, Donnie Isley raised his hand and said, "I'll win. I'll take the win."
Yep.
If you don't want it, I'll take it.
There you go. And actually, trailing right behind that battle in Formula V right now is Jack Walber in the 67 machine.
And just a gorgeous day. Indoors at Sebring. It's a beautiful sunny day, not blowing anywhere near what it was yesterday. Currently we're sitting here at a beautiful, warm now 43 degrees here in central Florida. That's up almost degrees from where we started this morning at 8 a.m. And these cars here now, it doesn't take long once they get on the racetrack to get the tires up to speed. And, of course, cool temperatures means fast motors.
That's right.
And we've seen lots and lots of broken records today, or this weekend. And we'll see if that happens again today like we had yesterday. Your race leader in Formula V right now, Stephen Davis, then Donnie Isley, Chris Jennerjohn, and Williams Jasinski. He's out of the race with a mechanical earlier in the right on the first lap.
And Brian, once again, crossing the start-finish line, coming down into turn one, our two leaders, Allaire and Naranjo. Naranjo had managed to work up alongside of Allaire that last time by, coming out of 17, but then found himself dropping slightly back behind as they crossed the start-finish line. But nice little battle here, a little bit further back. And I believe what we're looking at right now, coming across the start-finish line, is actually, that is, I believe, Morgan Oppel Foster, Keith Jocelyn, who is our Formula 600 leader, as well as Russell Straight there. So again, nice little pack as they're now coming out of turn two, heading down into turn number three. Great little battle. This is, at the moment, the battle, I believe, for fourth in Formula, for fifth in Formula F.
Jack Walbrand's family chiming in on the chat. Go Papa Go, go Papa Go. Emma also adds that she is very proud of him. I'm guessing that might be grandchild talking about Grandpa. I don't know. But good on them for coming in and watching today. Also some folks rooting for Cameron Reed. And that is Dustin Dominique. So thank you everyone for chiming in on the chat today.
You know, so we've got, and we were watching the Formula V race over here, I had a great conversation with Stephen Davis last year at Carolina Motorsports. We were talking specifically about the new brake hardware that is allowed in Formula V is just in the last couple of years, and it's primarily because of parts availability, but they've allowed disc brakes into Formula V, both in front and rear. And Stephen Davis is still very content to continue to use the drum brakes.
Well, he is, and there's different things that come out of having the drum brakes versus the disc brakes. The drum brakes are something that has to be adjusted after every single session.
Sure.
And if you've been doing it for 40 years or 20 years or 30 years like Stephen Davis, no big deal. Someone new to the class who may not have worked on drum brakes at all in their entire life, you can switch to the disc brakes. And of course, part of the reason for the change is because of lack of parts, and that's hard to come up with these days. But when you talk to someone who, it's just such a maintenance ease when you switch to the disc brakes.
It is, but here's the point that Stephen made to me.
Okay.
Is that, key with Formula V, as opposed to maybe some of the other Formula classes, and most of the classes that we see here racing out here, very light brushes of the brakes,
right.
Very, very minute brake applications. And with drum brakes, it's very easy to dial out, and so that those brake shoes are not always up against the drums, they're not always touching the drums, and the wheels are allowed to free roll.
Right.
With disc brakes, you can't do that. I mean, disc brakes, you typically, the pads will have a little bit, big lock up there just ahead of the Formula V field. That was Russell Straight Jr. in the number 9 Scorpion there with that lock up, and it looks like he has managed to continue on. Of course, again, just a lap or so ago, he was back behind those 4. He's been trying to work his way free. But, with the disc brakes, they're always right up against the brake rotor, and it causes additional drag and actually slows the car down, or at least as Stephen Davis explains, he thinks it actually limits the speed, limits acceleration, limits top speed, etc. of those chassis compared to what you can dial out with the drum brakes.
Curious will be at what point in the future of the class where will the disc brakes become the mandatory brake so that nobody has an advantage in that type of a manner. So my guess is that the advantage seems like it's a lot to Stephen Davis and maybe not so much to other people. Yeah. But we'll see what happens. Somebody will eventually complain about it, and then they'll revisit the rule. But that's the situation there. Got a meatball flag out. We call that the meatball, or it's actually technically the mechanical black flag, but it's the orange flag, the orange ball in a black center over a black flag. That's telling the driver there's something wrong with your car. We'd like you to come to the pit lane and have it checked out.
Did you get the car number and
nope.
They were going to be displaying that?
Nope, I was listening to your wonderful story about Stephen Davis.
Sorry.
No, it was great.
Sorry. All right. Well, we'll check to see, and we'll see if a car comes down the pit lane here in just a few moments. As we are now about 14 minutes into this race, Brian, about 6 laps in. Let's do this. Let me make a quick call to the grid, a first call to the grid for a very large group coming up next. Like we have gotten word on that mechanical flag, it was the number 67 machine. That's Jack Walbrin, who has been quite a bit off the pace here since the very start of the race, and it looks like the stewards, and it may very well be based on his pace. He has been turning in laps that are considerably higher than most of the other drivers, but he has gotten that meatball flag. They want him to come down the pit lane.
Car number 31, James Morgan, with a big off at the exit of 17. A big spin and then continued, but that was apparently a pretty big moment there.
All right, let's take a look, Brian. As Allaire and Naranjo, and Naranjo is taking over the lead from Nolan Allaire, as they are continuing to build up their lead now, which is at about 18 seconds over BJ Shaw. I want to try and track down, and we may have to wait until they come around start-finish here to get them on course, but Cameron Reed and Ken Bukilian. This is the battle for 4th right now in Formula F. Bukilian had been running 4th. Cameron Reed, who started the day in 8th position, she has now worked herself up into 4th position and has gotten around Bukilian. So we'll track that out as our leaders have just now come down start-finish. We should see that battle coming here in just a moment, but that is something that has been going on pretty much since the very start of the race. And they should be coming down about, should be about halfway down the Ulm Straight just about now. So you see there, it looks like Nolan Allaire has gotten back around Naranjo. So move the number 0 car back up into the lead. And I believe this is it, Brian, now coming out of turn 17 onto the front straight with Reed and Bukilian. The 84 machine of Bukilian, the 09 of Reed. We
have caught up with them now. They'll be heading towards turn 1. There they are. And that is a battle that lots of people around the track are watching right now. And really close, and it'll be questioned whether or not Reed and Bukilian can just go back and forth, much like our lead races are right now. It could be that same kind of back and forth for the next half of this race.
Sorry, and as we follow him out through the S's now, the black number 84 machine of Bukilian got back around Cameron Reed as they came out of the chicane and down the Ullman Straight. So Moon Bukilian now back up into 4th position overall. Bukilian just ran his fastest lap of the race at 2:23 flat.
All right, we're just past the halfway point here at Sebring International Raceway, so let's take this opportunity. Oh, a big spin coming into turn 5. That is the...
I believe the Jenner John car.
Yeah.
The number 48 Formula V that goes around at turn number 10, Brian.
All right, so as we're trying to go to break, a big moment here, but we'll do that right now. Let's get this break in so we can bring you the rest of the action for this race. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Sebring International Raceway.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA road racing program, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the world's speed shop.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together. Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at EnjoyMazza.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. We are back. Sebring International Raceway, round 2 of the Super Tour for 2023. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here, and the crew from DriversEye Live bringing you all the action and getting to our second race. If you look at the flag out in the distance on this camera, you can see it is not quite out as far as it was yesterday, so not quite as much wind, which is a bigger deal for these cars than maybe some of our sedans and coupes, or coupes, as they say on the other side of the pond.
It's David Hobbs.
Exactly. But yeah, the weather is decent today, a little chilly, but we're having a good time, and we're in the middle of our Formula F, Formula 600, and Formula V race.
All right, Brian, let's jump back to that battle in that we were watching in Formula F, and that was the battle between Bukilian and Reed, and we can see now that it's been split up just a little bit as those two drivers have been trying to work their way through traffic. Now looked as though they both had one of our Formula Vs to contend with. Bukilian now has opened up, looks to be about an 8-car length lead over Cameron Reed in that battle for 4th position in Formula F as they come out of turn 12 and onto the Flying Fortress Straight. Both Naranjo and Allaire, though, they're coming down the front straight now, and they continue to go at it. They continue to swap positions, Brian, here as they come down into turn 1, and you'll notice that Mateo Naranjo, that yellow number 08 machine, he is your new leader. He's once again gotten around Nolan Allaire. Allaire led the last lap. Naranjo at least is your leader coming down into turn 3 on lap number 9. Again, these laps are scheduled for 14 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first. You can see from our ticker there, we've got about a little bit under 14 minutes remaining, or of course, as we mentioned, about 5 laps.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that race up front, still one we want to keep an eye on. Naranjo is now the leader, of course, and this is going to be a ton of fun for the guys in the car.
Yeah, without a doubt. And you know, I think what we're waiting to see here is whether or not Mateo, when he comes out of the chicane, he comes onto the Ullman Straight, whether or not he's going to have an answer for Nolan Allaire going into the Sunset Bend, because he hasn't had an answer yet so far. Allaire's been able to draft him and be able to come underneath them, usually right at turn in at 17, and in most cases get to him at the line. But Naranjo now has the fastest lap of the run. Lap time's down to a 2:17.1 for both of these drivers. I might also add that Tyler O'Connor a couple years ago, back in 2018, set the track record about a half second faster to 2:16.5, actually 2:16.499. But so this may not be one of those track records that falls, but you know, these two drivers, Naranjo and Allaire, as they've been dicing, as they've been swapping positions, Brian, they've opened up now almost a 30-second lead over the rest of the Formula F field.
In Formula 4, Donnie Isley continues to lead this race. He was yesterday's race winner. Chris Jennerjohn second, and Stephen Davis in third. William Straczynski, he is out of the race. He had a mechanical problem on the first race lap, so he's no longer part of the discussion there. And it's been a good battle there in Formula V for this race now, although Isley has now opened up about a 10-second lead over Jennerjohn at this point.
Yeah, and it looks as though Stephen Davis, Brian, we're showing him as being now
like 5 laps down, so he's probably had a problem too.
Yeah, 5 laps down from the leader, and I think 3 laps down from the rest of the Formula V field. So yeah, it looks like he had.
And if you look on the thing, there's a little red line next to Stephen Davis's name. I believe that means he's in pit lane at the moment.
Or missing
from the field, which means he's probably in pit lane, right? So it means that the transponders aren't picking him up anymore. So I got it.
All right, Brian, so let's pick back.
And the interesting part is, Greg and I, we're learning the system too as we're going here. You know, it's new to us.
I've got 20 pages of notes already just to figure that out.
I was never a good note taker in school, which is why I'm a broadcaster. So
there you go. All right, Brian. We're watching the battle right now for the overall lead as Nolan Allaire indeed has managed to get back around Matteo Naranjo as they come through the hairpin. You know, but again, only seemingly inches separating these two drivers at any one place on the track now as they come under braking the turn 10. And here's the thing, and I'm starting to wonder though if Allaire, we're seeing brake lockup from Nolan Allaire. At most of these heavy braking corners. We saw it at turn 7 at the hairpin. We saw it at turn 3. We just saw it at turn 10. And we'll see if this is something that he can manage and contain for a couple more laps.
Right. And with a couple of laps to go now, probably 3 is what I'm guessing, you're seeing this idea that these two guys, I'm going back and forth now for the last 10 laps. They now know where he's good and where I'm good. And now it's in their mind, do I want to be in first place going into that last lap, or do I want to be in second place going that last lap? And wherever I am, where do I make my move? That's what they're doing in their head right now. Also, shout out Keith Jocelyn in the 55 car. Spun on the opening lap, pulled it back together. He is now your F6. I don't think he even ever lost the lead.
He never lost the lead.
But he was able to keep it together, keep his mind in the right place, and keep moving.
Hey, I want to thank Hugh Esterson for joining in. If there is a man who knows something about a young man who knows something about Formula F racing, it is Hugh. He's joining us on the stream here today. Lots of time behind the wheel of cars here on the Super Tour, and I believe off in the UK as well. So side by side again, Brian, going down into turn 1 as they start lap number 12 of a scheduled 14 or 35 minutes, whichever comes first, as they come down under braking. Allaire manages to slip back ahead of Naranjo. Naranjo just reset fast lap of the race, but more importantly, Nolan Allaire has reset the lead. There
you go. They got a little lap car in front of them, so they'll have to deal with that here coming up in just maybe 2 or 3 corners. The real good thing is that our lap traffic these days, this weekend, has been a breakup on the Naranjo car, brake lockup on the Naranjo car.
As I was just talking about Allaire with the brake lockup, it looks like perhaps both of these drivers are afflicted, as it looked like Naranjo was trying to make up a little bit of extra ground and maybe sneak underneath Allaire's machine coming into the hairpin, as both of them now coming into turn 10, and they're going to have some lap traffic to contend with here in the twisty little turn 11 section coming up to turn 12 in the Flying Fortress Straight. Let's see who our first car is out on the lead, and it is Allaire. And very interesting this time coming out of turn 12. Brian, we've seen Nolan Allaire every single lap. As soon as he exits and gets to that curbing driver's left, he almost immediately brings the car over driver's right to protect driver's right and open up and prepare for turn 14 there. Did not do that this time. He stayed right ahead of Naranjo all the way driver's left. And as they come out of the chicane, once again, Allaire, who's shown a little bit more straight line speed here at this section of the course, maintains his lead over Naranjo as they now come down into the Sunset Bend. And here they come once again.
That's how long that straightaway is.
Exactly.
It is so long.
And look at this, Naranjo, the yellow 08 machine, with about a 4-car length advantage coming about midway through 17, but when they get back out on the straight, they are once again nose to tail and now side by side as Nolan Allaire able to come right down the inside, driver's left on Allaire to retake the lead. But it's amazing there how this time by Naranjo got the run going into 17, couldn't keep it, but now wheel to wheel going into turn 3, Naranjo drivers right, Allaire drivers, Naranjo drivers left, and then drivers right for Allaire. Allaire from the outside able to come right across the nose of the 08 machine, but Naranjo obviously not done as we are now working lap number 13 of 14 here at Sebring International Raceway as they now come down under braking into the hairpin. Do we see those wisp of brake lockup? Not that time. As we'll now jump over as they come out of the hairpin and head towards turn number 10. You can see there they've got some slower Formula V traffic that they're coming up on as Allaire now leads Naranjo into turn 10. They've got the 2 Vs there, Brian, and that might impact Allaire's run up towards turn 12. We'll see how they handle it. We saw in the Spec Racer Fords how it impacted a group towards the lead, and as they all come out now, it looks like they split the difference, and Naranjo is tucked so far underneath the gearbox of Allaire as they came out onto the Flying Fortress straight and through 14, Brian.
Right, and they'll hit this Formula V right at the right time on this back straightaway to be able to get around them, and it should not cause any issues for these cars as they come around for the second to last time here. You see how they're gonna catch this lap traffic perfectly coming out of the chicane onto that long straightaway, so no issues there. They're going to come around 17 here for the second to last time, and now we go talking about that strategery that I was mentioning earlier, deciding where you want to be, and then when you realize where you are, how you're going to make the play.
All right,
here they come.
And this time, no differing lines. Naranjo once again tucked right underneath the back of Allaire as they come out of turn 17 onto the front straight. Allaire quickly moves the car all the way over to driver's right to set up for turn number 1. Naranjo following them in, and it looks like Naranjo now is going to jump to the inside a little bit later on the brakes, but we can see there is Allaire carrying a lot more speed from the outside through turn number 1, and as they come down towards that small bend, we can see that slower car moving over driver's left to let our leaders through. Nolan Allaire, your leader, he's now got a car length and a half advantage over Mateo Naranjo as they come through 5 and 6.
I believe that the back markers, the lap traffic out of the way now for the rest of this race. These two guys, I don't think there's any issues other than one-on-one, tete-a-tete. One driver's going to come home with a big, big smile. The other one's going to have a good smile too because they've been having fun, but one of them has to come in second, and that's what's unfortunate here. One of these guys has to come in second.
All right, as they come through, no brake lockup that time from either Naranjo or from Allaire as they come through the S's there over at turns 8 and 9, and they make the run now down towards turn 10 with a bit of a break here, and Naranjo a full 2 car lengths in arrears off of the back of yesterday's winner, Nolan Allaire. And again, margin of victory yesterday from Allaire was almost 4.5 seconds. It's not going to be anything like that today, Brian, as they come onto the Flying Fortress straight for the very last time. Naranjo gets a great run out, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to get into position here as they come through 14. He's maybe lost another car length, I think, as he's fallen out of the draft.
I think we're in a situation now where if Allaire doesn't make a mistake, it's his race to lose.
All right, as they come now through the chicane and onto the Flying Fortress straight, the gap now 2.5 car lengths. Nolan Allaire, your leader in the number 02 Fan Demon, Mateo Naranjo and his Mygale. They're sitting in second. And this has been This has been one heck of a battle, Brian,
Right.
from the drop of the green flags. They come now down towards turn 17 for the last time. Esterson taking a very wide entry, but still with 2.5 car lengths on Naranjo as they come onto the front straight. Starter with the checkered flag in his hand. Checkered flag is in the air, and Nolan Allaire is going to take the win for the second day in a row here at Sebring in Formula F. Matteo Naranjo, he's going to come home in second, but this was one hell of a battle, Brian. 98 hundredths of a second separating these two drivers at the line, but for the amount of position changes, it's classic Formula F racing. The great battle there by both Allaire and also Naranjo. BJ Shaw should be our third place finisher. He is just now coming down the Ullman Straight. We should see him across the line here in just a moment. And there, here comes BJ Shaw. He's going to cross the line. A couple of our Formula Vs now. Donnie Isley taking the win in Formula V. Chris Jennerjohn just now crossing the start-finish line. He's going to finish second in class.
All right, and one of the next cars that we should see coming through turn 17 should be our F600 race leader, Keith Jocelyn. He should be coming through any moment now to take the checkered flag with a great run here. Jocelyn is looking to be in position again to win, and here he comes. There he is crossing the line. Oh no, that wasn't him. I apologize.
Yeah, I believe that was actually Russell Straight who just crossed the line. Keith Jocelyn, though, should be coming across at the moment. So as Russell Straight crossed the line, he comes home in second in Formula 600. We just had Keith Jocelyn cross the line there
he is.
In the 55 machine, and he will take the win in Formula 600. So let's also take a look at that battle we were watching with Bukilian and Cameron Reed. Bukilian ran his fastest lap of the race on the final lap, comes home in fourth position, and Brian, he and Cameron Reed made up a ton of ground, on BJ Shaw. Shaw, who came home in third in Formula F, only squeaked out by less than 2.5 seconds over Bukilian. So both Bukilian and Reed made up great amounts of ground in just the last 4 laps or so. So let's break this thing down here by class once again. Allaire, Naranjo, Shaw, your top 3 in Formula F. In Formula 600, taking the win, Keith Jocelyn, Russell Straight finishing second, Jack Walbrin finishing 4 laps down in third. And in Formula V, Donnie Isley takes the win. That's 2 days in a row for Donnie Isley in Formula V. Chris Jennerjohn will come home in second. Stephen Davis finishes 8 laps down 8 laps down in third, and William Straczynski unfortunately did not make it past lap number 1. All right, so Brian, let's do this. Let me make a quick call to the grid for our next race, and also to whet the appetites of our listeners here. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Miata. Please head to the grid if you haven't done so already. Race group number 3, Spec Miata drivers, please head to the grid now.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break as we prepare for 80-plus cars in Spec Miata. I'm going to have to do a little meditation. Get myself in the mood for that race. It's going to be a big one. Look forward to bringing it to you. That's up next here on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Sebring International Raceway. We'll be right back.
And welcome back, everybody, to beautiful, balmy, 46-degree Sebring International Raceway for the first rounds of the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski, and as you can see, these drivers weaving their way down the front straight. We are on now the very first of 2 pace laps for Spec Miata, all 87 cars deep, at least 87 cars deep yesterday.
Right.
And we're going to talk a little bit about that as we've got a little bit of time here, but let's run down the starters for this race. We'll talk a little bit about yesterday's race and talk about some of the strategy here, Brian, for our racers. All right, what we're going to do, we're going to run down our top 30 drivers. If you'd like to see the other almost 60 drivers and who is entered, you can go to scca.com/live to get the full rundown.
Only an IT guy says front slash.
Yeah.
It's just /live.
Yeah, that's right. Well,
For the rest of us mere mortals.
yes, blame me and ARPANET. You know, what can you do? All right, let's start off with our driver starting in 30th position today. He's from Bradenton, Florida, driving the number 41 Miata. It is Matthias Ramirez, starting 29th today, driving the number 12 machine. He's from San Juan, Puerto Rico. It's Marcos Vento. Spencer Lofton's from Henderson, Tennessee. He's driving the number 9 machine, and he is starting 28th today. Greg Sorg, he's driving the 71 car. He starts 27th today and hails from Oak Park, Illinois. Fairfield, Connecticut is home for Rowan Gill. He's starting 26th today in the number 174 Mazda Miata. Fort Lauderdale, Florida is home for Danny Staines. Danny is starting 25th today in the number 39 car. And I'm sure he's going to be looking for a little redemption today after how yesterday's race started off. Todd Burris in the number 56 machine. He will be starting 24th today, driving the 133 car from Escondido, California, and starting 23rd, it's Boris Said Jr. Maximilian Opolsky is from Conifer, Colorado. He starts 22nd in the number 21 car. Anthony Garacci, who we'll also see a little bit later today, in T1, I believe T2 actually. He is from Glen Head, New York, driving the number 8 machine. And then starting 20th, driving the number 22 car from St. Cloud, Florida, Jeremy Fletcher. Jonathan Newdorf from Scottsdale, Arizona. He's starting 19th in the number 95 car. Matt Fosnock is driving the number 58 machine. He hails from Madison, New Jersey, and starts 18th. Brett Kowalski starting 17th today in the number 15 machine. He's from Las Cruces, New Mexico. Monticello, New York is home to Stuart McAleer. He's going to start 16th in the number 43 car. Starting 15th today, Nate Cicero drives the 194 car and hails from Pound Ridge, New York. Naples, Florida's Trace Hans starts 14th today in the number 53 car. Tom Annunziata, he starts 13th today. He drives the number 181 machine, and he hails from Colts Neck, New York. Jacksonville, Florida's Zach Barfield is going to start 12th. He's driving the number 107 machine. Starting 11th, driving the number 97 Mazda Miata, it's Tyler Quantz. Orlando, Florida's Noah Harmon will start 10th today, the outside of row number 5 in the number 112 car. Nick Bruni, our reigning national champion, starts 9th today in the number 1 car. He hails from Arlington, Virginia. Axel Cabrera is from Windermere, Florida. He starts 8th, driving the number 86 car. Tyler Gonzalez, our winner from yesterday, from St. Cloud, Florida, driving the number 157 car. He starts 7th. Starting 6th, driving the number 4 machine from Arlington, Virginia, it's Rob Hines. Starting 5th, driving the number 2 machine from Memphis, Tennessee, Jim Drago. Elvin Goulart starts 4th today. He's from Shelton, Connecticut, driving the number 70 car. Charles McTudis, Chuck McTudis from Little Mountain, South Carolina. He's driving the number 66 car, and he starts on the inside of row number 2. And your front row today, from New Smyrna Beach, Florida, your only 3-time national champion in Spec Miata, it's Preston Pardis. And finally, Travis Wiley from Austin, Texas. And as I learned just last night, now from Mooresville, North Carolina, Travis Wiley driving the 177 machine. He is your pole sitter for today's 14-lap or 35-minute Spec Miata race, Brian.
Okay. Well, that was fun.
Yeah.
I'm going home. I don't want to do it. I can't handle it. I just can't handle it. All right, we got the first few pace laps here. We're going to get a chance to talk a little bit more about this, and as we get going here, we're going to come around one more time, give these cars a chance to get a little nice warmth in their tires. Let them get in the right mindset to have 80-some cars go barreling down into turn one, and hopefully get through in one piece. And we will have all of that action here for you in about 3.5 minutes.
In about 3.5 minutes. So talk a little bit about yesterday's race, Brian. I mentioned that Tyler Gonzalez, driving the 157 car, took the win yesterday. Kind of an interesting end to yesterday's race. We had with, about 5 or 6 minutes remaining on the clock, a car, there was a little bit of an impact coming out of the chicane going onto the Ullman Straight, but impact not causing the problem. The car started to drop oil, and we had a bit of a cleanup. We brought all the cars down the pit lane, red flagged the race, and they put 10 minutes on the clock, which was essentially a two-lap race to the checkered flag for these racers. And so Gonzalez took the win. Cabrera came home in second. Elvin Goulart, Chuck McTudis, Preston Pardis, your top 5. Now, I said as I was running down the grid that we know that Denny Stain probably looking for a little bit of redemption today. Danny was gridded 10th for yesterday's races. He came down into turn number 3. Looked like he may have had something break on the car. Came down into the grass to the inside, popped across the curbing, was on the track surface as another 70 cars went to filter through, and somehow never got hit, which was just absolutely amazing. But he did retire the car, did not complete that very first lap. And it was, again, something I'm sure he's looking to forget. And as we mentioned, he is starting a little bit further down in the field today, as he did not manage to improve upon his times from qualifying. He's going to be starting 25th in the field. It's going to be a tough fight for Danny Stain.
Yeah, there are times when you're really happy that the racing angel is sitting on your shoulder, and that was one of them. Absolutely. And nothing more fun than to be facing, watching cars, 80 of them come at you. So that was a good thing there. And we were talking yesterday, and the interesting part was this is a class that has had some history of how shall we say, not the most respectful driving sometimes. And they've done a lot of work to improve that. And yesterday, all of our problems really had nothing to do with that. You know, our red flag was caused by a mechanical problem. And that was pretty cool. We did have a little bit of side-to-side, nose-to-tail stuff, but when you've got 80 cars, I don't care what class you're in, that's going to happen. But there was nothing that was, huge and big. None of that caused our full-course yellows. And we had a really, really great race. So, and we're hoping to have the exact same thing today. As these 80-plus cars get going here, and getting ready to finish our second pace lap here, and get a little more temperature with these cold temperatures outside, the ambient temperature as well as the track temperature. The second pace lap is to give these guys guys and gals, a chance to get their cars and temperatures up to speed, so that there's less of a chance of a cold tire slide in turn 1 taking out 30 cars.
Indeed, and actually just got word over from race control. They asked the pace car to actually increase their speed by about 5 miles an hour, which will probably help some of these drivers a little bit in dragging the brakes, trying to get more heat in the wheels, hence in the brakes and in the tires as we go to complete this last lap. As you can see, most of these drivers still at this point, as they're coming through the chicane, nose to tail. We should see them start to form up 2 by 2 as they come onto the Ullman Straight, but it is, as you see, we still have cars coming out of the hairpin, coming down towards turn 10. It's a long line of cars. In addition
to that, when they were first going out, we had cars still coming off the grid when the front cars were in turn 7. So that also helps here. I don't know how much they'll get gap together here, but they're starting to form. As you can see at the front, you've got probably 6 good rows of 2 by 2. You probably have 10 or 15 good rows of 2 by 2 by the time the green flag flies, but there'll still be some stragglers, and that's part of the issue with an 80-plus car field. So,
all right, lights are out on the pace car, Brian, and we can see drivers coming through almost at race pace. It looks like coming through the chicane, trying to get formed up here as the pace car now continuing to pace the field up towards turn 17 for the start.
There you go. There's our turn 17 corner crew right there. You see them holding the double yellow flag. Those will come down as soon as the green flag falls. Here comes our pace car through. That's a great looking field, to be perfectly honest with you, as they come through turn 17. The pace car will slide into pit lane, and then they will come down the main straight waiting for the starter to start waving that flag. And there he goes. We have ourselves a start. They're already fanning out rows 6, 7, 8. We're now going 4 and 5 wide. This is all going to come down to the bottleneck that is turn 1 here at Sebring. Here they go under that iconic Mobile One bridge. Let's see, a little bit racy here, but the last of 2 weekends in Florida, they might be a little more interested in sending it in here. But I don't see, there's a little bit of dust coming off of turn 1 there, but not so bad. Here they come now to 3 with a little bit of brake lockup, a couple rows back in the field. A lot of action. A couple cars slid off here yesterday. So far, nothing. So that worked out well. Here they come now through 5. 1 car off on the right, but they were of 2 cars, 3 cars, another big little agricultural racing back there. But all of them look like they're being able to pull it back together, so no huge issues.
And Brian, so big move here right at the front of the field, jumping out very early to a lead from 3rd position, Chuck McTudis, and that black with yellow stripe on the hood. Along with Travis Wiley, our pole sitter, sliding into 2nd position, and a huge gap between those 2 drivers. And Brian, it sounds like we've got possibly an issue over at turn 7 going into the hairpin as we see those 2 leaders. And I'll try and get a word on that from our race control.
All right, those are your leaders. That is McTudis and Wiley.
Yeah, Brian, so I'm getting word we've got multiple cars that have gone off over at turn 7, over at the hairpin.
Okay.
And we're checking to see if they are still with a waving yellow over there.
All right, here comes your field now. Oh, yep, there's a car with some major damage up front. I can't get the car number there, but that white car, and then there's a couple of cars behind him. So we'll see if that car can at least get moving enough to get back to pit lane, or at least get into a safe position here. Here comes your field now, going down towards the chicane for the first time, and we'll get them coming out of the chicane here in just a minute. All these cars kind of getting into that nose-to-tail chain here, and we'll see if any of them have any issues here, but no problem so far. Oh, 1 car goes off. That's a place where you can go off and then end right into the tire wall. Great save by that white Miata there as he gets back into the fray and keeps moving down towards 17. That's a position where a lot of cars sometimes do that. I was talking earlier in the race before that you could shoot yourself right across into that tire wall. A wonderful save there. Here comes your leaders. It's McTudis first coming through 17, followed by Wiley with about a 6 or 7. Oh, a big car going wide side. Is that car going to get it back together before the tire wall? They did. Great save there by that car.
All right, Brian, and got a little bit more information. One of the cars that we had go off in turn 3, unfortunately, or turn 7, was the number 78 machine. We think, and we'll have to take a look here, we think that Preston Pardis might have gotten caught up in that melee as he's now fallen back into 12th place. But great move on the very first lap. Tom Annunziata currently running in 3rd. Annunziata started off in 13th position. He's now worked his way up 10 positions. There were a number of cars that were part of that altercation at turn 7. Unfortunately, our corner workers not able to get the numbers on the majority of them, including that car that was right in front of our camera, just wrong angles, not able to get the numbers. But we'll check to see who may has fallen down through the order here. I believe possibly, because I do have them as crossing the straight, Dean Lambros, Julian Costa, Scott Carlisle may have been the drivers that are involved in that. The 82, probably the number 5, the 78, which we know about, and also the 154 would be the cars that might have been involved in that incident and still off track. We have 3 cars that did not continue.
Charles McTudis, Tyler Gonzalez, your front 2 cars working together across the line last time, already a 2.7 second lead. This car, this class, all about momentum and drafting. If these 2 guys work together, as you can see they're doing, they're going to check out, and it will literally be a 2-car race for the next 12 laps. So that's what they're hoping, is that they can at least work together enough to get a big enough gap. Then you've got the next 6 cars all trying to think to themselves, let's us work together and try to catch the front 2. early enough for that to happen, but they really have to get organized over the next few laps, because if they don't get organized, Matudis and Gonzalez, it's going to be good night, Gracie.
All right, Brian, getting word that Skylar Cottrell, the number 29 machine, he has brought his car down the pit lane. That may be the end of the day for Skylar Cottrell. Also getting word from the start stand that the 66 car, that's Chuck Matudis, our current leader, started to shade over a little bit to the left. That entire lane started to come along with him. We'll have to see if there's any kind of action taken during the race, or if that's something that happens after the race, if anything.
Right.
But again, the starters did call that in.
There you go. Here comes that big, huge main pack going down the front straight there. That's Annunziata, Quantz, Drago, Bruni, Cicero, and Wiley, and then an entire gaggle of cars behind them. Here's your leaders coming out of turn 1 through 2, heading down towards turn 3. Last time by, the leaders, they had opened up a 5.5 second lead. The rest of the pack, here they come through again. Quantz, Wiley, Cabrera, 2 by for 4th place there. Not sure exactly who that white car is, but they were side by side, still side by side. They're coming through 5. This is an area where you get a lot of dust. Put those 2 off there. Happens really often. Looks like our leaders now are side by side up front going down towards turn 7. We'll get that shot here in just a minute. No, they weren't side by side. It was my eyes playing tricks on me.
There you go. As we can see already, as Matudis and Gonzalez have really started to stretch things out. Of course, Matudis was, I believe, our Super Tour champion last year. Tyler Gonzalez, yesterday's race winner. Gonzalez just announcing that he'll be running in MX5 Cup of Copeland Motorsports. Dean Copeland and the Copeland folks mighty well out of the Washington, D.C. area, and have been very successful over the past number of years. Great battle there, though, coming down into turn 10, as that field is still all bunched up.
Absolutely. It's anybody's race right now for 3rd place, but it is not anybody's race for the lead, as Matudis and Gonzalez continue to gap the field and start working their way through. It just gets a little bigger every corner. And it really looks like Matudis and Gonzalez, they're now able to really concentrate on making their line, hitting their marks, hitting their apexes, while the other 25 cars behind are like, I don't know how to get these guys. This is our new camera angle here at the exit of the chicane, and it's really nice to see, because this is a spot here. We'll see if any, there's one right there. Put a wheel off there. You can do that. But you do run the risk of having that snap recovery or unrecovery heading you right towards the inside wall there. It's not such a bad thing with these cars because they're a little bit heavier, but some of you are lighter weight Formula cars. That can become a big issue. Here comes the big field now. This is your 2nd through 25th, maybe, coming through the turn 17. Lots of different lines, some creative, some really good. And but there they come through there, and now they're coming again down towards the main pack here, and lots of racing deep in the field. And this is why you get into Spec Miata, because even if you're not running up front, you're running with somebody, and even the people who are running in 50th place in this race, there's somebody to race with, and that's why you get involved with this, because not everybody can be at the pointy end of the stick, and that's why people are out here and having a great time with these cars.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. So quick, some updates here. Elvin Goulart, who started 4th today, along with Preston Pardis, fell all the way back into around 13th, 14th position after that little schlemazel over at turn 7, over at the hairpin. He is now up to 7th position here in the group, and some other big changes. We saw Tom Annunziata, who had moved up as high as 3rd. He is now fallen back in the 9th place. Preston Pardis, who started off on the outside of the front row, he has worked his way back up into 10th position. Hard charger at this point, Danny Stain, started 25th. He's now working with Preston Pardis. He's now up to 11th here, as we have now just 3 laps in the books. Nick Bruni, a reigning national champion, he is currently sitting in 6th, just having his fastest lap, and he is with his teammate Jim Drago. They are running 5th and 6th. Travis Wiley, who started off on pole, he finds himself in 4th position. But we were looking at that big gaggle of cars coming through. It is not until you get, Brian, all the way back to Maximilian Opolski in 17th position until you have something more than about 2.5 car lengths. That shows you, one, the strength of the draft here, but also the quality of the drivers to be able to essentially race through the windshields of the cars in front of them.
Absolutely. If you joined us late in the day yesterday, you heard Lauren Brawlier join us on the broadcast here to talk about her experience in this race, and also about what it's like to drive a Mazda around here, because there's some Mazdas in some other groups here. She's running right now 34th position, really having a good day there, and just a big shout out to her. She was great to have in the booth with us yesterday. As we get back to our action here comes the crowd through turn 17. I will say, though, that McTudis has opened up a 0.2 of a second lead over Tyler Gonzalez. That doesn't sound like a whole lot, but that can turn into a second pretty quickly here. And Gonzalez now, it's actually at an 0.8 of a second lead across the line. And so McTudis is pulling away slightly from the second place car. Then we've got that 9.8 second gap back to Tyler Quantz in 3rd place here. And Tyler Quantz actually looked for a minute like he was opening up a little lead on that pack, but now the pack has wheeled him back in.
Yeah, Brian, and I apologize. I've been trying to listen into the race net, and it has been quite hectic around the corners with drivers dropping wheels, getting dirt, what have you. You can see here as we watch cars coming through turn 5, you can see as we have been, we've had some...
oh, wow, a big wiggle there on that pink car, almost sideways coming out of 5, and a fantastic save. I will try to get a car number on that. That was at the moment, that's the save of the day.
Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah, and didn't have it in camera view. Brian Stewart McAleer, driver of the number 43 machine. He started 16th. He is now back into 41st position. He came through turn 17 that last lap, impacted the wall. Drivers left, bounced off, spun the car. Maybe talking about the resilience of these Mazda Miatas.
Drove right off.
He continues.
Yep. May not be as straight as it was, might not drive as fast as it did, but it's still going. There's your leaders. Now it looks like Gonzalez has been able to catch back up to the back bumper of McTudis. For a second there, I thought McTudis was going to start to drive away with this thing, but it does look like Gonzalez has bridged that little tiny 0.8 of a second gap, which is good news for him. Maybe not such good news for McTudis, but that's the way we go here as we're working lap number 5 here of 14, and that's what we're getting to today. 14-lap races here at Sebring International Raceway.
But, this is absolutely amazing, Brian, as we watch here where McTudis now, McTudis and Gonzalez, I mean, this is, I don't want to say unheard of as they come through turn 17, but almost a 10-second advantage over the rest of a very strong Spec Miata field filled with many former national champions and even a current national champion in the field. But great exhibition right now by Gonzalez, who just turned in his fastest lap of the race. All right, so let's do this, Brian. Let's quickly make a call to the grid for what should be our final race before lunch, race group number 4. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT light, and B-Spec. Please start heading to the grid. Race group 4, small bore, please head to the grid.
And of course, as we do that, we have a new leader. Tyler Gonzalez takes over the lead from Charles McTudis. That happened on the last lap, and we will keep an eye out. There it is. There's Gonzalez and McTudis' first lead change in the race. It comes on either at the end of lap 5 or the start of lap 6 here. And a whole bunch of cars side by side going into 7 there as well. That's probably a battle for about 8th place right there, maybe 10th place. But side-by-side battles everywhere. All you have to do is blink, and there's a side-by-side battle. So Now it's to see. Now this is interesting because now McTutis will get a chance to follow Gonzalez for a few laps, and they will work out in their own minds who's faster where, and all of that will be logged into their data of their brain, so that when they come to the final 2 or 3 laps of this race, each one of them will formulate a plan, and then we'll figure out which one of their plans formulated was the best. So McTutis puts a little left wheel off there at the exit of that turn. So he is definitely hustling to try to keep in touch with Tyler Gonzalez.
All right, Brian, real quick, we've got a local caution here on the start stand. It appears that we've got a car stopped on the front straight, heading down towards turn 1, prior to the turn 1 station.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, and there he is. And he's pretty much out of the way there.
That's actually a fairly safe location. I don't know if the stewards will want to leave it there for 7 laps or 8 laps. My guess is that they won't. But the problem is to get that car on the other side, there's not enough. That's actually a pretty big gap that we're seeing there. Maybe they'd be able to pull it hot. But my suspicion is they might throw a full course. It won't take long to clear it.
He's actually in a good position there, Brian, because what happens, if you take a look, the wall actually cuts out just past where he is. So he's actually protected by the concrete right there. But as our leaders, now Gonzalez and McTutis, start heading down towards turn 1, that is an area where they can't pass. And it's interesting. I'm sure at this point they've probably seen in the corners of their eyes where that car is, but they see that local caution at the starter stand and don't see an incident ahead of them.
Sure. So it may be that they try to get that driver out of the car and over the wall there, and leave it till the end of the race. We'll keep an eye on that and see what's happening. If they do have to go full course yellow, it'll be a really quick pick and go, I think, to get that car out of there. But nothing yet. We'll just keep racing. And until that happens, right now your leader continues to be Tyler Gonzalez. Charles McTutis is still sticking there pretty close, 0.1 seconds at the line, the gap there. Those 2 cars, though, however, have gapped the second place car by 10.6 seconds. So we're in a situation now where, unless there's a huge problem with Gonzalez or McTutis, they're far enough ahead of the field where they can continue. Side-by-side action, a little contact there. Not a big deal. Both cars looks like they're able to continue there. But these 2 cars now looks like they're far enough ahead where if they just mind their P's and Q's, they'll be able to go through the next 7 laps, get to the finish line, and then have a 2-lap race to the finish here. This is a good time at the halfway point. We're going to take our break. When we come back from break, we'll have the full coverage right till the finish. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Sebring International Raceway.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
Want to get out on the track but not quite ready to dive into wheel-to-wheel action you're seeing this weekend? Check out Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, the one-day, low-pressure, fun-with-your-street-car events at more than 30 racetracks across the country. It's where you can go as fast as you want, learn from stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more. And Greg, they're having track nights right here at Sebring. So
Yes,
if you want to come out and drive this track with your street car, go to tracknightinamerica.com.
All right, so we're back here at Sebring International Raceway for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Right now, we're in the thick of it with a 14-lap or 35-minute race, whichever comes first, for Spec Miata, where we had 86 cars take the green flag today. Brian, we got a little bit more info.
Hold on. Oh, we had a big red car come off. It'll come back into our Yeah, that's the car right there, right behind the black car. That was way off to the left there, coming out of the previous corner. It's collected himself and moved on. Okay, continue.
All right, I was just going to say, got some more, got a little word on the car that's on the front straight. That is the 118 car of Humberto Parada out of North Palm Beach, Florida. He's got a differential issue. He's likely going to either be there till the very end of the race, or they'll have to send somebody out to tow him out of there.
Yeah, I think if they haven't decided to tow him yet, they probably won't.
They're going to leave him
there.
Exactly.
And so they'll just leave that standing yellow at the start stand and leave him on the track and let us go green. Not so bad on a 3.7-mile track. Oh, we've got another car off now on the exit of the chicane. That car looks like it just had a moment and is able to build their character from that moment. Oh, they're going out to get that car. So the white flag is out, coming out of 17. That white flag means that there's a slow-moving emergency vehicle on the course. They're going to come down, and we'll catch that car on the start-finish line, those emergency vehicles, here in just a second. They're going to go and snatch that car. Now, the question for me is going to be, are they going to be able to do this with just a local yellow? It looks like that may be what they're trying to do. But I want to... It'll be very, very... These guys are really good.
Yes, they are.
These emergency guys are really good. They're going to have to find a hole in the action to pull that car to safety. We'll watch it all happen here in just a few minutes. Tyler Gonzalez continues to be our race leader. Charles Victutis is in second. 0.1 second. That's basically nose to tail. Right. Then Evan Gouliard is made up a little on those guys. He has only 9.7 seconds back.
Yeah, and remember, Gouliard, who started fourth today, he had fallen all the way back to 11th position after that first lap, so he has managed to work his way back up there. He's got Jim Drago right behind him in fourth, a two-time national champion. So two national champions right there, and the reigning national champ sitting in sixth. So they're all starting to move their way forward. The problem is, well, never mind the fact that they've got still about 9.5 seconds, Brian, to our two leaders. That group and that group there, I think they're all battling it out right now and using their normal strategy essentially for third place rather than the win there, as we see them coming through turn 10. And you see there Nate Cicero, Danny Stain in that first group, then a little bit of a gap, actually staying with the second group there, Jeremy Fletcher, Rowan Gill, Noah Harmon, and Tom Annunziata. And Annunziata with a third group with Trace Hans and Preston Pardis, who was our outside pole sitter today. And again, Annunziata had worked his way all the way up into third position. He now finds himself 10 spots back from there in 13th.
Absolutely. And if you're here at the racetrack, and there's never a dull moment here during this race. There's cars everywhere, lots of side-by-side action. Racing back, if you even go back to deep into the field, there's 2-3 seconds where there's like 25 cars within 2 seconds of each other, all the way back. And if you also look back, it looks as though we've got an 80-plus car field, and I still believe there's 70 cars on the lead lap, Greg. It's just nuts.
Yeah. I mean, this is typical Spec Miata racing.
There are 72 cars still on the lead lap. That is just crazy balls.
Yeah, and if we were, let's for a moment go and discount the top three drivers. Let's go from fourth back. We have from fourth back to 13th, all the way within 1 second of one another.
Unreal.
I mean, just absolutely unreal. And there are packs like that throughout the field here.
Absolutely.
Another great battle that's been going on that I've been watching. This is the battle for 19th with Rick Segrini, Drake Kemper, Matt Fosnock, who's put some time in on the another MX5 series. Boris said Todd Burris, who's the 2019 national champion, he's in that group as well. And you can see here as they're coming through here right now, we're watching that second pack. And we had with Wiley, with Rooney, Cabrera, Cicero, Danny Stain, and Jim Drago. But there are packs like that all the way littered around this racetrack right now.
And I'm going to look again when we get back on the front straight here, but I believe that the amazing Sebring safety crew just did a hot pull while we weren't even looking, and that car is no longer there.
Caution flag is down.
It is.
At start.
They were so good, I didn't even notice it was happening.
Yeah.
So let's give a little golfer clap to the Sebring safety crew for pulling that car out and giving us basically full course green now, which will be for the next 3.5 laps as we get to the finish. And Gonzalez and McTudis now 0.084 seconds. You can't put this piece of paper between these two cars.
No, that essentially means one of them is actually embedded in the bumper of the car ahead.
Now I know these cars never bump draft, right?
No, never. So Brian, one of the things and why these racers are so close. So one of the initiatives that Jim Drago, former national champion, created last year was a tire marking
that's
program.
Absolutely right. Yep.
Okay, and so when the drivers show up at Sebring, they can run the test day, but when they go out for qualifying the very first time here at Sebring on Friday morning, when they come back, every driver has to come back to impound. All 4 of their tires will be marked. They have to use those 4 tires for the entire rest of the weekend. There are some exceptions. If somebody has a damaged tire, if somebody badly flat spots a tire, they can swap out tires, but they can't swap out for brand new sticker tires.
Right.
They have to use a used tire. And so theoretically, as opposed to drivers showing up for this afternoon's, for today's races, they might have in years past and put brand new rubber on the car, and maybe some of the folks who couldn't afford an extra set of Hoosier SM75s were running the same tires that they've been running all weekend. Now everybody is running a tire that is 4 days and 4 sessions old.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be really interesting. I don't think we have time to look at it right now, but we'll do this and then we'll maybe talk about it again when we get to COTA. To look at the lap times for qualifying 1, well, maybe not, because that was in the wet.
It was damp.
But maybe the lap times for qualifying 2 and today, and see what the difference is on 2 qualifying old tires versus stickers at the start of the weekend. But I will tell you, the system that they're using has not done anything to dampen the show. They're all putting on a great show, and it has been just a ton of fun to watch as we get now to two laps to go pretty quickly here. And we are just zooming right along, zooming along here with the Spec Miata class.
Well, Brian, if you want to know how the tire marking strategy is working,
right?
Coming into today's weekend, Danny Stain was your track record holder.
Hold on a second. We got a car off here on the inside of turn 5. That's car number 03. It looks like to me. Let me see. You keep talking. I'll figure out who 03 is.
Yeah, and I'll get that number right now for you. It is indeed. You got great eyes, Brian. It is the 03 machine that
Chase
just
McIntyre. Chase McIntyre, car number 03. He has gotten back on the track, though, but that was your car there, that blue car.
That's right. So our fastest lap today so far is let's say our track record coming into today was set 2 years ago on the Super Tour by Danny Stain, a 2:34.075. If you want to know how these tires hold up after 4 sessions or 3 sessions in 2 days, Axel Cabrera, track record 2:33.954. Your fastest racer on course, and also about a tenth faster than the track record on 2-day-old tires.
There you go. Nicole Cooper, Q1 was more than damp. Yeah, Nicole, you're right. It feels like Q1 was like a month ago. So it's been a great weekend of broadcasting, and sometimes I get brain fog. So I appreciate it, Nicole, for correcting me there. You're absolutely correct. It was more than damp. All right, here comes your leaders now going through. Oh, lost my leaders now. Here comes the big pack through turn 1, and there you go. There's no race car there. Now we're back to our leaders coming through turn 5. That is Tyler Gonzalez with Charles McTudis having relations with his back bumper there. And it is going to be close here as we get into the final lap and a half. We're working lap 12, which means next time by we'll have 2 to go here. And we're definitely going to get in on the time, no question. So we'll get our full 14 minutes in here. But Tyler Gonzalez trying to hold off Charles McTudis. Charles McTudis just sitting back there going, okay, when is my time? When is the right time to make this move? If you were Charles McTudis, Greg, where would you be? What lap and what corner?
Well, you know, if it were me, I would be making the move probably into. I'd probably draft as long as I could through 17.
Got it.
Obviously, what the other possibility might be into turn 10.
Okay.
To lead here out onto the Flying Fortress Straight we're watching right now. Quick little note here: Nick Bruni has made his way around Travis Wiley, so put our reigning national champion Nick Bruni up into 4th position overall. Bruni started at 9th today, so good run for him. Danny Stain started 25th. He is now up into 7th position. So that is, I can't do math. What is that, 12 positions?
Neither can I.
Or 12 positions, 18 positions. So great run so far. And he's right on the back of Cabrera.
Car 169 deep in the grass here.
Over at turn 10.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of turf.
That's Drake Kemper.
Torn up there.
Who is, Drake Kemper was running 19th, obviously. When this lap completes, that's not where he's going to be, as we've had a number of drivers pass him there, but looks like he's gotten that car back underway.
Shout out Jose Olfe, Mike Moran, Peter Saddington, Antonio Abram, Charlie Kramer, Cooper Lilly, all watching and commenting in the chat. Thank you for being with us. When we go through the whole field right here as we do the overall rundown at the end, oh wow, there's a possible pass for the lead going under the start stand. Let's see what happens when they come to turn 2 here, or turn 1 here. That's McTudis with the black and the yellow car getting past Tyler Gonzalez here as they hum down now towards turn 3. I guess they're not going to wait till the final lap. Here they come again. Oh, a big amount of smoke off to the left. I'm not quite sure how far that goes. That car went. Was that McTudis?
Yeah, I think that was McTudis dropping wheels through turn 2, kind of straight lining the corner there to maintain that position over Gonzalez. I mean, if there isn't dirt and dust flying through the air and sand over at the apex of that tiny apex of turn 2, something's wrong. But they're making their way now down towards turn 7.
And was that a lap too early, Greg? It feels to me like that might have been a lap too early.
Well, you know, McTudis was able to hold off Gonzalez for early on in the race. You know, he's just going to have to play defensive right now because we are on the penultimate lap. We are on lap number 13. Next time by, the drivers, they will get that white lap, or white flag lap.
Right. Here they come here. Now they've got some traffic, too, that they're going to have to deal with on this final lap and a half. Charles Kramer asked, question for the host, what's the most exciting class to watch? Well, I am contractually obligated to say all of them are exciting.
That's right.
But I will tell you, you're not going to find much better than what you're watching right now. All right, we got about a lap and a half left in this race. There is McTudis still ahead of Gonzalez. Now they're working their way around a lap car. That car doing a nice job of moving over, but Gonzalez right on the back bumper of McTudis. Here they come again, going through the corners just before the chicane, and they are still nose to tail. This is by far from over, folks. I personally think that McTudis went a lap too soon. If I'm Tyler Gonzalez, I am right where I want to be, and I am not going to make a move until we get deep into this final lap. Here they come onto the back straight, nose to tail, one last back marker in the way. Once they get past that lap car, they're going to be able to have basically clear track right to the finish of this race.
And you can see there, Brian, coming out of the chicane, as Gonzalez as McTudis had adjusted his line to come out basically alongside that lap traffic. Gonzalez almost ran right up into the bumper, had to actually check up just a little bit, and as they come through turn 17 to start this lap, we find Gonzalez maybe as far back from our leader, McTudis, as he's been all race.
Yeah, it's about 2 car lengths here at the line. That was McTudis and then Gonzalez. As they come now down towards turn 1 with the white flag out, we've got a spinner into the wall at 17. Hopefully they don't have to go anything other than local yellow there. That's going to be possibly a local yellow right at the end on the last lap. We'll keep it all. It's not exciting. This is so boring, but we're going to try to tell you how it is. There is McTutis. There is Gonzalez through turn 3. About 10 corners to go. Now through turn 5, nose to tail, one more lap car. That car hopefully will get out of the way and let these guys through as they come down towards turn 7.
And you'll notice, Brian, also as things have tightened up a little bit and as we have some lap traffic here, Gonzalez has been able to eliminate that gap between he and McTutis. So he's there right back on the bumper as they come underneath the bridge going down towards the chicane. And they both work through a big brake lock up there from Gonzalez, though, Brian.
Absolutely. Great job by the red car getting out of the way as they come down towards turn 7. We've got 6 corners to go to decide round 2 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here from Sebring. Spec Miata. Gonzalez looks for, takes a peek out to see whether this is the time. It is not. He's not quite close enough, but he'll be there once we get to the chicane. Then it'll be the drag race down to 17, see who holds the cars through 17, and then possibly a drag race to the checkered flag.
And Brian, I've been checking the status at 17. I believe that local caution is down. So we should have green racing to the end here, which is going to open up another passing opportunity for Gonzalez as they come onto that Flying Fortune straight. McTutis, a little bit better run. Such a long straightaway here, and without a doubt, Gonzalez is right caught up in the draft of the number 66 machine.
All right, there are our leaders. Next time we see them, they'll be coming out of the chicane onto that back straight. Right now, it is McTutis. And then you've got Gonzalez. There they are. Gonzalez puts a wheel off there. That, my folks, may be the end of this race. Gonzalez still trying to get back to the back bumper of Charles McTutis before they get to turn 17. Once they get through turn 17, a lot of different lines that can be through there. We'll find out here in just a minute. Here comes your leaders into turn 17. McTutis has a big enough lead, putting that wheel off. Big damage to Gonzalez's chance to win this race. Through 17 cleanly. We'll see them now coming to our start-finish line. The checkered flag is into the hand of the starter. It's McTutis with a 1-car length lead, weaving back and forth to break the draft. Charles McTutis is your winner.
An amazing run, Brian, as Gonzalez, our winner from yesterday, comes home in 2nd position. Gonzalez, having started all the way back in 7th position, to work his way up and be in the position to win with the number 66 car. Coming home in 3rd is Elvin Goulart in the number 70 machine out of Shelton, Connecticut. Danny Stain, talk about a run, Brian. Danny Stain started 25th today. He finishes just off the podium in 4th. If he wasn't driving angry after the way yesterday started and ended so quickly, he showed it today. Travis Wiley in the number 177 car. He's going to finish 5th. Rowan Gill in the number 174 machine. Another great run for him. Rowan Gill, who started 26th. He works his way all the way up in the 6th position, Brian. Nick Bruni, our reigning national champion, he's going to have to be content with a 7th place finish. Jeremy Fletcher finishes 8th, Nate Cicero 9th, and Preston Pardis, who started off on the outside of the front row, encountered problems at the hairpin on lap number 1. He works his way back into the top 10, but that's where his march ends. He finishes 10th.
Greg, I got to tell you something. 80-plus cars, almost an hour of wheel-to-wheel racing, not a single full-course yellow caused by contact.
That's it. Great racing from all of our SCCA racers. We've been now through 3 different races. We've got 1 more race before lunch. Let's quickly, Brian, make a call to the grid for that next group, and then we're going to take a quick break as we get set up, and we'll bring more action here. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 4. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT light, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 4, please head to the grid. And so, Brian, an amazing Spec Miata race here. 80-plus cars deep in the field. And next up, I expect more of the same. We're going to have our production cars, production, and also a little bit smaller field than Spec Miata, but very similar racing that we're going to see from B-Spec. So I want everybody to stick with us on SCCA official YouTube channel, on the SCCA Facebook page, and of course at scca.com/live. We'll be right back here from Sebring for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27-car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. And you can now enjoy live streaming coverage of the Hoosier Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your home. For those details and more, go to scca.com/live. All right, we're ready for our last race before lunch. This is our F Production, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Lights, and B-Spec. This was a great race yesterday. We are expecting it to be a great race again today.
Yeah, you know, Brian, and especially that B-Spec race yesterday. Frank Schwartz ran away. Well, we'll talk about this in just a moment, but it turned out to be a great race. Let's do this. Let's run down our starting order. We had 30 drivers qualify. We're going to have what's known as a split start. Basically, our production GT Light cars, they're going to start together, and then a little bit further back is going to be our 7-car B-Spec field. Let's start off with that B-Spec field, and then we'll move forward. Starting 7th in B-Spec, driving a Mini Cooper and hailing from Marietta, Georgia, Lee Davis. Luke Russell is driving a 2015 Honda Fit. He's from Fort Myers, Florida. He starts 6th in class in the number 75 machine. Kent Carter is going to be driving the number 92 not Honda Fit. He drove a Honda Fit for many years. He's driving a Mazda 2 now. He's out of Houston, Texas, and he'll start 5th. Stephanie Anderson, also in a Mazda 2 from Racine, Wisconsin. She's going to start 4th in class in the number 138 car. Clay Keel, also driving a Mazda 2. He's from Plant City, Florida, starts 3rd in the number 34 car. Tom Pendergrass from Rancho Santa Margarita, California. He's got a Mini Cooper, and he starts 2nd in B-Spec in the number 156 car. And then your winner yesterday and pole sitter today, driving the number 27 Mini Cooper from Davisburg, Michigan, it's Frank Schwartz. I might also add Schwartz reset the track record yesterday in B-Spec. Let's now move over to the first group, our production GT Light cars. Yuri Kolatzos driving the number 77 machine. That is a Mazda RX-7. He's going to start 23rd. Starting 22nd in the number 133 E-Production Mazda MX-5 Global Cup car, it's Brian Heitman. Starting 21st, driving the number 98 H-Production Austin Healey Sprite from Moore, South Carolina, it's Michael Miller. John Bells from Lake Mary, Florida. He's going to be driving the number 162 E-Production Mazda RX-7. David Blaine from Trent Woods, North Carolina is going to be driving the GT Light Mazda Miata. He starts 19th. Starting 18th overall, 3rd in H Production, driving the number 59 Honda CRX in Greenfield, Massachusetts, Stephanie Funk. Charles Guest is going to be starting 17th, driving the number 5 Austin Healey Sprite. That's an H Production car. And then we've got starting 16th, driving the number 25 Mazda Miata. It's an F Production car from St. Louis, Missouri, Mark Weber. Stephen Clark, driving the number 13 Mazda Miata. That's an F Production machine. He is going to be starting 15th overall. Chris Copley, driving the number 03 British Leyland Mini from Easton, Connecticut, starts 3rd in GT Light and 14th overall. Don Ahrens will start 4th in F Production, 13th overall, driving the number 61 Mazda Miata. Mike Ogren is our pole sitter in H Production. Took the win yesterday in the number 199 Volkswagen Scirocco. He starts 12th overall. Richard Gallup in the number 151 F Production Mazda Miata starts 11th, starting 10th in the number 114 E Production BMW 325i. We've got Matt Fritz out of Orlando, Florida. Bountiful, Utah is where Joe Rainey calls home. He's starting 9th overall in the number 24 E Production Mazda MX-5. Sean Segis is starting 8th overall in the number 148 E-Production Mazda RX-7. He hails from Jacksonville, Florida. And Melbourne, Florida's Louis Bastani will start 7th overall, 3rd in E-Production, driving the number 11 Mazda Miata. Don Tucker is starting 2nd in E-Production. He's driving the number 8 Mazda Miata, and he will start 6th today. Doug Piner is your E-Production pole sitter. He's driving that bright green 06 BMW Z3s from Hempstead, North Carolina. All right, Michael Kamalian will start 4th in the number 99 F-Production Mazda Miata. Paul Mavoli starting 3rd today in the number 15 GT Light Nissan Sentra, and your front row driving the number 14 1997 Nissan 200 SX GT Light machine, it's Charles Leonard. And your pole sitter driving his 1995 Acura Integra from Sebring, Florida, it's Ken Kennard.
All right, and that is the guys up front in these production car classes are the guys who were up front at the end of the race yesterday too. So it'll be interesting to see how things play out here. There are our cars going through turn 17. The pace car will come off the racetrack here, and we will get a green flag as we come through here. There they are, 3 wide about for second place at the moment. We'll see them now in a second as they head down to turn 1. Again, look at those cars fanned out. Looks like 5 wide at some points there. This is one of those racetracks you could actually do that and get away with it. We always look for a little tire dust here is see if anybody comes off at the exit of a 1, and they didn't. Now they are coming through turn 3 for the first time. A little bit of brake smoke there, but not a big deal.
All right, Brian.
Further back in the pack, and now we should be able to see our B-Spec cars come across the line for the first time. There is our split start there. Great job to Joseph in the booth tickling the buttons for us here to see all that kind of stuff. Those cars will now come through turn 1 for the first time.
And you can see there side by side with Frank Schwartz jumping ahead of Kent Carter to go down to turn 1 yesterday. Schwartz had an amazing start, Brian. He opened up almost a 10-second lead in just the first 3 laps, which is almost unheard of in B-Spec. But the other 6 cars behind him, they were locked nose to tail for almost that entire race. Kent Carter finding his way when he started the last lap, started 4th, was running 4th on the last lap, finished in 2nd ahead of that entire pack. Great run for those drivers, and I'm getting word that we may have some on board from one of our B-Spec cars today, so we can see exactly what that battling is like, as we see that Frank Schwartz has already opened up a nice little gap.
All right, there's our cars there in B-Spec heading toward through turn 7. Now we're going to pick up our production car field again as they head into this section of the racetrack. All single file, starting to spread out just a little bit. This is a very wide variety of makes and models here as they head down towards the chicane to complete our first race lap. So we don't hear any calls from the corners unless there's a big problem on the first race lap. So if there was anything, we'll start to hear about it once they come across the line.
You mean like the emergency call I heard Spec Miata going into the chicane?
Oh, I did not hear that.
Oh, no, actually at the hairpin, it turned 7 on the first lap. But,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, exactly. So if there were any problems on this first lap, we'll get to hear them in just a few minutes here. Here comes the B-Spec cars now. They all look like they're playing like good boys and girls there.
All right, Brian, and so as we have our leaders coming and completing lap number 1, we're seeing the same thing that we saw yesterday. Ken Kennard, our pole sitter today, running in F production. He's in an Acura Integra that he just started racing last season. He had been running for many years in a Mazda Miata. This is a car that Mark Carpenter took to 2 national championships. Rick Harris,
big spin here.
And that is Ken Kennard, Brian. As I was speaking about, Kennard puts that car around over at turn 3.
That's going to drop him back at least 2 positions, maybe 3 before it's all said and done. We'll have a new race leader here. Yeah, he lost, that's going to be 5 positions. We'll see how many of those he can start to catch up. That's him in the orange car there on the left, trying to get himself pulled together. He's got a Mazda Miata right on the inside there with that white roll hoop as they get under the bridge here. They'll come through here again. There is the Ken Kennard car on the left-hand side getting into position to make that turn into turn 7.
Yeah, and so what that's done, Brian, is that's moved both of our GT Light, or 2 of our GT Light drivers. They had an amazing battle yesterday. Paul Mavoli and Charles Leonard. Mavoli, the lead car in that number 15 Nissan Sentra. Charles Leonard in the 14, the Nissan 200 SX right behind. Yesterday, margin of victory for Paul Mavoli in GT Light, who finished 2nd overall, to Ken Kennard, was 36/100ths of a second, and they were battling it out pretty much from the start of the race to the end. I believe they're also paddock mates as well, so they got to carry on that battle after the race was over as well.
And I hate to say it, but I'll say it again. Frank Schwartz pulling away again in B-Spec.
Yeah.
He's already opened up a several car length lead. It was rather significant. He's in the silver car once we get the pick back up and see that again. But yeah, pretty amazing how he's able to do that here very early in this race.
Yeah, and so I think I alluded to Schwartz taking the track record yesterday.
Right.
In B-Spec. David Doherty, multi-time national champion, had the track record coming into the weekend at a 2:44.114. And actually, I've just got word, Brian, that we're going to have 5 races before lunch. Yep, we're actually going to run a 5th race before lunch.
I'm hungry.
So, yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
so the big bore race will be before lunch. We'll let everybody know about that. But Frank Schwartz, I mentioned, came into the day looking for that track record in B-Spec that multi-time national champion David Doherty had at a 2:44.144. Schwartz yesterday in that run to the checkered flag at 2:43.647. So he took a big chunk out of it in cars that are very closely matched.
We probably should take a second and make that call then for
yeah,
those.
I think we should.
Give them a little bit of a warning. I'm sure they've talked to all those folks already, but let's make a call to the grid for those folks.
Indeed. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Race group number 5. That is Big Bore. We want to make sure that your race, you know that your race is before lunch. Race group number 5, Big Bore, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, T1, and American sedan drivers. Your race is before lunch. Race group number 5, your race is next. If you want to start making your way to the grid, you can do so now. Race group 5, Big Bore, please start heading to the grid.
So, here's our in-car camera. This is Kent Carter, car number 92. Right now in B-Spec, he is running, and as I scroll down here...
He's running, I believe
he's running 5th, I believe, in car. So right in front of him, that's Luke Russell as they come down out of turn 1. That's turn 1 that we're going through right here. And so there's your 3rd, 4th, and 5th place cars right in front in order there. And what a great camera from that Kent Carter number 92 car. Back to it here. This is the car, and we want to remind people who are watching from home, might be coming to one of our Super Tour races down the road. If you want an in-car and want to be on the broadcast like this, we can point you in the right direction to make that happen. So get in touch with us for that. And anybody who already broadcasts their in-car live, if you get us the info, we can work that into the broadcast. Such good camera.
Yeah, and
My
look
God.
at this. And is Carter going to make it 3 wide going down into the hairpin? No. Again, you mentioned we've got Luke Russell there. Clay Keel is in that orange and blue number 34 machine.
A little side-by-side action, a little argy-bargy.
That's right. We'll see if they can almost look like he's ready to peel that thing off like a like a tangerine, Brian.
That's right. Exactly. We might need to
might need to boil it and peel it. Yeah.
We might need to remind the drivers that with all this live coverage that the stewards can watch this too.
Yeah, that is true. and actually, we've gotten word that some of them may be in their off sessions watching this. But great side-by-side action there between Luke Russell, Clay Keel with Kent Carter. And again, great racing from Carter yesterday as he worked his way. He was in a battle just like this, and he worked his way up from 4th into 2nd place on the very last lap.
Well, and there's a change of position. Russell's now in front of Clay Keel, and now Carter's trying to make that move as well to get past Clay Keel here. And we'll see how that works. So that's Keel in the 75 car right in front. That's a Honda Fit in front. Ken Carter is in a Mazda 2, and the Luke Russell car is also, or the Clay Keel car, also a Mazda 2. So interesting to see those cameras. Quick point I wanted to make about the spin up at the front at the start of the race by Ken Kennard.
Yeah.
We're multi-class racing, so while, oh my gosh, the leader is spun well, he hasn't lost a single position in his class,
right.
And that's really all we care about. So he continues, and he's still the leader in F production. The GT light cars that were behind him were not racing against him for class. So it is really kind of cool that, not cool, but good to point out that while that was a mistake, it really cost him nothing.
Yeah, exactly. As we still have now Don Arendt in his Mazda Miata, Stephen Clark in his Mazda Miata. They're running 7th and 8th and 9th overall. And Kennard, we saw the obvious pace that Kennard has when he got that car back underway. And he was able to recover very, very quickly. Was able to work past Don Tucker, and then Doug Piner the 06 BMW, that bright green BMW that I think we can see from about 50 miles above the circuit here. Piner was able to hold off Kennard for only about 3 corners, but Piner is still your leader in E-Production, running 4th overall. Now, I wanted to mention on the start, and there we can see Piner coming out onto the Ullman Straight. Piner had gotten an amazing start, was able to motor past both of the GT Light cars, Mavoli and Leonard, and had even gotten around Ken Kennard, going around the outside. But what he found there on the very outside, where there wasn't a lot of rubber laid down, not a lot of grip, and had lost that pace coming into turn 3, and of course that spin by Kennard gave him a bit of an advantage there as we watch Piner now with Don Tucker. That actually is the battle for the battle for the lead in E-Production, Brian.
Pico's Bill, thanks for watching the live stream, and thank you for telling people to hit like and subscribe. We love to see that. We appreciate that. And of course, if you subscribe, hit that chime bell so every time we come on live, you'll know we're here. We're going to do this for 9 more weekends after this one. We're going to have all 20 rounds of the Super Tour live for you this year with this kind of coverage, and it'll just get better from race to race.
Yeah, so we were watching that battle for second in B-Spec earlier. This is the battle for the lead in E-Production, Brian,
okay,
with Doug Piner and Don Tucker. Piner in that bright green BMW Z3, Tucker in the Mazda Miata. And the one thing in having watched Doug Piner over the years, both in national racing, Super Tour racing, as well as regional racing, is that BMW seems to be a little bit more fragile, obviously, than the Mazda Miatas, I think. And so one of those things that he's going to need to be able to do is be able to manage this equipment over the course of the race.
Sure.
Here, the Miata also a little, I think maybe a little bit better balanced than the Z3. The Z3s have different front suspension, but a rear suspension based out of the old E30
sure,
BMW cars, maybe a little bit less advanced than the Miatas as well.
Oh, there's a problem. There's that BMW with a problem.
And there you go, Brian.
The announcer's curse. Thanks, Gregg Ginsberg. I'm sure he'll be up here to have a discussion with you later. But that is that BMW having some sort of a mechanical problem pulling over. Doug Piner just motors on for the lead here, and we'll have to find out what happened there. Also want to point out it's only 0.1 second difference between our GTL first place car and now our GTL second place car. That was the last time at the line, Paul Mavoli and Charles Leonard. So I'm sure we'll pick them up. Oh, big car going off, big off at the exit of turn 5, but they were able to collect it and bring it back together here. Back to our in-car camera with Kent Carter. This is the number 92 car in B-Spec. He is still having fun with those 2 cars in front of him. It is Luke Russell and now Thomas Pendergrass in front of him.
Yeah, and I think that might have been Lee Davis that took the agricultural route.
Sure.
Coming out of turn 5 in his Mini Cooper.
So now what you're seeing, the black 156 car right there, that is Thomas Pendergrass. He is a young driver who is out here having a great time. We actually had him as a guest on the Inside the SCCA podcast talking about how to go low-cost, low-budget racing, and B-Spec is one of the more low-budget racing options out here. Nothing's cheap, but when you want to go as low-budget as possible, B-Spec is a great option here. Here is Kent Carter, 92 now, putting a lot of pressure on Thomas Pendergrass, wanting to move into second place. It is going to be tough to, well, unless Frank Schwartz has a problem catching him, probably isn't going to happen today. But this is your race for the podium right here. Your second place car is the number 156 car. That's Thomas Pendergrass right up front there. And then you've got Kent Carter here trying to pressure him as they come through this section here. This is the chicane right before the long back straight here. Nice swinging out wide, both cars, perfect line through there. And then you can see as we cut out to our wide camera, that's textbook. If you want to do it, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, now, so all the B-Spec cars for the past number of years have been running on a spec tire, on a 15-inch hand-cooked DOT tire, all the same size. And there's a maximum width to the wheels. Now we see Kent Carter with a nice draft. These B-Spec cars, they're not very wide, but they are very tall. They do put a big hole in the air, and a great side-by-side battle as we watch here now coming through 17.
Absolutely, absolutely. So here's going to be the drag race down to turn 1 again. It does look like that Pendergrass was able to get a nice little run there and open up about a half a car length lead over the car behind, which of course is Kent Carter. Now we'll see if Kent Carter can draft up to the back bumper and make a move here, go through turn 1. He certainly looks like he's in position, but it also does look like that he's decided that discretion is the better part of valor here. They've got a lot of laps left in this race. We're running, just started lap 7 of 14 here, and we're just keeping things moving here. Our leaders are still Paul Mavoli and Charles Leonard. Last time through the line, it was 0.1 between those two cars. Ken Kennard recovered from his first lap spin to retain first place in F production. Then we had a little E production battle, and that was going to be Doug Piner was your leader at E production.
Well, and he had the retirement coming out of turn 13.
Exactly. So now we've got Don Tucker as our race leader. So much going on. Sometimes it's even hard to keep track of it.
Yeah, and so in H production, Mike Ogren in the 87 Scirocco, once again for the second day in a row, has opened up a tremendous lead, over 20 seconds to Charles Guest and Stephanie Funk. And I wanted to make a quick correction. I got a message from the Ogren family yesterday afternoon. When you have a Michael and a Mike Ogren, sometimes you have a little bit of confusion. I'm a longtime IT racer. Michael Ogren, longtime IT racer, and Mike is his son, and is the tire engineer. Most of the information I mentioned about Mike was absolutely correct, but in judging timelines, Michael would not have been in a position to talk about 100 and 200 treadwear tires in IT 20 years ago.
That's probably true. That's probably true. Good point. Good point. All right, there's our B-Spec battle for second place again. Frank Schwartz has opened up a fairly big lead in B-Spec, so he's kind of checked out, which is exactly what he did yesterday as well. So we're watching this B-Spec battle for second place. Going back to the front of the pack, it's still about 1/10 of a second between first and second place, the Paul Mavoli and Charles Leonard battle. Then Ken Kennard is your F production leader. He's got a fairly large gap over the second place car in F production. Then we've got our E production battle. Don Tucker is about 4 seconds ahead of Luis Busante. So lots of stuff going on here, no matter where. It's not an 80-car race, but even with the smaller fields, there's still a lot to watch.
Yeah, but Brian, here's something that's going to be very interesting is we've got that great GT Light battle between Mavoli and Leonard. They are now coming up onto the back of our B-Spec field that have been going 2 and 3 wide. Not only that, we can also see Ken Kennard in with that battle, as well as Kennard has now made up a ton of ground on both of the GT Light cars. He's only about 4 car lengths off the back of Charlie Leonard here, so that may complicate things. You can see the blue flag being given to our B-Spec racers to let them know that these faster cars are coming through. But as opposed to Formula One, a blue flag, that is, and we're on board right now again with Ken Carter, that blue flag, it is an informational flag to let you know that faster cars may be coming. You are not under any kind of obligation, if you are in the middle of a battle for class, to get out of the way because the faster cars are coming through. They have to find a way to work their way through safely. Well,
here you saw a perfect example on our in-car camera. That Nissan did not have as good a luck going through that lap traffic. Charles Leonard was held up several corners. Paul Mavoli made it through very clearly, and you saw that on the in-cart, and it was able to pull away. I'm going to guess that by the time they come to the line, Paul Mavoli's going to have a 2+, maybe even 3-second lead over that second-place car, that Nissan of Charles Leonard, and now Ken Kennard's going to have to get through that group as well.
Well, it looks like Kennard has actually put himself right now between
the two. Yeah, I was just seeing that.
Cars, yeah,
absolutely. So this is a perfect example, and the B-Spec cars did nothing wrong. they're all battling for podium positions. They have to pay attention to their own race, and it's the job of the cars coming through to find a way to get around them safely. These wasn't like these were a group of cars, not racing for anything important. These are important positions, and even 6th and 7th place in B-Spec is important if you're trying to get points to go to the runoffs.
All right, and I've just got word from our flaggers. It sounds like Stephanie Anderson, driver of the number 138 B-Spec Mazda 2, may have pulled her car off over at the cutoff road by turn 10.
Right.
And it looks like the session is over. They're going to be sending a flat tow out to get her at the end.
All right, let's take a break. We're just past halfway here. We want to get the end of the race full without any interruptions. So let's take this break right now. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Sebring International Raceway.
Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you? Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at EnjoyMazda.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
We are at Sebring International Raceway. If you didn't know, if you're tuning in and didn't realize it, we're at Sebring International Raceway. This is the second round of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Brian Bielanski. My good friend Gregg Ginsberg sitting here next to me all weekend. Hasn't punched me once, so that's a good sign.
Well, and it's reciprocal. You haven't punched me once either.
We're watching some fast and furious action here in our small bore sedan race. These are our production cars, EFH production, GT Lights, and B-Spec. Our leader right now, back up to the front, Ken Kennard in the F production car. He took over the lead while we were at break. Paul Mavoli is in second, and then Charles Leonard is in third. Now, Charles Leonard was right up on the back bumper of Paul Mavoli until they had to deal with some lap traffic, and now he's 3 seconds back from the GT Lights leader. And we've got, what is it now, 4 laps to go here at Sebring.
All right, so yesterday we had Eric Prill in the booth here with us talking about the production car racing, and he, of course, because he is all things all-knowing about F production racing, being a multi-time national champion, had pointed out almost immediately that Ken Kennard had broken the F production record here at Sebring, resetting the time down to a 2:26.500. Well, Ken Kennard has done it once again. New track record as he has worked his way back into the lead. He's just set the fastest lap of the race of any driver at a 2:26.326. So that is a new F production track record.
It is just crazy how that's all going on here, and we have got, like I said, it looks like we're working lap 10. So next time by, we'll have 3 to go here in our our production and B-Spec and GT Light race. And then we're also, if you've been following the schedule, we've bumped up race number 5 here It's going to be immediately following this race. So if you're looking to watch the Big Bore race, we've moved it up on the schedule before lunch. And that is one of the things that we're doing here, so keep an eye on that. All right, wow, so much going on. Ken Kennard's our race leader, Paul Mavoli second, Charles Leonard third. Looking at our e-production leaders, it's going to be Don Tucker, Luis Busante, and Sean Segassi. And then our GT Lights third place cars, Chris Copley. Now going down to F production, Richard Gallup is your race leader, Stephen Clark third, Mark Webber, Stephen Clark second. Wait a second, hold on a second. Yes, F production second place is Richard Gallup, a good bit back from our leader, 51 seconds. Third place, Stephen Clark. Fourth place, Mark Webber, and then Donald Ahrens. Yeah. Your H production leader is Mike Ogren, followed by Charles Guest. Stephanie Funk having a good run after some problems in Homestead. She said she was having some...
Well, she was having some transmission
issues yesterday
that she doesn't think were associated with the issues at Homestead. They were associated with the bouncing and the bumpy nature of Sebring International Raceway.
She came up to talk to us yesterday, and it was funny. She said, yeah, I got done with this race session. I had to double check to see if all my fillings were still in my mouth. And I joked with her and said, yeah, you know what? I want to get the dentist to come out here and put a trailer in the paddock so we can do work between sessions. That bumpy out there.
That's right. Oh, so I was just talking about Ken Kennard pulling that track record.
Sure.
I want to thank the great folks in the chat who just let me know, because I didn't notice this, that during yesterday's Mike Ogren in his HP Scirocco ended up taking home the track record. Ron Bartel in his old MG midget, sometimes half a midget, sometimes a Sprite. Old track record was sent all the way back in 2017 here at the Super Tour, a 2:35.6. Mike Ogren yesterday, 9/10 faster than Bartel at a 2:34.728. That's the new track record. Not quite there yet today. But a good day all around for Mike Ogren yesterday.
Remind me next time we get to the camera on turn 7, I want to point something out. Oh, we've got a slow car here pulling off to the off the racing line. It looks like that car.
That's one of our RX-7s.
Yeah, definitely.
And it is the 77 machine. That is Yuri Kolatzos, the number 77 E-Production Mazda RX-7. He was running 14th overall. And in E-Production running 4th. Brian, they always say that they run fastest right before they break.
Oh.
Colossus had just set his fastest lap of the session.
Of course he has.
On the previous lap.
Of course he has. All right, it's, let's see here. We are working lap 11, so next time by there'll be there'll be 3 to go, 12, 15. Math's not my strong suit, of course, folks, even the simple stuff. Ken Kennard's our race leader. He has a big gap over his second place car in F production, almost a minute now. Your GT Lights leaders are Paul Mavoli and Charles Leonard. Then we are our E production leaders are Don Tucker, Luis Busante, and Sean Segassi.
I'll go with yours, but it's Bustani, by the way.
Bustani.
Yes.
I don't know what I said, but that sounds good. F production, your second, third, fourth place cars, Gallup, Weber, and Clark. H production race leader right now, Mike Ogren, and followed by Charles Guest, and Stephanie Funk is in third. Michael Miller fourth, right there.
And I'm sure she'll be happy be able to tell us. Erin Ogren, don't know if she's a doting mother or a wife, but Erin is telling us that Mike Ogren holds both the short and long track records now here at Sebring, and she's got the little smiley face in the chat to let us know her how much she loves that. But great job, and thanks for joining us today, Erin.
Our production team right in the chat for us. Our associate producers right from the chat. We appreciate that. we should change that to the associate producer chat. Oh my gosh. All right. We're moving along. You can not only watch this on YouTube, if you're on Facebook and you want to share this with family and friends, we've got it live on the SCCA Inc. Facebook channel. So go to that and share it on your Facebook page. Get more people watching and pointing out your favorite drivers to them. That's a fantastic way to watch this as well.
Indeed, and we've had just in the last 2 days, almost 1,000 new subscribers to the SCCA official YouTube channel.
Nothing wrong with that.
That's the name, SCCA official.
Right.
Tell all your friends there, drive that, and certainly, of course, you can go back and very easily find all of the previous races from this year's Super Tour on YouTube, as well as the runoffs and the Inside the SCCA podcasts from the runoffs as well. Brian, let's take a look at this B-Spec race.
Right. This is the battle for second place in B-Spec. Right now, that lead car, Kent Carter, followed by Thomas Pendergrass, Clay Keel, and Luke Russell. Those 4 cars have been doing their thing literally lap after lap here for the entire race, and it's going to be really interesting to see. And they've got some faster cars coming up behind them. Hopefully they can all get past each other without interrupting anybody's race. But that is one thing when you have multi-class racing, especially when you have like a 4-class battle. You really hope when faster cars come through that they don't interrupt that battle. And the same thing for the faster cars coming through. They don't want the battle for B-Spec to interrupt their race either.
You know, Brian, I should have brought this up earlier. We were talking about Frank Schwartz resetting the track record yesterday in B-Spec. Early on in this race, and we're working lap 11 right now, but on lap number 4, Frank Schwartz ran a 242.1, knocking a second and a half off of the track record that he set here yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah, so absolutely flying out there as we see that B-Spec battle now getting separated out just a little bit as some of the F production field comes through. And
I do think that's, we've got car number 75 just drove off right in front of us.
And that,
that is Luke Russell.
Yeah, we were following Luke earlier.
Yeah, pulled his Honda Fit in. His day looks like it's done there. I'm not quite sure what the issue was for him, but that takes him out of contention for the podium. Now you've got basically Kent Carter, Thomas Pendergrass, and Clay Keel all racing for second and third place here in B-Spec.
All right, so Brian, this may be possibly the first race that ends. It's going to be very close, but this may be the first race that ends based on time rather than being based on laps, as we are now about 3.5 minutes remaining and 2 more laps to go. So it's going to be kind of tight. It all depends on where Ken Kennard is out on track.
Ken Kennard has started his second to last, so he's fast enough to come down before, to take the white flag here before they run out of time. So, and the white flag, by the way, is in the hand of the starter. I think we'll be okay to get all the laps in here. Still Kennard first, Mavoli second, and Leonard third. Of course, that's not terribly important for what we're doing here. What's important is that Kennard is first in class. It looks like we had a car go off.
No, that's Kennard.
Okay. That's Kennard. I was like, what are you pointing to?
Yeah, as we're watching now on the Ullman Straight here, we saw both Ken Kennard and Paul Mavoli come down, and they're coming towards turn 17 right now. Mavoli also a great beneficiary of traffic, Brian, as that very tight race that we saw yesterday between he and Charles Leonard dissipated after about 4 laps today, with Leonard now almost 15 seconds back, or probably about 6 seconds back from Mavoli. But we've got the white flag in the air, and it is now last lap here at Sebring for small board.
Last lap, lap 14. We're going to get this thing in here, folks. Kennard is the first to take that white flag, and waiting to see what the gap is between first and second in GT lights. Paul Mavoli is your leader, Charles Leonard second, but it looks like that gap is going to be significant enough where, it's a 32-second gap between first and second there. And it's actually, Don Tucker has taken the third place overall lead, so Charles Leonard's falling back. I'm not quite sure if he might even still be in the hunt at this moment.
Yeah, we'll have to see, and he has not crossed the stripe yet.
Right.
We'll have to see, and I have not heard anything over the race net as to whether or not he's pulled that car off.
And they go radio silent on the race net for the final lap.
Exactly.
So if he has pulled off, we would know it. But he is continuing to drop down the order. I am somewhat certain that Charles Leonard has had something big go wrong with the car. as he falls back into the field. If there was something really bad, they would go on the net. But if it's just a car disabled, they won't tell us until after the race is over. But he has dropped back now. Chris Copley has taken over the second place spot in GTL. And not too long, if he is out, David Blaine may be the recipient of the good luck here. I do see, yeah. I just saw a yellow flag standing. I don't know what that was, but that could be for the Charles Leonard car if it's off.
And we've got our leader now making his way through the chicane, Brian, here on that last lap. And as it has been since since lap 3, as Ken Kennard had some challenge on the very first lap. Ken Kennard all by himself now coming onto the back straight.
Absolutely.
And Don Tucker just ran his fastest lap of the race as your E-Production leader with that number 8 Mazda Miata. Louis Bastani almost 24 seconds in a rear. So it looks as though as long as Don Tucker can keep that machine moving, he's got a great finish to the weekend.
All right, here's your race leader coming through 17 for the last time. Also your F-Production class leader. This is Ken Kennard. Here he comes to the checkered flag. Ken Kennard for the second day in the row is going to win the overall and the F-Production win. Second place car is going to be Paul Mavoli. He'll be your GTL class winner. Not too long down the road here, we'll see Don Tucker probably. He will likely be your F-Production class winner. Here is Ken Carter. Ken Carter right now is your second place car in B-Spec, making his final lap here around Sebring for this weekend. Trying to hold off Clay Keel for second place here. Clay Keel still in position to make a move here if he can get close enough. This is probably our best battle on the track here as we get close to the finish line here. So this is Kent Carter. He is in second place right now. Right behind him is Clay Keel. We'll see if there's any move to be made here. Keel is still about a car length back. He's going to have to get a lot closer to that rear bumper here going into the final corner if this is going to be a chance here. I don't know if he has enough. Kent Carter is still good here coming through the chicane. Now onto that here's the chicane. I apologize. Once he gets through this corner here, this will be the big Ullman straight. As long as he has no issues here, it's a very long straight all the way down to turn 17, that big wide sweeper that you've seen all the time on the Sebring 12-hour. That's coming up here in just a moment. You can see him. I'm glad that we got the checker flag, but just before we cut to the checker flag, you can see Kent Carter in the top right corner looking at his rearview mirror, mirror.
Yes.
He is looking to see what's happening behind him. Look at it. He's not even looking.
Well, he better start looking forward as he's coming through that final corner.
That's right. So now as he comes on the corner, watch it. He'll get back up into his mirror. There he is, looking at the mirror there.
Now the question is he looking there, or is he just getting bounced around all over the place that his head goes up there? But look at that coming across the line.
Fantastic.
And look at that battle for the last step on the podium, Brian.
Yep.
That was a great finish there as Kent Carter comes in second, and then we've got
Clay Keel looks like he just got it one. So the gap between third and fourth in B-Spec was like 51 thousandths of a second.
Yeah.
That was the difference between landing on the podium by Thomas Pendergrass and Clay Keel, who is actually going to step on that podium. What a great finish there.
What a great finish. And yeah, we can see there, and there you go. There is the number 14 machine of Charles Leonard getting towed off the track just on the outside of turn number 1 where he broke down on the final lap. All right, so Brian, let's do this. Let's make a quick call to the grid for what is now our final race before lunch, and then we'll take a quick break and get set up for it here. You are listening to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live here from Sebring International Raceway, and we'll be back in just a few moments. And we're back here at Sebring International Raceway for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And next up on the docket, our last race before lunch, is going to be Big Bore, the big ground pounders, our GT cars, also Touring One, and the American sedans as well. We've got 42 cars that have qualified. This is, much like our last group, going to be a split start. We're going to have our T1 and American sedan cars in one group. They're actually going to be following all of the GT cars. So let's go and we'll run down the starting order. There are 13 cars in that second group of T1 and American sedan. Starting 13th in that group, driving the number 31 American sedan Chevy Camaro, it's Kelly Lubosh. Maury Doyle driving the number 12 Ford Mustang in American sedan. He's going to start 12th. Starting 11th, it is Gary Crook in the number 41 T1 Chevy Corvette. Starting 9th is going to be Lee Saunders in the number 48 Dodge Challenger. That is the American sedan pole sitter. Jonathan Vasquez is going to be starting in the 127 car. That is a T1 BMW M3. Then James Keown also in a BMW, but this is a 2019 BMW M2. He's driving the number 11 car. Then we've got Chris Utzon driving the 09 T1 Ford Mustang. Then Ann Doherty. Ann is going to be starting 6th in this group in the number 4 Porsche Cayman GT4. She's out of Bainbridge Island, Washington. Tony Ave driving the number 61 Mercedes AMG GT4 out of Maiden, North Carolina. He's going to start 5th in this group. Mike McLennan starting in the number 2 McLaren 570S, starting 4th in that second group. Hugh Stewart driving the number 23 high-speed BMW M3. He'll start 3rd with James Candelaria in the 2005 Chevrolet Corvette out of Boca Raton, Florida. That's the 134 car, starting 2nd in that second pack. Mark Bowden, your pole sitter in T1 in the number 46 BMW M3 from Buffalo Grove, Illinois. We hope to have some in-car camera once again today from both Candelaria and Stewart, starting 2nd and 3rd in Touring One. Now let's move on to that first group, and that's where all the noise is coming from that you can hear. Starting 29th, the number 85 GT1 Chevy Camaro, Michael Kern. Starting 28th, driving the number 40 GT3 Mazda RX-7 from Miami, Florida, Ray Stevenson. Patrick Utt is starting 29th in the number 49 Chevy Camaro. That's a GT2 car. Starting 26th in the number 56 GT3 Mazda Miata, Zachary Hollingshead. Scotty B. White is starting 25th in the number 0 GT2 Dodge Viper, while Scott Locke will start 24th in the number 21 GT2 Chevy Camaro. Starting 23rd in the number 146 Chevy Camaro, it is Jeff Barr. Jeff Durnell, he is your pole sitter in GT3, driving the number 63 Mazda RX-7. He'll start 22nd. Starting 21st, driving the number 7 GT1 Chevy Camaro from Naples, Florida, Lee Arnold. Starting 20th, driving the number 30 GT1 Chevrolet Corvette, it's Richard Grant. Starting 19th, driving the number 8 GT2 Mazda RX-7 from Port St. Lucie, Florida, it's Michael Smelly. Starting 18th, driving the 114 GT1 Porsche 991, it's John Snyder. Starting 17th, first of our 3 GTX cars, driving the number 6 Porsche 718 GT4 Cayman, it's Nathan Martin. Starting 16th, driving the number 25 GTX McLaren 570S from Melbourne, Florida, B. Doug Mead. Starting 15th today, driving the number 01 GT2 Porsche 991, it's Jared Odrick. Simon Asselin driving the number 81 GT2 Porsche 911, starts 14th today. Starting 13th, James Irvin driving the number 37 GT1 Chevy Corvette. He's from Tallahassee, Florida. Starting 12th today, driving the number 11 GT2 Chevy Camaro, Jason Barfield. Jorge Nazario starts 11th, driving the number 165 GT2 Chevy Corvette. Marcos Vento starts 10th, also in GT2, driving the number 18 Porsche 991.1. Starting 9th today, driving the number 19 GT2 Chevy Camaro, Justin Elder. Starting 8th, Jonathan Stark in the 2010 Dodge Viper. He starts 2nd in GT2, 8th overall. Starting 7th today, driving the 122 GT1 Chevy Corvette, Joe Frito. Starting 6th, driving the number 32 GT2 Ford Mustang, Barry Bowes. Connor Flynn starts 5th today, driving the number 95 Porsche 992. And Tom Herb, your reigning national champion in GT1, he starts 4th overall, driving the number 16 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3. Matthew Buxton starts 3rd today in the number 24 GT1 Ford Mustang out of Snohomish, Washington. And your GT1 pole sitter starting on the outside of row number 1, second overall, is David Pinterick, driving the number 57 GT1 Corvette. Ford Mustang. Let's try that again. He won the national champ. Actually, he didn't win the national championship in a Corvette. He won it in a Cadillac. But David Pinterick driving his 2022 Ford Mustang. He hails from Canfield, Ohio. And then your pole sitter today, driving the number 87 Radical SR10, your GTX and overall pole sitter, it's John Field. As we've got the field now, Brian, making their way up down the Holman Straight.
All right, Greg, take a deep breath and give me the tones.
The tones, the tones, the tones. Unmute that. There we go.
Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. The drivers of Spec Miata number 2, Jim Drago. Spec Miata number 57, Tyler Gonzalez. Please report to the stewards room. 157, Tyler Gonzalez. Please report to the stewards room on the 2nd floor. Jim Drago, Tyler Gonzalez, please report to the stewards room on the 2nd floor.
All right, Brian, so we've got the field. That's perfect timing. Coming around turn 17 and onto the front straight. And let's see what happens as John Field in that SR10 jumps out once again to a quick and early lead over Dave Pinterick. Pinterick certainly with the torque advantage, the horsepower advantage, Field with the weight advantage, and they are side by side going down into turn number 1. They have right behind them Matthew Buxton, his Ford Mustang, as now they start to straighten out and get in line as they come down into turn number 3. Sitting in 4th right now, Tom Herb in that GT1 Mercedes AMG, as our second group now is making their way down the front straight, and they are now taking the green flag, and we've got Mark Bowden, multi-time national champion, to the inside. Drivers left, James Candelaria in his Corvette. Drivers right as they come through the corner, side by side once again. We can see Hugh Stewart in that red, white, and black BMW M3 very close behind. Those are our top 3 GT1 cars. And then we have Michael McLean and Tony Ave racing in T1 this weekend as well in a GT4 version of the Mercedes AMG as they round now turn 4 and 5. And we can see Mark Bowden now has jumped out to an early lead, and Hugh Stewart has managed to get around James Candelaria. So move Candelaria back into 3rd with that Mercedes of Ave right behind, along with Michael McLean.
Well, so far so good. Looks all clean. One big evasive move here back in the T1 group. That's this Corvette coming up here on the inside there. He had to make a big, huge jart to the left to be able to get out of the way of whatever car didn't come out of that corner as fast as he thought he was. Oh, and now we have a car off. That looks like car number 34.
Yes, indeed. That is one of our GT4 machines, and I believe that indeed is the 30. That is the 30 machine.
Okay, the 30 car.
Yeah, that has gone off, and that is Richard Grant in the 26 Chevy Corvette out of Germantown, Tennessee. That's over at turn 13, coming towards the Flying Fortress Straight. And so he had started a little bit further back in the pack. Started 20th today. That's going to probably drop him back into the touring car field. And it looks like we've got a touring car that's a little bit off the pace there on the Flying Fortress Straight as well. We'll try and get a number of that car.
Yeah, I can't see that number with the sun glare there. There was a puff of tire smoke there as they came into 3 as well. One of the things I picked up on, and maybe we'll see it here coming into turn 7, we're getting a lot of tire smoke at turn 7 yesterday and this morning.
Sure.
There's it's paved for a certain portion of the track, and then it goes to cement. And I think what's happening is they get really good grip on the pavement, and then as soon as they hit the cement, that's where they get the tire lock up, because you've got the change in tire surface in track surface. Not quite sure. I didn't pick up on that yesterday.
Yeah, and it's very difficult. It's one of the bumpiest sections of the track, and also with that hairpin. Of course, the track was reprofiled a number of years ago. You can actually see where in that view there, where it kind of runs down even a little bit deeper, as we get this nice view now coming out of the hairpin. and running up, and I just missed the call, Brian, on that car that was running slowly down 14. So, and actually it is the 127 car, and they're over at 17. Actually, we'll get that number yet. It's the 127 car, Jonathan Vasquez in the M3, which is one of our only drivers that did not complete that first lap.
A great first lap of action, though. Lots of movement around, especially in that T1 field. Lots of trading of places there. This is our back straightaway here. This is the run down to turn 17, the open straight.
And we'll have to take a look here, Brian, but the one thing is we have now our GT field making their way onto the Ullman Straight right now. Last time I took a look at the touring cars, we have Tony Ave in that Mercedes AMG, the GT4 version of the AMG, as opposed to the GT3 version that Thomas Herb is running this weekend. It looks like it managed to find its way around both Hugh Stewart and Candelaria on the opening lap. And I know we had some great onboard yesterday from Hugh Stewart trailing Tony Ave. We'll see if we can hopefully pick that up. And they're actually coming down. It looks like, I think that was Ave in that light blue machine. And as a matter of fact, that is what we're looking at right there. We were just watching Tony Ave in that light blue number 61 machine and James Candelaria in the black Chevy Corvette trailing. That right now is the battle for second in Touring 1. They've got a GT3 machine sitting right now between them and Mark Bowden, your T1 leader. It looked like he had a little bit of trouble on that opening lap. But you can see now as they're coming down into turn number 10. Again, that is that's the 61 machine, the Mercedes, and the 134 Corvette. Now a little bit further back from there. Yeah.
I was going to say this 7-8 combination. You can see it better on that camera that we have this new angle on turn 8. It's off camber. So when you're really trying to put the gas down to try to get yourself out of that turn 7, it's really easy to break away those rear tires and can be real problematic.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of drivers actually maybe even take to the grass that they come so far to the inside to probably to get to counteract that bumping in the pavement. There we can say all we want about Sebring being flat. It's not 100% flat, and that's one of those sections where they reprofiled over at the hairpin. It used to go much further out towards the Sevens Hotel and that chain link fence there, but they created some more runoff there years ago, primarily for the nighttime driving during the 12 hours. We continue to watch that battle for second in Touring 1 between Ave and Candelaria. Hugh Stewart's fallen a little bit further back behind.
Just hearing that Michael Kern had a moment, came together with another car here about a lap and a half ago. Able to continue, but definitely probably fell back a position or two. Is currently in 21st place here. So we'll keep an eye on that car to see if there's any issues. Some side-by-side action here coming between 3 and 5. That's Pinteric in the second place car there. Yeah,
I was going to say, it looked like that was Pinteric and Field possibly.
Yeah.
That Pinteric who couldn't keep up the pace. Now again, this is not a battle for battle in class. It's just a battle for the overall lead. But John Field, again, with that very, very light GTX machine, he qualified, actually, I think yesterday he raced as low as a 202.230, which absolutely obliterated the GTX record. The GTX record coming into today, or into this weekend, was in the 211s. But typically, GTX had been primarily for homologated race cars like GT4 cars and purpose-built race cars. This year, we now see the Radicals in GTX where they had been in Prototype X prior to that. And so, yeah, we're seeing we're seeing these track records absolutely drop. And we talked about it yesterday. John Field, former IMSA champion, lots of history behind him as he's getting back into racing now.
All right, David Pinterick, your GT1 race leader. He's turning laps at 2:04.167. He's only 1.8 seconds back from John Field. Again, those aren't a class battle. And then you've got Matthew Butson, who is about 5 seconds, maybe 4 seconds back from Pinterick at this point in time. That is a battle for class in the GT1 fight. Yeah, it's your second place car, Boutsen, and then third place is Connor Flynn, and he's quite a bit further back than Boutsen at this point in time.
All right, so and as we take a look here, as GT1 for the most part, and we saw this yesterday, Brian, was starting to spread out with Pinterick trying to, starting to move away from the field. If we take a look at GT2, it's definitely a little bit closer. Jonathan Start in that Dodge Viper, the number 151 Viper, he's got about a 3 car length advantage now. Actually, maybe a little bit more than 3 car lengths over the TA2 Ford Mustang of Barry Bowes. Jorge Nazario in a Chevy Corvette, though, very close behind. I think we see them now actually heading down towards the hairpin back behind these 2 Porsches here. There they are. A couple of our GT2 machines, but very tight, close running there. And I believe we were watching there Nazario and Tom Herb. Very close actually, I'm sorry, that's not right. That was and Herb. This is actually a big surprise. Tom Herb in the AMG GT3, who started off in 4th, now finding himself back in 8th position overall. Yeah, I think actually what we were looking at was Jared Odrick in that 01 machine and Justin Elder in GT2 with Jason Barfield fairly close behind. And a good little battle going on right now. That's for 5th in GT2. And of course, we talked a little bit about Jared yesterday, former first-round draft pick of the Dolphins, who in the last year or so has dove into the deep end of road racing and hard. I saw him at his driver's school last March, and he was racing in Spec Miata as well as in that white Porsche as well today.
As Dave Pinterick making a move around one of the T1 cars. That is a gorgeous race car, that red, white, and blue American flag painted Mustang hung from the ceiling at PRI this year.
Yes.
And it was really cool, and every entrant into PRI walked underneath that race car.
All right, looks like, and we'll have to check this out. It looks like we've got a car that may be off at turn 1. I should also mention that when we saw Pinterick pass that car, that was the brand new C8 Corvette T1 car, right, of, I believe, and I'll have to pull it back up, but I believe that is, I'm sorry. I thought it was Lee Arnold. That wasn't correct. It was... you'll have to get back to me. I thought it was Lee Arnold, but that's not correct.
All right, your GT1 class. I'm sorry, your T1
I'm sorry,
right
Gary,
now.
Gary Crook in the 2021 Corvette.
Yeah, T1 right now. Mark Bowden, James Candelaria, Tony Ave, Hugh Stewart. That's your top 4. So you can look at our pylon there. When you see the position numbers have different colors. If you see a position number in green, that means that car's moved up a position. If you see a position number colored yellow, that means that car has dropped a position. And then you've got your different car number colors that indicates which class they're part of.
Class they're in, and you'll see that as we cycle through the different classes.
And also, if you see the names different colors, if the name is in blue, that means that car just ran its fastest lap of the day. If the car goes purple, the name goes purple, that means it is the fastest lap in class for the day. All right, we're at lap 7.
Lap 7.
So I think this is a good time to take our last break of this race, and our last break before lunch. So let's get that in now, and then we'll come back and bring you the last 5 or 6 laps here uninterrupted This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Sebring International Raceway.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions. Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required decals to be eligible for contingency payouts. Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
And we're back here live at Sebring International Raceway. If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends, ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
All right, so we've got our big bore race, GT1, GT2, GT3, American Sedan, and T1 out on track currently. And let's reset the field for everybody here. Your top three: John Field leading GTX, Dave Pinterick leading GT1, Matthew Butson currently second in GT1. If we break things down by class, of course, it is John Field in GTX, your leader, currently running second in class, B. Doug Mead, with Nathan Martin about a minute and a half separating John Field from the rest of the GTX field. In GT1, Dave Pinterick and Matt Butson, your leaders, only about a second and a half separating those two cars. Connor Flynn off in the distance, currently third. Tom Herb, John Snyder running fourth and fifth. In GT2, Jonathan Start in his Dodge Viper, he is your leader. He's started to stretch out the lead over Barry Bose. Bose had been keeping it fairly close to start this race off, but now about 2.5 seconds separates those two drivers. Jorge Nazario, though, is really starting to pick up the pace. Hopefully we can get to that battle. For second in GT2 is Nazario's 2017 Chevy Corvette. Now only about a second off of Barry Bose, Marcus Ventos, and Jared Odrick. And Odrick making a great run right now. Started 15th, now up in the 10th overall. Currently sitting 5th in GT2. In GT3, Jeff Durnell has opened up, as he did yesterday, an expansive lead over Zach Hollingshead, Ray Stevenson, just now crossing the stripe. Almost 45 seconds off the lead in class. And then, of course, in T1, Mark Bowden, currently your leader. Much like yesterday, James Candelaria was able to stick and stay close for about the first half of the race. Just ran his fastest lap, but falling a little bit off the pace now, about 6 seconds off of Mark Bowden's times. But more importantly, I think Candelaria able to get around Tony Ave, who held on to second place for a while there. So move Ave back into second. And in American Sedan, Maury Doyle, your leader currently with Kelly Lubosh running in second. Lee Saunders in the Dodge Challenger has been a bit off the pace. And looks like we've got a car off at the hairpin. And that is Keone that has gone off James Keown, the 111 car, the 2019 BMW M2, currently running 8th in T1. We'll see if that drops him back a little bit further through the field. He had that issue over at the hairpin, brought the car all the way into the wall at the apex.
While we went to break, as you might have seen, there was a spin at turn 10. That was the 11 car of Jason Barfield. Currently, he was running at 12th at the time. It dropped him back to 17th overall. Only lost one spot in his class. It's a GT2 car. Simon Asselin moved into second, but why it's important that he went from 12th to 17th is now there are 5 cars between him and Simon Asselin that he's got to pass to potentially get that position back in class.
All right, and as we watch this battle now, heading down the front straight, let's see. Actually, we've got a car off, Brian, over at turn 5.
Yep.
Just driver's left, right along the tire wall. There you go, and it looks like one of the fall line Porsches, currently pointing counter race.
That's not the direction you want to be pointing towards. They did impact the tire wall, according to what I'm hearing on the net. So we're going to take a look to see what happens here.
Yeah, so as soon as we get some more information, we'll let you know there again. Given that it's one of the fall line cars, it kind of narrows down some of the choices that we might have as to who it might be, Brian. But we'll as soon as we get a car number on that car, we'll let you know and give you a little bit more certainty here as we go back on board, coming into the hairpin with a great little GT1 battle going on here, and now coming up towards turn 10, actually being led by saw in that group just coming through, and let's see if we can check this. It was our GT3 leader, the tail end of those 3 cars, Jeff Durnell. So we've got I think James Candelaria and Jason Barfield directly ahead of him, running 17th, 18th, and 19th overall. We've got, looks like one of our Vipers a little bit off pace now, Brian. You can see here coming out of turn 3, going through 5 and 6. And we'll check to see if that is the 0 machine, but I think that might be Jonathan Start's number 151 Dodge Viper. Start was running second in GT2 to Barry Bose, had been our GT2 pole sitter. Bose had managed to get around him on the last lap, but it looks like here is that car now moving off driver's left.
Yeah, I think he's trying to limp it to there's an exit road here where they can kind of get out of the way. If he can get another maybe 400 or 500 yards down the racetrack, he can be completely out of the way and out of the track action here, and that is exactly what it looks like he's doing. Yep.
Yeah, and he's going to pull right in that runoff area. That is I believe, that is the 151 machine of Start, and we do have emergency services vehicles now responding to the Porsche that we have on the outside of turn number 5. So we've got a good portion of the course now with local cautions. Of course, this is not necessarily the section of the track where you might see passes. You may see them coming down into the hairpin, but you can see we have a local caution out for Jonathan Start at the hairpin, so no passing there until they get past the apex there, and more importantly, past the incident. All right, let's see here, Brian, and see what we have. And we were talking about Odrick a little bit earlier in that 01 Porsche. Hopefully we can pick him up, as we have a car going very wide through 17 right now and coming to a dead stop. That, I believe, is one of our GT3 machines, one of the GT3 Mazda RX-7s. It's either going to be Durnell or Ray Stevenson, or it could very possibly be, you know, I don't want to go and limit things. It might actually be Michael Smelly as well. Smelly running a GT2 Mazda RX-7, third gen Mazda RX-7, and we've got that car sitting over there dead stick, and you can see the waving yellow over at turn 17, almost directly across from the incident. So a lot of attrition here. Now, Brian, starting to pick up, and if you get the car number on that car sitting out there, hopefully we'll be able to get the information.
All right, that's car number 40 at the exit in the middle of 17. 40 is Ray Stevenson. And that is going to cause us to go full course yellow here with about 2 laps left in this race. My suspicion is this the end of this race here, because we have the car at turn 5, we've got the car at turn 17, a lot of stuff going on right now.
Yeah, we've got the car over at turn 7, which may be in a good position at this point, but that is definitely going to be an issue as we go to full course caution. Let's quickly reset the field here. And speaking of field, John Field, your current leader in his GTX Radical, the number 87 car, Dave Buterick, currently running 2nd overall. He's your leader in GT1 in his 2022 Ford Mustang. Mark Butson, and Butson was very close behind. He had been closing things down on Dave Buterick that last time by. Ran just about the same lap times as Buterick. Connor Flynn, currently running 4th. Tom Herb running in 5th position overall. And again, if we break things down by class, again, GTX, pretty easy to mark there.
I don't know who put it in the chat earlier, but he had said we were going for 5 to 5 and green to checker.
What wasn't our producer? Was it?
It was not, but whoever it was, thank you so much. That was the jinx of the chat.
Hey, I was going to say, at least I don't know which was worse, me talking about Doug Piner and his his car, or the fact that we talked about the.
Yeah, I think it was Brian Stasinski who jinxed us. And gave us we're going for 5 for 5, green to checker.
Thanks, man. As we've got the safety car now staged up down at the end of the front straight, he'll pick up our leader John Field. As we've got now just about 10 minutes remaining, and again, these are 14 lap or 35-minute races, whichever comes first. And so again, Brian, stepping through, we got John Field, B. Doug Mead, Nathan Martin, left out American Stand, I talked about it earlier. Maury Doyle, your leader in American Stand over Kelly Lubosh and Lee Saunders. T1, of course, Mark Bowden, James Candelaria, and this is going to be a great opportunity for some of these drivers to maybe close down some of the gaps that they had before, assuming we can go back to green flag racing. And we'll keep an eye on where we stand in getting some of these cars cleaned out. We don't see any emergency vehicles yet over with the GT3.
Right.
Mazda RX-7 of Ray Stevenson out at 17. Again, we've got the teams working on the outside of turn 5 with the Porsche. Did we ever get a name or a number on the Porsche? It's over by turn 5.
I did not.
All right. Well, let's see. I may be able to get that information.
Start.
Well, Start is the driver that went off at turn 7. That's the Viper that's over at the hairpin. And so there's there's a fall line Porsche over at turn 5 that we're still trying to track down.
Yeah, so we've just given the white flag to the field. So,
so there you go.
This race is going to end under yellow here. And it's the good news is that for most of the classes here, there wasn't really any really strong battles going on for the lead. At least, yeah. There may have been something for the podium, but this is one of those situations where it just happened at the right time. A bunch of different things, and by the time it kind of escalated into the need for the full course yellow, we were so late in the race that there really wasn't an option for much else here. So that's going to give John Field your overall win in the GTX win. Dave Buterick is going to pick up another win here in the GT1 with Matthew Butson. Collar Flynn will be your podium there. Your GT2 podium is going to be Barry Bowes with the win, assuming that all of them make it around on this last lap, because anything can happen.
Well, we saw a car spin under caution yesterday, so yes, there's always a chance.
Yeah. So, but anyway, we'll see what's going on here.
All right, we did get word that the driver off at turn 5. John Snyder, driver the number 114 Porsche 911 out of Wilmette, Illinois. Again, one of the fall line Porsche cars. All right, so as they're coming through, again, top 10 overall, John Field Your winner in GTX, Dave Panterick. Your winner in GT1, Matt Butson, finishes second in GT1. Third overall with Connor Flynn finishing third in GT1, fourth overall. Then Tom Herb, fifth overall. Our winner in GT2 should be Barry Bowes with Jorge Nazario. They're finishing sixth and seventh. Marcos Vento should come home third in GT2. Jared Odrick, at the time the full course caution came out, again started 15th, worked his way up to ninth. Good run for him. Finishes fourth in GT2, and then Justin Elder finishes fifth in class. We look a little bit further down through the field. Of course, we mentioned Mark Bowden, your winner in GT1, or probably in T1. James Candelaria will come home in second. Tony Ave will finish third. Stewart and McAleenan finish fourth and fifth. In American Stand, Maury Doyle will take the win over Kelly Lubosh. Lee Saunders will finish in third. And I think other than GT3, where Jeff Durnell will take the win, Zach Holmeshead will finish second, and Ray Stevenson finish, looks like 3 laps out in third. So that's going to wrap things up, Brian, for the morning action here from Sebring International Raceway. We would expect that cars will be on course probably right around 1:30, 1:35.
You nailed it. The reason I was ignoring you is because I was listening to Race Control.
Yeah.
Our what is it? Race 6 now?
Race number 6. It's going to be
at
our large
1:30.
open wheel. Yep.
We're going to get that race started at 1:30. That is our hope, anyway. And we'll get that thing going, and we'll be back. We're going to take a little break, catch our breath.
Yeah. And so that next race up, Brian, is going to be our large open wheel group, our Formula Atlantics Continentals, Enterprise 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, Prototype 2, so the big wings and prototype cars. And so there you go, 1:30 p.m., and we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with you for 3 more races today, those open wheels, and then 2 touring car races.
Beautiful.
To round out the day, round out the weekend, and round out our first stop on the Super Tour. You are listening to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Sebring, and we'll see you in about an hour. Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Sebring. We'll see you in about an hour. 2 drivers, please head to the grid, scheduled to start at approximately 1:30 today. Again, race group number 6, open wheel drivers, please head to the grid. race group number 6, open wheel drivers, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprise 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. This is your final call to the grid. Race group 6 to the grid, please.
And we are back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Sebring International Raceway. Round number 2, race number 6, getting ready to get underway. It's our Formula Continental, Formula Atlantic, P1, and a bunch of other things with wings. That's all coming up next.
Formula Enterprises 2,
yeah,
Formula X, you name it.
I shouldn't forget that one.
Yes.
Anyway, we're getting underway here really quick, just starting our pace lap. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg's alongside. We've been having a ton of fun bringing you the live coverage this weekend, and we have the qualifying order for race number 6.
That's right, as we have our 6th race of 8 going out on track today. Let's go run down the starting order. We had 35 drivers qualify over the course of the weekend, starting 35th and starting 7th in Formula Continental, driving his Van Diemen, it's Eric Presbury. Starting 34th today, driving his number 91 Formula Enterprises 2 machine out of New York, it's Russell Straight Jr. Starting 33rd, driving the Formula X Van Diemen, it is Paul Farmer. He's driving the number 95 machine. Starting 32nd today in the number 46 Formula Continental Van Diemen from Sandsfield, Massachusetts, Douglas Rocco. Starting 31st in the number 23 Formula Enterprises 2 machine out of Blacklock, Ohio, Ray Mason. Starting 30th, driving the number 145 FE2 from Kernersville, North Carolina, Brian Yates. Starting 29th today in the 08 Formula Continental Van Diemen, it's Mark Deffer. Starting 28th, driving the number 21 Formula Enterprises 2 from Tiffin, Ohio, Zach Arnold. James Reagan from Longmeadow, Massachusetts, it's starting 27th today. He's driving the number 0 FE2. Hartley McDonald starting 26th in the field, driving the number 27 Van Diemen Formula Continental. 25th on the grid, driving the number 90 FX Elan DPO8, it's Robert Wright. Chris Charnow from St. Petersburg, Florida. Say that 6 times real fast. He is going to start 24th on the grid, driving the number 24 machine. Starting 23rd in the number 29 Formula Enterprises 2 from Sorrento, Florida, from Lake Havasu City, Arizona, it's Matthew Romer. Starting 22nd, driving the number 88 FE2 from Sorrento, Florida. Thomas Green, Jim Booth, driving his number 63 Formula Atlantic Ligier. He's out of Charleston, South Carolina. He starts 21st. Starting 20th, driving the number 52 Formula Continental from Grosse Pointe Woods, Michigan. That's a Van Diemen chassis. It's Robert Allaire. Starting 19th, driving the number 98 Formula Enterprises 2 from Salon, Ohio, James Lebecco. Starting 18th and starting 3rd in Formula Enterprises 2, driving the number 73 machine from Charlotte, North Carolina, it's Paul Schneider. Starting 17th, driving the number 81 Citation Formula Continental, your pole sitter in the class, Tim Miner. Starting 16th today, driving the number 7 Formula Enterprises 2 from Augusta, Georgia, it's Frank Futrell. And your pole sitter in Formula Enterprises 2 is starting 15th today, driving the number 32 machine from Montpelier, Virginia, it's Russ Turner. Starting 14th today, driving the number 07 Formula Atlantic Van Diemen, it's Glenn Cooper. Wade Richardson is starting 13th today in his Prototype 1 store out of Birmingham, Alabama. Starting 12th today, driving the number 48 Prototype 1 store, it's John Hudak, who hails from St. Petersburg, Florida. And then we've got Richard Colburn. He's starting 11th, driving the number 97 Prototype 2 Nestendo. Then we've got starting on the outside of row number 5, starting 10th in the field, driving the number 12 West WX10 Prototype 2 car, Peter Shadowin. David Flint is going to start 9th in the number 57 P2 Radical SR3. Starting 8th, driving the number 03 Prototype 2 store, it's Sherman Chow. Starting 7th today, driving the number 51 Prototype 2 machine, driving a store-powered store chassis Suzuki, it's Tony Ave. Starting 6th, driving the number 31 P2 Ligier JS51, and your pole sitter in the class, it's Armin McGregor. Starting 5th today, driving the number 2 P1 Elan DPO2, it's John Dunches. Starting 4th, driving the 06 Swift 014, it's JR Smart. Starting 3rd today in the number 79 Formula Atlantic Swift, it's Asen Yelkin. And your front row, driving the number 19 Prototype 1 Elan DPO2, it's Todd Vanacore. And your pole sitter, it's the number 26 Elan DPO2 of Chip Romer. As the green flag, Brian, is being held out by our starter. The field is coming down the front straight. Chip Romer has the point, moving a little bit to the inside. It was a great start there is John Dunches. I'm going to stop transposing letters there soon enough as they now come down into turn number 1. A little bit further back in the field. Good start there in FE2, both by Charles Russell Turner and Frank Futrell as they slot in the field here. But as they come out of turn 1, Austin Yelkin, the number 79 Formula Atlanta car, he's going to have to yield way to both Vanacore and Romer, the 2 Prototype 1 machines, as they come through turn number 4 and 5. And you'll see slotted in right behind Yasin Yelkin is that prototype machine of John Dunches, who's actually gotten around JR Smart, Brian.
Yeah, pretty clean at the start. A couple cars going off on the exit at turn 5 with a couple of wheels into the dust. Making me feel like I'm back at Buttonwillow with the dust kicked up there. But otherwise, they were able to collect it and bring it back on. No issues are there. Here they are coming through turn 7. Our nice camera angle here this afternoon. Really good look there as they come through there. That's a weird off-camber section of corners there. So often hard to keep it together once you try to get hard on the gas to come down towards the next section. But things looking really good here as they get started. And that sometimes isn't always the case here when you've got a huge of these spec cars, these spec FA2 cars. They're all very well matched in cars, but the drivers, that's where it becomes the difference there, and everyone's playing like good boys and girls.
Yeah, as we've got the field now stretching out a little bit further back, looks like going side by side through turn 14. We had Sherman Chow and David Flint, the 2 Prototype 2 drivers, running starting 8th and 9th here today. We'll see how that plays out as it looks though now as they come out onto the Ullman Straight. They have now gotten in line as most of this field has, and we've got our leaders now who've separated themselves out from the rest of the field. Chip Romer, Todd Vanacore, our 2 Prototype 1 machines now as they are coming down the front straight, and they'll be completing lap number 1 momentarily. Well, you can see now all the variation of different lines that our prototype and Formula Car drivers are using through turn 17. These very stiffly sprung machines, obviously not very happy going over the big bumps and undulations that they have over at the Sunset Bend. And Brian, we've got somebody in the booth with us that can probably tell us about that. A podium finisher today in Formula F. Let's welcome to the booth BJ Shaw from Indianapolis, Indiana, finished 3rd today.
And hello, guys.
Hello, good luck, or congratulations, I should say, on a good run today. BJ's also the award winner of our Save of the Day yesterday.
Yes.
That was a moment, to say the least, right?
Yes, it was. Very intense.
So you drive in Formula Ford, and it's great that you're here for this race. While these are winged open-wheel cars, there are lots of similarities. And one of the things we were talking about yesterday was the wind, and how on an open-wheel car, the wind can play havoc on the car, especially going into turn 17. How was that for you today?
For us, it was very good. We adjusted to it very well, but yes, it did create a very big effect on our cars. Of course, yeah, we may not be going as fast as these guys, or we may not have as much downforce as them, but it's still, even without the downforce, you still feel it because these cars are still so light. Right. And I mean, even these guys' cars, some of them are even lighter than ours. So I mean, it still creates quite a big effect, and it can help you in some places, but it can also hurt you in others. I mean, if you have the wind towards your back, you gain an extra like 4 or 5K or miles an hour or whatever. But if it's going side to side, it can really affect the balance of your car, and you start moving around, and the adjustments that you have to make that come with it vary depending on the way it hit you, I guess.
Sure. So how was your run today? Obviously, you made the podium. Any drama through that run today, or was it a pretty easy run to get on the podium?
I guess I have to say it's never easy. I mean, especially because,
He's instituting his media training, because that's code is saying, what he's really saying is, yeah, it was easy, but I'm not allowed to say that right now.
It was a breeze, yeah, exactly. Speaking of wind, it was a breeze today. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. But yeah, I have to say, I think that from where I was, the guys in front of me, the 2 guys in front of me, yeah, they gapped me, and I mean, they kind of left, and the guy, the pressure started as the race went on. The pressure started to come from behind.
Right.
I felt that as the race was going, and then we had a few issues, as you were saying, with the wind. It started to affect my car specifically, but I guess kept calm and composure, and I think it really turned out to be a very good race for me. Wasn't so sure because, I mean, the car started to get, because the wind intensified as the race went on, so I started to feel it, and I was like, I don't want to make a mistake here. So, yeah, it was...
it's one thing to win the spin of the day once.
That's exactly.
It's to win it 2 days in a row is usually not a good thing.
Yes, yes.
Definitely. So you're out of Indianapolis, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So you were expecting hot, wonderful temperatures here in Sebring. You didn't get them, did you?
Oh, no. And I was talking with my engineers about that. Like, I mean, it's Florida, right? Indianapolis, we're used to this cold. This is a car stop.
Yeah, hold on one second. We've got a car. This is the exit of the chicane onto the long back straight, parked in what would be probably the absolute worst position you could park a race car on this racetrack.
Yeah, he's still on the track surface right at the exit there, right as cars are loaded up and have force, but we've got that waving yellow right at the apex, and we'll see what happens if they choose. Ooh, yeah, you can see how close as one of our Continentals came through right by that car. That's not going to be a great position to be in. It looks like one of our prototype stores that's over there. We'll try and get a number on it if we can. It is almost directly across from the flag station over at 17, so hopefully we'll be able to pick that up.
All right, they're hoping to be able to grab that with a local yellow there and get that car pulled out of the way. We'll keep an eye on that as we get going. So you had mentioned, we were talking about the cold weather. How hard was it, and how long did it take you to get those tires up to speed? Because now we're on lap 4 now. So should these guys have hot tires by now?
Yes, by lap 4, I think the tires should be pretty much in song and running very well. For me, in our race with the Formula Fords, it took a little bit of time. I will admit that. It took, at least for me, it took quite a bit of time. With Nolan and Matteo, I don't know about them. They may have had a different setup, and they may have gotten into their tires a little bit quicker. I know Nolan was on new tires. Matteo was not. So with Nolan, I think, he may have had better tires, but it still may have taken him a bit of time to get into his tires and fully get into them. But
and Brian, I think that is Wade Richardson in the number 5 prototype 1 store that's on the outside of the right at the entrance to the Ullman Straight over there. I show that he has not clicked off and completed his. Well, I take it back. He has completed his 3rd flying lap, so maybe it is not him.
Right. We also have another car. Car number 79 is stopped on track at turn 11, we're being told.
Yeah, that's Austin Yelkin in the Formula Atlanta car. He had some issues with that car during qualifying, Brian. We'll see. And actually, I'm looking now, John Hudak in the number 48 car has not completed a lap as well, but did take the green flag, so it may very well be him.
All right, so Chip Romer's still our leader. Todd Vericower is in 2nd. Those are both P1 cars. And you've got the Formula Atlanta car of J.R. Smart. John Dunchins is in 4th. He's the 3rd place car in P1. So as you're managing the race with these temperatures, getting your car up to speed, you're 5 laps into a race like this. What's your mindset right now? Things are starting to spread out. What are you looking for the next kind of the midsection of the race?
For the midsection of the race, it was different for me because, I was in a position where, the guys by 5 laps had checked out in front of me, and I think I had checked out from the guys behind me. But when you're in a tight race, car stopped on track, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, we had a car go off over at turn 10. Another one of our prototype cars went into the access road, tried to get the car turned around, could not get it around all the way, stuck at the apex. That is the number 2 machine. That is John Dunchis, who we were just speaking about a moment ago in the prototype 1 Elan DP02. He just now gets that car back underway, Brian. So continue. Sorry about the.
Right, and before we go, we've got our first double yellow. They've decided there's too much going on at the same time here.
All right.
That they're going to go full course yeller, get this pack behind the pace car, and get everything in a safe position here. So let's take this opportunity real quick. Let's get our first break in here. Okay. Now that we're under double yellow, so we can have as much of the live green flag action as possible for you here. So let's take that break. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Sebring International Raceway.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at EnjoyMazza.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
All right, and so we are currently under full course caution here at Sebring International Raceway for our large wings group, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula Continental and Atlantic, Formula X, and our two prototype classes. Chip Romer, currently your overall leader, with Todd Vanacore running in second, both those drivers in P1. J.R. Smart, your Formula Atlantic leader, currently running in third. And if we jump down, Paul Schneider currently trailing Charles Russell Turner for the lead in Formula Enterprises 2. Turner has made his way all the way up to 5th place overall, having started in 15th position here. Of course, some of that has been due to some attrition up ahead of the field. If we take a look at Formula Continental, Tim Miner is currently your leader. Robert Allaire running in 2nd place. And in Formula X, Robert Wright is currently your leader. And so we have here with us, and looks like here is we've got cars still looking to group up back behind the safety car. Brian, we have our guest with us is BJ Shaw of Indianapolis, Indiana, our Formula F racer.
Right. Also want to point out that there's on the back straight in front of what we're seeing up in the foreground.
Yes.
There's another car about halfway down the track on the right-hand side parked.
Okay.
So they're going to have to pluck that car as well before we can get back to action.
To full court. Yeah.
So,
before we get the back. Flag
I forgot where we left off before all of this happened. So I love bringing the young and up-and-coming drivers on with us because the stories you guys have to tell of what you've done to get here up to this point and are pretty remarkable. Tell us about your path to Formula F. I'm sorry.
Okay, so it started when I was 12. I was, of course, it starts in karting. Of course, that's where most of the young guys these days. I've heard of sim racing also. Some kids come from there, but I came from cars, and I started off when I was 12 in the L206 class. My dad got me a go-kart for my, I think it was 12th, 13th birthday or something like that, and I went racing, and I did a lot of that, was moderately successful, and we got connected with this program in Indianapolis called Racecraft One, and a man by the name of Kelly Jones. And what he...
You know Kelly?
Yes, I do.
Kelly's awesome. Kelly's a Formula fighter pilot, former fighter pilot, turned race car driver, runs Racecraft One, also part of PitFit, right? Aren't they all kind of combined there?
Yes, they do. They work.
Love him. Anyway, continue. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, yes. But, yeah, so we worked alongside him to basically get me into racing school with Lucas Oil Racing School and also Skip Barber Racing School. And so basically what he did, with the training, we worked with sim, and we kept simming for weeks and weeks. And eventually I went down to Lucas Oil Racing School, and that went excellent. And have to give a shout out to them as they run a very successful program here in Florida. I think it's 3 or 4 times a year, something like that. And I did the beginner and advanced class there. That went well. And then went to Skip Barber. And when I went to Skip Barber, did the basic class. But when I came back, the man mentioned Kelly Jones. Talked to him again, and he mentioned the FRP series. And so basically, I mean, I had never heard of it. My family never heard of it, and did some research. And then we met a man by the name of Dustin Hodges, and basically, him and Arrive Drive Motorsports, we were in talks for about 3 to 4 months, something like that, of potentially like letting me drive for them. And eventually around mid-December, somewhere around there, got a deal lined up, and so here I am racing in the Formula Ford. We considered doing Formula 2000 racing with these guys,
Right.
But of course circumstances, and of course
Money.
Money, and also like as a beginner, I'm not very advanced with. And being competitive with these guys.
So you're going to be running in F1600 in FRP as well, or are you solely going to be running club racing, SCCA racing?
Yeah, I'm going to be racing. I'm going to be racing in the FRP series as well. Yes.
Okay.
It's funny. You say that you had circumstances that kept you to do that point. So many times I see someone jump from karts to a winged sports or a winged car or a faster car, and two things happen. They get frustrated because they don't go real fast, and they run out of money too fast. And all of a sudden they're done. So by doing it the way you're doing it gives you an opportunity to get a season in one of the slower classes, but it also saves you some money and gets you some experience. So when you do jump up to the wings, now you can run up at the pointy end, not get as frustrated, and hopefully not run out of money before someone wants to sponsor you.
And that's the thing. And that's the thing, because I mean, so many guys, and I hear stories all the time of guys who attacked it, all of their money like just straight away, and it came back to bite them. And I mean, you get 1 to 2 years out of that, but then after that, it just stops, because I mean, you can't fund this anymore.
Right.
And so as time goes on, and if you do like the lower formulas and you start off basic and you start off learning the basics of the car, what does the car do here, what does the car do there, how do I turn it, how do I get the maximum here and there, and just around the track and learn the car and learn how the car likes the track. When you're in these lower formula cars, you learn it better and you learn it quicker.
Right.
And
Absolutely.
Whereas if you're in a wing car like this, it takes time, and it takes more time, because I mean, you have to learn how downforce.
There are many more variables that you have to become accustomed to.
Exactly.
All right, so we're going to get back to green, so I want to get this in before we go. Sponsors are out there listening to you right now. If they want to get a hold of you, how do they get a hold of you?
Several ways you can get a hold of me. I'm going to list a few. So basically, Instagram. My Instagram is always open. BJ Shaw 05. That's my Instagram as well. Email me as well. br5haw222 at gmail.com.
Perfect.
Email me. And Facebook as well as my website.
Yes, what is the website?
bjshawracing.com.
Great.
If you have any questions, feel free to donate. I have a GoFundMe going.
Awesome.
And so, that's how you can contact me.
All right, so you don't have to leave. You can stay with us for the rest of the race if you want. We'll talk some more about the action on the track, but I wanted to get all that important stuff out of the way before we go back to green.
Exactly.
Yes.
We just saw that we got the incident, or the car that was over on the Ullman Straight cleared out, and I believe we've got some other drivers cleared out of the way as well. Brian, have you gotten word as to when we're going to be going back to green flag racing?
I have not heard them say that the lights are out on the pace car just yet.
Okay.
So while we do have another minute, although, the lights are still on. So I want to shout out, there's a bunch of FE2 drivers who tell me that they would rather be here than at home, but they're at home and they're all watching. Kelton Jago is watching, and so is Bailey Monet. Who else is there?
And Bailey, of course, our reigning national champion.
Absolutely.
In the class. So great to have him. Saw a great image on Facebook watching us in 60 degree on a 60-inch big screen TV, and glad he can sit in the easy chair and watch everybody else here struggle at Sebring.
That's right. Gabe Farabach is watching. I think that's everybody. If I've missed somebody, I apologize, but we're all glad that you're here watching us here. We're going to get back to racing. I think maybe one more lap, and we'll get this going. And at the moment, we are at lap.
We are currently, Brian, working lap number 7 of, again, these are 14-lap or 35-minute races, and we've got just about 15 minutes remaining. Let me do this real quick before we go back to green flag racing. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 7, STL and STU. Please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 7, please head to the grid.
So there'll be about, right now there's about 20 minutes left. If we can get going back to green pretty quickly, that should be enough maybe to get those 7 laps in. This is the fastest group of cars on our racetrack here today. So at the racetrack today. So there's a good chance that we might be able to get in. Oh, and now they're going green.
Well, there you go. Green flag is in the air, Brian, as our drivers are making their way down towards turn 1 here. There you go. You can see the starter with that flag in the air, and cars already on that single file restart, already spreading out 4 wide. Chip Rome with a great start over Todd Vanacore as they come out of turn 2 heading into turn 3. You can see the gap now already about 4 car lengths, and then our Formula Atlantic leader about 5 car lengths back behind J.R. Smart. And then it is Tony Ave, currently your P2 leader, along with Russ Turner and Paul Schneider. You can see there a nice lineup of cars all in a row. We've got the Formula Enterprise too. Oh, it's stepping out. Yeah, it's stepping out to the inside. I think that was Robert Allaire in the number 52 Shandong machine trying to make his way around Tim Miner. That's the battle for the lead in Formula Continental right over there. But he does get back in line as they now come through turn 7. And we can see once again lots of dust and dirt in the air there as they roll over that exit curbing on the exit of the hairpin.
So we were talking about this earlier, BJ. On going into 7, you've got that braking zone. It's pavement, and then it switches to concrete. And we're seeing a lot of cars getting lock up there. Is that because when you transition from the asphalt to the concrete, you lose your braking and the lock up pretty easy there?
Yeah, surface changes it's a big thing in motorsports, and it's something that, I mean, as you get deeper into it and as you do more research on it, it gets quite interesting because, I mean, you can, in different cars, like different racing surfaces. It's strange, and it's always been quite, I guess, mind-boggling to me because, I mean, it just seems like, car on tire on surface to just all be the same. It should handle the same. It should do everything. But it's just so much different, the different surfaces that you race on. And with Sebring, with these patches that they repave from time to time, it's always every part of the track is different here. Yes, exactly. And of course, you have the original surface from the very, very beginning, back when the track first opened, from the airfield, and they kept keeping it authentic, which I absolutely love about this place. That they keep that authenticity from the beginning of time when they had this as a racetrack to now. It's pretty cool.
All right, so we're now back completing our first race lap after the caution. And things starting to string out a little bit. We saw one car there put a wheel off at the exit of turn 1, but they were able to collect it and bring it back on. Good stuff here, Greg.
Yeah, Brian, is even on the outlap there, the first flying lap after the full course caution, J.R. Smart and Russ Turner running their fastest laps of the race. Again, currently running 3rd and 4th, respectively, your Formula Atlantic and Formula Enterprises 2 leaders, but still continuing to see a lot of cars very much bunched up here. Actually sitting right back behind Russ Turner, Tony Ave, Sherman Chow, Paul Schneider, who is running now 2nd in Formula Enterprises 2. He's going to have a couple of prototype cars that he's going to have to find a way to fight around in order to get up to Russ Turner. Russ, maybe things made a little bit easier for him as Frank Cottrell never completed a lap here today. Of course, those 2 drivers, we saw them fighting it out earlier today in Spec Racer Ford. But Ave, Chow, Schneider, Cooper, Tim Miner, Jim Lebecco, all part of one big train now making their way through. And as a matter of fact, we see the tail end of that right there is Tim Miner and his Continental trying to get underneath Glenn Cooper coming through turn 10. Can't quite get it done.
Yeah, I saw something in the chat that I'd heard that Frank had an alternator problem right before the start, and that may be why. I'm trying to go back through, and I said, word from the team. This is from Bailey that Franklin had an alternator go out, and that's why he wasn't able to take the green.
Okay,
that's tough luck, absolute tough luck. So coming up on 10, working lap 10. That means coming up on lap 11 here, and time. Yeah, I think we're okay.
Yeah, we're probably in good shape. We've got about 10.5 minutes remaining here in this race. And Chip Romer now crossing the stripe, heading down towards turn 1. He is starting to open things up on Todd Vanacore. Now about 4 car lengths separating those two Elan chassis cars. Romer just running his fastest lap of the race at a 1:56.44. J.R. Smart also now moving his best lap time down to a 2:08. He is now almost 18 seconds off of that battle for the overall lead in Prototype 1.
Okay, so we've had records all weekend,
Yes.
but here is the record of all records. Chip Romer, the 1:56.442, that is the fastest lap that an SCCA car, any SCCA car, has ever turned at Sebring International Raceway. Crazy. And he's from Lake Havasu City, Arizona, so he came almost as far as I did. I guess if I knew I was going to break some records, I'd come too, right?
Come, yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, we got a couple cars bunched up here. Tony Ave moving up to first place in P2, and he's got a little bit. He's got Paul Schneider between him and Sherman Chow. That's good for Ave. And then Charles Russell Turner has Ave between him and Paul Schneider. So a little bit of cushion. That's always nice to have.
Right.
As we push into the final laps of this race. And it looks like the wind's dying down just a little bit too, which I'm sure these guys appreciate. Yesterday it was really bad. Today it seems like it's not quite as windy.
No, it's a little bit lower. There's there's a little bit of flutter to the flag today as opposed to it being completely straight out, and that must have been actually pretty difficult in your race yesterday. We noticed that the wind was pretty much, it was at your back, most like all the way down the front straight and right in your face coming back down the Ullman straight at the end of each and every lap. Must have been real difficult to run.
Yeah, absolutely. And the good news, I guess, good and bad news by having that full course yellow for all those laps is it's unlikely that there's going to be a whole lot of lap traffic involved in the outcome in this race. Even as fast as Chip Romer is going, I don't think he's going to catch the back of the field here with the next 2 laps to go. And if he does, it won't be too many cars because everyone here who's actually made it this far is pretty hooked up and all turning pretty stout lap times here as we get towards the final laps of this race. We're working lap 11, and that means once they come by the line this time, there'll be 2 to go. I mean, I know I lied. That's 3 to go. So. And
I agreed with you all too easily.
Yeah, you're like, yeah, absolutely. And I'm like, oh gosh. I have to break out my slide rule for the next race weekend.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to have my abacus here, just knocking little pegs across. All right. Here. All right, and things are starting to tighten up a little bit now. Paul Schneider, we said that Schneider was going to have some problems. Schneider out of Charlotte, North Carolina, does work for Maytag, where he's a mechanical engineer.
I was going to say, is he the Maytag man?
Well, very close. He actually works in there and does engineering for washing machines and dryers. So yes, and Schneider has managed to get around Sherman Chow and slot himself right in between he and Tony Ave, running 6th position overall, but at the moment almost 6 seconds separates Schneider from our FE2 leader, Russ Turner.
Now a gap at the lead of almost 3 seconds, 2.956 between Romer and Vanacore. And it does not appear that Vanacore is making up any time on that P1 car of Chip Romer. And I'll be honest with you, if that 1:56.442 is the fastest lap of all time, you know, Todd Vanacore is not far off that pace. He's less than a second slower. So everyone has really got these cars hooked up this weekend. Nothing like a little bit of cool weather to make your cars go fast. And we've seen that all weekend long.
All right, I'm going to try and track down where they are to give some hints to our producer, John. A great battle right now for third in Prototype 2. A 3-car battle for the last step on the podium. Richard Colburn in the 97 machine, David Flint, and Peter Shadowin. As that FE2 battle goes by right now, and we'll pick them up in just a moment. They're running 13th, 14th, and 15th.
All right, so you want to go P2 or FE2?
FE2, as a matter of fact, next
they should
driver
be coming into turn 1 right now.
Actually, I believe the 97 machine should be coming up to the stripe right now. Just now crossing the line is Richard Colburn, and looks like one of those drivers, well, you know, maybe that announcer's curse really working its way for the second time today. We just lost one of those drivers. It's now Richard Colburn and I think Peter Shadowin, but James Regan has slotted himself right in between them. So,
absolutely.
yeah, here we go again.
Absolutely. Now, there is no longer, oh, never mind. I lied. I saw wrong.
All right, so we are working right now lap number 12 of 14. And as we're on board right now, watching coming into turn 10. And this is a great little battle going on here with a couple of our Continentals. I think Robert Allaire in that group. It's Jim Booth, it's Jim Lebecco, Robert Allaire, Tom Green. As we just saw them rolling out of 10, and they're coming onto the Flying Fortress straight right now. Again, all out of class racing. This is always the challenge, of course. Now, of course, when you're out there racing with us, you've got just the Formula Fs, the Bs, and the 500. You don't have 5 different classes or 6 different classes that you have to try to manage in order to keep that battle. How was working with mixed traffic? Obviously, there are some big speed differentials between a Formula F and, say, a Formula V.
Yes. Well, here's the thing, and credit to the Formula V drivers as well, because, of course, knowing that the Formula 500, Formula 600, and the Formula Fords are faster than them, they do a great job up car.
Hold on a second. We've got a car spun out. This is
over at turn 13.
Oh, yep, turn 13. It looks like it's able to move, so maybe able to get out of the way here and get spun back around.
Unfortunately, it's moving back towards turn 13.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Turn around. Crisis averted. We're going to get ready to see the white flag here next time by, and that's going to get us into our last. And we are hearing on the net that the front of the field now is going to possibly have to deal with some lap traffic here on the final race lap. Hopefully it won't get too much, make any big problems with the race for the lead.
But you were saying basically the Formula V driver is very conscientious and heads up driving for them when you guys were coming through.
Yes, and they do a very good job of that while keeping their own. And the other thing is they do a great job as well as keeping pace with each other and staying tight in the races. They're very cognizant of us and of us Formula 4 drivers and the Formula 500 drivers, and they're very courteous. And actually, they're just some of the nicest guys out there. They're very nice. They know what they're doing. They're highly skilled as well, and very friendly as well. So I encourage you guys to go meet some of them.
All right.
Very good. White flag is in the air, Brian,
yep.
And we are working the last lap here for our large open wheel group for Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X, Formula Enterprises 2. The prototype classes as well, and Chip Romer coming off that blazing fast 156.442 that he set right after we went back to green flag racing, right after that full course caution. He is your leader. Todd Vanacore had clawed back a good portion of that gap. Of course, a lot of that was helped by the full course caution. He is currently about 6 car lengths off of Chip Romer, as you can see there, coming through the hairpin, coming out of turn number 7 and making their way now down towards turn 10. They'll be coming into our view here momentarily. There they are. There is your leader. And a little bit further back is going to be J.R. Smart. He is your Formula Atlantic leader currently with Charles Russell Turner back about 10 seconds from there. And when I say a little bit back, J.R. Smart now currently about 50 seconds off of our lead pair. So a big difference there. Our leaders coming up on a lot of slower traffic coming through 13, and Chip Romer having to split the difference, going right down the center of a Formula car driver's left, a prototype car driver's right, and in the middle they shall go.
And that's one of those situations where, you see a blue flag and there's one car coming, but you don't realize the second car is coming.
Yeah.
And when they're both racing for a position, in this case the lead and the winner of the race, that second car is usually the one that gets caught out. And we'll see how the difference at the line is. Last time by the difference between first and second, 1.4 seconds. They're going to be coming down to check the checkered flag right soon here.
There we go.
The checkered flag is in the hand of the starter.
And coming across the line, your winner is Chip Romer. Todd Vanacore will come home in second. That is your first and second in Prototype 1. Got a couple slower cars coming across the stripe now. Next to come across, I believe, will be J.R. Smart, who just came off his fastest lap of the race, and he will take the win in Formula Atlantic. And again, it was a little while, Brian. Back to J.R. Smart here, as we do have still most of a field. About 3/4 of the way, as we saw, as Romer and Vanacore were starting to come up through some of that slower traffic. And I've been counting back in my head from 50, Brian. So we should see J.R. Smart crossing the line. And there he goes. J.R. Smart takes the win in Formula Atlantic.
You can count back in your head from 50? You are a
Absolutely.
better man than I am.
And that blue number 32 machine of Russ Turner crosses the stripe. He takes the win in Formula Enterprises 2. Tony Ave is going to take the win in Prototype 2, finishing 5 seconds off the back of Russ Turner. Schneider will come home second in FE2. Jim Booth will come home second in Formula Atlantic. Your winner in Formula Continental is Tim Miner, with Robert Allaire only 1.7 seconds off the back of Miner, about 5 car lengths back, separating our first and second place runners in Formula Continental. Finishing now second in P2 is going to be Sherman Chow. Jim Lebecco is going to finish 11th overall, third in FE2.
All right, so BJ Shaw's been with us through the whole race here. Thanks for coming up.
Oh, thank you.
Good
guys.
luck on the rest of your season. If you're at any of the other Super Tours with us, feel free to stop on by and we'll get caught up, and good luck with everything.
Thank you. Well, we'll try to get to as many of these Super Tour races as I can, because this is awesome just to watch.
Cool.
Very cool. Everybody, that's BJ Shaw. Thanks for joining us, BJ. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, do we need to do anything else here before we head out?
Yeah, we do. Just a couple of little housekeeping things here. In Formula X, taking the win is Robert Wright. And that now should be all that we need. Let's do this, Brian. Let's take a break. We're going to have our next group, our 7th of 8 races. It's going to be STO and STU. They're coming up next. We'll be right back with you here from Sebring International Raceway in the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
right, welcome back. We are our second to the last race of the weekend, race group 7 here at Sebring International Raceway for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, live from Sebring International Raceway. This is Group 7, STL, STU. Gregg has our starting order.
Yes, I do, Brian. All right, 35 drivers qualified over the last 2 days, and let's run down that starting order. Starting 35th today, driving the number 199 Toyota GT86 from Miami, Florida, it's Jose Osiris Pena. Starting 34th, driving the number 84 STL Mazda Miata, Stan Harding. Starting 33rd, driving the 55 STL Mazda Miata from Deerfield, Illinois, Jack Gold. Starting 32nd, driving the 09 STL Mazda Miata from Whitefish Bay, Wisconsin, Stephen Hopp. Starting 31st, driving the 118 STL Mazda Miata from North Palm Beach, Florida, it's Humberto Parada. Starting 30th, driving the number 17 STU Mazda Miata from Bellevue, Washington, Whitfield Gregg. Starting 29th, driving the number 109 STL, say it with me everybody, Mazda Miata, it's Chris Clark. Starting 28th, driving the number 100 STL Mazda MX-5, Hollis, New Hampshire's Dexter Suba. Max Schweid is starting 27th today. He's driving the number 99 STL Mazda Miata. Then we've got in the 182 car, Mr. Wrong Transponder. We'll get that number in just a moment for you.
Which car?
It's actually Ted Cahall in the 182 machine. He's starting 26th today. Starting 25th, driving the number 121 STL Mazda Miata, Maximilian Opalski. Tom Paolino is starting 24th today, driving the number 134 Mazda Miata from Colts Neck, New Jersey. Starting 23rd, driving the number 89 STU Honda S2000 from Brooklyn, New York, it's Michael Reese. Solt Ferenczi is driving the number 18 STL Acura Integra. Driving a Toyota Celica from San Juan, Puerto Rico, starting 21st in the number 16 STL car, it's Javier Vento. Starting 20th, driving the number 50 STL Acura Integra, also from San Juan, Puerto Rico, it's Pedro Colon, and I love the look of this Integra because its livery is exactly like the real-time Acura Integras from the early 2000s. Absolutely love it. Starting 19th, driving the number 21 STL Mazda Miata, John Elder. Then we've got Justin Elder starting 18th, driving the number 19 STL Mazda Miata. Starting 17th, driving the number 49 STU Honda Civic from Orlando, Florida, it's Edwin Soto. Thomas DiCandido is starting 16th, driving the number 01 STL Mazda Miata. Starting 15th, driving the number 115 STL Mazda MX-5 from Orlando, Florida, it's Noah Harmon. Starting 14th, driving the number 7 STL Mazda Miata, Chris Childs. Amy Mills starts 13th today, driving the number 37 Mazda Miata. That's an STL car. Great battle yesterday between Amy and Chris Childs, by the way. Starting 12th today, it's Mr. Wrong Transponder again, driving the number 79 STU car. And that is Javier Sanchez. And again, Javier will start today in 12th position. Starting 11th, driving the number 74 STU BMW 330 CI, it's Michael Kuna. Starting 10th in the number 88 Subaru Impreza, it's Michael Pacelli. Starting 9th, driving the 51 STU Mazda Miata, it's Ray Philibert. Jorge Nazario starts 8th in the 165 Mazda Miata. Then we've got Nick Leverone. He starts 7th in the 117 Mazda MX-5. Danny Stain today will start 6th in the number 9 STL Mazda MX-5. He starts 2nd in class. Your pole sitter in STL today, starting 5th overall, driving the number 36 Honda CRX. It's Joe Moser. Paul Azon will start 4th today, driving the number 173 BMW 330 CI. Starting in 3rd today, the number 139 STU Honda Civic, Jorge Ortiz, and then we've got Anthony Garacci in his Lotus Exige on the outside of the front row, and your pole sitter, Johann Schwartz, in his Porsche 944.
All right, the green flag is in the air, and they've taken it now, and they're heading down towards turn 1. I don't know that Johann is in the race today. He broke yesterday, and it looks to me like that car was not out for the start of this race. We will keep an eye on that. It does, though, look like Jorge Ortiz is our race leader right now. with Joe Moser coming through second here as they come through turn 3. We'll see him now heading into turn 5. And there they go. That silver car up front, I believe, is Jorge Ortiz, followed by Joe Moser. That real-time Acura painted car is the one that just went off on the outside of turn 2. By the way, you're not the only one that likes that. Deacon Greenfield Racing mentioned the iconic orange car coloring. 2 cars going slow off the back. Not sure if they came together or they went off by themselves.
Yeah,
but we'll keep an eye on that, too.
Yeah, it's coming out of turn 6. And real quick, Brian, it looks like our entire front row, both Johann Schwartz and also Anthony Garacci, not taking the green flag today.
Right. So there we have it as we get through working on this first lap. Things have strung out just a little bit here. It's trying to get everything in, kind of get your mindset in ready to go as they work through this first lap. Everyone pretty much, single file at this point in time.
Yeah, and then we've got our couple stragglers as our leaders here. And Joe Moser, look at that. As Moser now, I think, has moved up to second place overall.
Yep.
But, I mean, this is going to be the battle. This has been the battle, Brian, for really, I think, the last 4 years or so between Joe Moser, whether he's running the 1.6-liter motor or whether he's running the 2-liter motor in that Honda CRX, and then Danny Stain in his Mazda MX-5. Now, we had questions yesterday as to whether Stain would make today's race because with about 3 laps to go, that car sounded very much off song. He was losing a lot of pace, about 15 miles an hour slower than any of the other STL cars in the traps, managed to hold on for the win. And apparently Tom Fowler and the folks at OPM have resolved whatever issues there were, and that car looks to be running strong currently.
Well, and there's no better Honda prep shop than OPM. So
well, that's the Mazda, or Mazda nowadays. Mazda prep shop.
Right. All right, so there they are across the start-finish line here on the end of the first lap. The Honda Civic Jorge Ortiz is your leader. Nick Leverone is now your second-place car in the Mazda Miata, crossing the line after the first lap. Then you've got that Joe Moser car. He dropped down a spot here somewhere in that last turn 17 area. And then Danny Stein, just like you said, he is in 4th place right now. Everybody looks good coming out of turn 1 at this point in time and keeping things little battle ensuing right at the back of the pack there. And it's always good to have someone to race with, whether you're racing for first or whether you're racing for 15th.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. And so we'll take a look here now. Both Moser and Stain in STL or STL leaders were underneath the track record, and we've been talking. We haven't tracked all of them today, but besides being very cool, I guess
smoking car. Now I can't. They've left our screen there. There's a big smoker there. We'll keep an eye and see if we can figure out which car that was, and whether that was a tire rub or whether it was something bigger.
Yeah, we'll try and get word on that. Now we were talking about the cars at the end of the first lap that had been running, possibly had gotten together over by turn 6, and I believe it was the 89 car and the 84 car of Dan Harding.
Yeah, that's a smoker with some sort of a mechanical problem because it just went through that section really slow off the racing line.
Yeah, and all right, and the car that's smoking, that is the 51 car of Ray Philibert. He is off the pace right now. He's being covered by a white flag.
I say that's too bad. Yeah. He was running 6th when he crossed the line last time.
Yeah, so unfortunate for him. So Ray Philibert's day is now done, and that car now is right at the pit exit, and he's right at pit out, and apparently the crew is actually looking at the car right now. It's covered by enough wall there. We'll see if he manages to continue on with this race. All right.
Here are your cars now, the ones here. This is the section just before the chicane. And it looks like here's your leaders now coming through 17. And onto the main straight. That first place car, Jorge Ortiz, opened him up about a 6 or 7 car lengths lead over second place. Then another gap back to your STL leaders, Joe Moser and Danny Stain.
It's like a quarter in the swear jar for you, Brian.
Lordy McGordy, I will get that right eventually.
That's right. All right. So I was talking a little bit, if we look back quickly at what we saw yesterday, Brian, Ortiz was your winner. Both Johann Schwartz. And we have that's Joe Moser
off the track.
That's Joe Moser, Brian, going off track in the grass just as Danny Stain able to drive right around him, coming under the bridge. So we do have a new leader in STL.
You know what? The person who allows the timing and scoring people to put all of the names in phonetically would get a Nobel Peace Prize. That would make all of our jobs as announcers easier. So let's start putting a vote. Let's do like a write-in campaign or a petition campaign for that to happen.
Yeah, indeed. All right. So again, we didn't see Johann Schwartz or Anthony Garacci come out for today's race. Schwartz broke in the Porsche yesterday, as did Garacci. So not a big surprise. Ortiz came away with the overall win yesterday and the STU win with Ray Philibert, who we were just talking about. Philibert finished second in STU yesterday, so obviously not going to be able to report today. Joe Moser did not make it to the end. He had some mechanical issues, had pulled off at turn 10 yesterday, and we'll see. And, I was talking earlier about Doug Piner's BMW that was a little fragile. Sometimes this CRX, it is blindingly fast for an STL car in a straight line, but also sometimes a little bit fragile. We'll see how that plays out. But when Moser fell off the pace, when Stain started to have issues at the end of the race, a great battle between Amy Mills and Chris Childs were battling as we have a car, looks like off Brian there on the outside of the chicane going onto the Ullman Straight.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I'm trying to figure out if that car has continued on and we're just waiting for the smoke and the dust to move off, because I don't see a car there, but no, I don't think there's a car there. Or actually, the car is right there, way off the track, I think. Or am I not seeing that right either?
Yeah, we're trying to get a car number on it right now. It's a little bit further up.
Oh, it could. I don't know.
And the driver, we're getting word that the driver is out of the car.
So it may have pulled off on driver's right. Now the tree just popped up in front of it. So anyway.
Yeah. Well, we will try and get the number of that bus when we can here, and I believe we'll take a look here. I believe it may be Nick Leveroni in the 117 machine.
Oh, that makes sense because he's no longer at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, Nick Leveroni now dropping down like a stone, showing now as in at least 19th position, not having crossed the stripe.
Right. And they're sending out a track truck to see what to help that car out there.
Yeah.
Jorge Ortiz just went purple. Fast lap of the session, 2:23.846. So he is not resting on his laurels up front. He wants to take care of this and basically put a rubber stamp on finishing this race out strong. Denny Stain is now up to second place after that car dropped out. And he's running 2:24.667. They're not in the same class, so it doesn't make much of a difference. The difference, though, between Stain and Moser is less than 0.2 of a second. That's a battle we should be keeping an eye on, of course.
Yeah, and of course, we had Moser just a lap ago go wide there over turn 6 into the grass. We'll see if he can stay close with Stain. Again, those two drivers, the drivers themselves, very closely matched the cars. Again, a little more straight line speed for the Honda. The Mazda definitely the better handling of the two cars. But Moser has been racing Honda CRXs since the late 90s. I raced against Joe in the early 2000s at a number of events, and he was always in IT racing the driver to beat in the nation. Certainly, and he is a multi-time national champion, many different classes, STL, STU, and that is the battle right now, Brian, taking a look coming through turn 17 onto the front straight.
Yep, they'll be coming into our view here. Not this car. That car right there is Jorge Ortiz. There, your second and third place car, Joe Moser, Denny Stain, and that is going to just be a very, very fun battle to watch as they come through one now. And they'll head down. Oh, that second car of Danny Stain just went way wide. That's going to give Joe Moser a 5-6 car length advantage here. That's a heck of a save to collect it there and get back on the racetrack. That was a big off.
I mean, we've seen cars all day long, Brian, where they'll drop a wheel into the dirt over there, and there's a lot of dirt, much like there is here at Turn 6.
Right.
You can see where the grass just gets worn away. But Stain was probably a good 20 feet off the track surface, and there's a tire wall there. Very, very close.
There is.
Yeah, great running for him to gather that back up. It's given a little bit of breathing room for a moment to Joe Moser. So I was talking about, I'm going to keep coming back to it because I never get to the
punchline.
The punchline. Yeah, well, there wasn't. Well, Amy Mills and Chris Childs yesterday in that battle for second in STL. And Childs had continued to close down on Amy Mills, could not quite get close enough. And then finally, Michael Kuna, driver the number 74 BMW, managed to slot himself right in between the two drivers on the last lap, and that's where the race ended. Well, right now, Amy Mills running 5th overall, running 3rd in STL. Chris Childs running 4th, with Michael Kuna sitting right between them, no more than a half a car length separating either of those 3 cars.
All right. Yeah, definitely. All right, this will be a good time to take and give our first call to grid for our last race of the day.
All right, Brian, let's do that. Attention in the paddock. Final, first call to the grid for race group number 8, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid. Race group 8, T2, T3, T4. Please start heading to the grid.
All right, we're coming up on what will be the start of lap 6 here in just a minute. Our leaders will be coming into our view right here, turn 17. And this has been fun to watch this weekend, Greg, because I don't think that many cars are taking the exact same line as others here.
No. Well, I mean, and you know, one of the things that we see here in STL, as opposed to some of the touring car classes that we're going to see in just a moment, they do have a little bit more in the way of aero. You just saw here as Danny Stain follows Joe Moser down the front straight. Nice wing on the back of that MX-5, that NC Mazda. Not so much on the back of the CRX, and a lot of that is based on the rules in STL as far as the height of the rear wings, and because of the fastback nature of the CRX, that wing would only be allowed to be just basically a couple inches off the back deck, so he doesn't run it. But you know, it's definitely a challenge with that very short wheelbase there with that Honda CRX. And actually, Joe does have a wing on the back. It's just not as pronounced as what you have on the Mazdas.
Yeah, it is interesting. My dad raced the CRXs back in IT. I raced the Civics, and they do react quite differently from each other despite their similarities.
Yeah, well, you know, the challenge that you have with the CRX, and I raced the CRX for a number of years, and, you know, again, this is, as I've said, Joe's been racing CRXs since about the beginning of time, is that, you know, the very short wheelbase makes it very, very difficult. One, I mean, it's nice in the regard that it actually can be driven very much like a rear-wheel drive car. You can get the rear end to step out on you. The problem is that once it steps out, there's that fine line between a little bit of slip angle and the car pointing the wrong way.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's very hard, but you know, if I've watched for years in-car video of Joe driving this car, and he is without a doubt, I think, the busiest man on track, trying to keep that car docile underneath him. It's really a very difficult thing, as opposed to the MX-5s, which are, you know, very, very well balanced.
Absolutely. So Jorge Ortiz has opened up a 3.7 seconds lead over the second and third place car. Remember that little big off that Danny Stain had?
Yeah.
Well, don't look now, but he has darn near caught back up to the back bumper of Joe Moser and pretty much eliminated the back. Oh, and he is almost sideways, drifting through 17. That was Denny Stain coming through on full send, and wow.
And so, Brian, when they go through 17, and you can see there is Stain.
Oh, this could be a move for the. Oh no,
he's still about a car length back, but you can see the you know, and we've talked about this all weekend, the differing lines through turn 17. Joe Moser going through turn 17, you can see he makes a very late turn in, goes very wide, and then brings the car in. And it's so that he doesn't put an undue load on the front tires, because you want the front end of that car to be available to you at the end of the race. Obviously, the front wheels, they're doing the steering, they're doing the braking, you know, they're doing everything.
And they're doing the pulling.
And they're doing the pulling, they're putting the power down. And the MX-5, again, a much better balanced car. Stain probably all day long can take that very tight entry, hoping perhaps that Moser is, you know, scrubbing off speed and just searching for grip on the exit of turn 17, whereas Stain just safely can get the car to slightly rotate, or maybe over-rotate, as we just saw, and get out there. But this is certainly the section with some of the tight switchbacks, like through 5 and 6, certainly where the CRX is going to shine.
As we've talked about several times, this is multi-class racing, so Ortiz doesn't really care much about Moser or Stain.
That is true. Who
he does care about is Anthony Pacelli, and they've got a 52-second lead. He's got a 52-second lead over over Anthony Pacelli, who's the second-place car in STU. Going a little further down the order, Michael Kuna is in third. Edwin Soto Q is in fourth. And then you've got not John Elder. You've got Whitfield Gregg. He is all the way down, almost a minute and a half back, over a minute and a half back. He's your fifth-place car. So Jorge Ortiz just putting on a clinic right now in this STU class. A lot closer racing here for the STL class with Moser and Stain up front. Then you've got Amy Mills, who is holding on tight to the third-place spot, but there's only a 3-second lead she has over Christopher Childs in fourth place, so that's certainly still in question as well. A little cushion for Mills by having Michael Kuna between those two cars. Always like to have that when you have the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, and again, it worked for her yesterday, and seems to be working out the exact same way here today. A little bit further back in the field, great battle going on in STL. John Elder and Solt Ferenczi, as I've been tracking them for a while. We have Elder in his 2000 Mazda Miata, Ferenczi in the bright red Acura Integra. They are battling now for 6th in class only. Last time I saw them come by the stripe, about a half car length separating those two drivers, again with that interaction between the front wheel drive and the rear wheel drive cars.
All right, this is a good time. We're just past halfway. Let's take our last break of the day. We'll get this going here, and then we'll have the final call for you all the way to the checkered flag. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Sebring International Raceway.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions. Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
And welcome back to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, live from Sebring International Raceway. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski, and we've got our second to last race of the day, second to last touring car race of the day. It's STL and STU. And Brian, why don't we reset the field here?
I don't want to do that. No,
Okay.
I'm just kidding. Jorge Ortiz is your race leader, also your STL class leader. Joe Moser is in second. He is your Jorge Ortiz is your STU class leader. Joe Moser is your STL class leader, and in second place, Denny Stain also in STL. He is in third. Calling up my better list here. Okay, there you go. STU is the fourth place car. Your second place car in STU is Anthony Pacelli, followed by Michael Kuna. Then you've got your third place car in STL, Amy Mills. I'm pointing something, being pointed out something here.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Keep going.
Christopher Childs is
As long as Joe can keep following these two cars.
in seventh place, and that is your fourth place car in STL. Eighth place is Thomas DiCandido, your fifth place car in STL. Edwin Soto Q is your ninth place car, fourth in STU. And in 10th place, you've got John Elder. That is your sixth place car in STL. Okay.
All right. So what I was waving at frantically were the two Miatas that we had on the screen as you started doing that. That was the battle for third in STL.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah,
Okay.
between Amy Mills and Chris Childs, because Chris Childs had worked his way clear of Michael Kuna. Not only that, but as they had come out of turn 3, the number 7 black Mazda Miata got around that orange and blue Flat Out Motorsports number 37 car of Amy Mills. So now you can move Chris Childs. He's been working on it for a day and a half.
Yep.
He's now has managed to get around Amy Mills. He's running third in class.
Right. Michael Kuna moved into fifth, moved past Amy Mills, and that's how that happened. So that BMW is now in fifth place, and now it's just one-on-one, Mazda versus Mazda, Amy versus Christopher. This could be like a reality show on Lifetime. Amy versus Christopher at Sebring. Desperate race car drivers of Sebring. That's our new show.
That's our new show. I love it.
I
love it. And
let's call up Ryan Seacrest, see if we can make that happen.
Yeah, and I'm starting to wonder if maybe Danny Stain is using the same tire marking concept that he was using in Spec Miata, because he's starting to fall off the scent just a little bit of Joe Moser. Just at the time that we were in break, lost about a full second. He was about 65 hundredths of a second back from Moser. It looks like now sitting almost a second and a half back off the back of that Honda CRX as we see him now coming down into turn 10.
Okay, I've lost my mind, and we have a race and a half left. So I have no idea what you're going to get at home, folks, but we'll try to make it fun nonetheless. Jorge Ortiz, here he comes, still your leader. Just zooming along in the Honda Civic. It's 3 zooms if it's a Honda. It's only 2 zooms if it's a Mazda.
That is correct, yeah.
Joe Moser remains your second place car. Denny Stain is in third.
Actually,
Anthony Pacelli is fourth.
VTAC Yo if it's if it's a Honda.
Okay, is it almost over yet? Let's see. John Weisberg in the track says, "Go, Chris." Let's see, who else is there up here? Big Smoke, that's Deacon Greenfield. He's been following all day. Thank you so much for watching. He also mentions that it's interesting to watch the strengths between the Mazda and the CRX and how those two cars act differently. That's exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah, and I know that Deacon is taking notes because he's going to be campaigning in STL Honda CRX starting next season. So there you go.
Homework.
Exactly. All right, so we see there is looks like both Moser and Stain starting to work their way, and actually, obviously, Ortiz starting to work their way through some slower traffic here as they are completing lap number 10.
And as I see here, Christopher Childs has made his way around Amy Mills to take over the third place spot in STL. They're still very close to each other on the racetrack, about half a second between the two. So we will see if he could pull away from Mills or if Mills can stick with him and keep this interesting for the last podium spot as we get into the final laps of the race. We are working lap 11. That means next time to the line, there'll be 3 to go. And there is your race leader again going into turn 7. Yeah, and I know we've seen this all weekend.
Sure.
But that bump going into turn 7 just looks massive.
Massive,
If
yeah.
you can see it on from where we're sitting, it is huge.
All right, we just had Anthony Pacelli, who's sitting 4th overall, almost a minute in arrears of 3rd place runner overall, Danny Stain. And we just now had Childs and Mills cross the stripe. They're going to be heading down into turn 1. Maybe if we can, if Joe's listening, maybe we can track them coming out of turn 1 now, as it's the black Mazda Miata, the blue and orange Mazda Miata. Yeah, and actually we're probably going to see them coming down right now. And there they are coming through turn 3 as Childs looks like he's now opened up a little bit of a gap. That last time by, though, both of those racers ran their fastest laps. And to say they were close, it was only 9/100ths of a second separating those two cars at the line.
Right now it looks like there's about a 7-8 car lengths difference between the 7 car and the 37 car. Here they come right into our living rooms here, and no change, no closening of that gap right there. And if Christopher Childs can pull out a little bit further here with a little more than 2 laps to go, it's going to be really, really hard for Amy Mills to catch him here. And it might be one of those situations where the 3rd place on the podium is slipping away here as Christopher Childs starts to pull away. And we'll watch that a little bit more. But that is really one of the closer battles on the track. Even the battle for first place in STL is a little further apart than those two. So, and there's a slower car that just went through our view there, and the car behind him really had to take evasive action. I don't think they expected that car to be so slow when they came through there. That car is just now pulled off, thankfully. Nice move there to get out of the way and not interrupt the final 2 laps of this race.
Okay. All right, Brian, we've got another bit of a change here. Anthony Pacelli, driver of the number 88 machine, the Subaru Impreza, was running very slow coming out of turn 13 on the Flying Fortress Straight. It sounds like he may have pulled off.
Okay, that may have been that blue car that we just saw drive in front of our view there, and I couldn't get the car number, but that did look like a Subaru Impreza, so that all would add up. And as we keep looking here, I've lost track of where we are in the hunt here. There's the Amy Mills car. So that's the battle there for 3rd place in STL that we're following. Tons of good stuff going on in this race. Jorge Ortiz, he's happy. He's got a minute 12 even larger lead over 2nd place, and all he has to do now is to mind his P's and Q's for the last couple laps here.
All right, so maybe I was a little premature in saying that Anthony Pacelli had retired on that crossover road. Getting word now from the corners that he has now rejoined the action. Obviously, a little bit further back in the field. We'll have to see exactly where he ends up and whether or not, I mean, he may just be trying to whip the car back around to the pits. We'll have to see, obviously, as time is winding down here.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that as we get to our final few laps here. James Ray, that live stream is wonderful. Thank you. Appreciate everybody for watching. John Weisberg confirms that was Anthony coming across the camera there. Yeah, we were on that too. I appreciate that as well. Killing me that I'm not there, John Weisberg. Absolutely killing us that you're not here either, John. Bring your car down. Out here comes a car really slow through 17.
That is Thomas Paulino in the STL Mazda Miata. Now looking 14th overall.
Looks like he's setting himself up to come into the pits, obviously. Yeah,
I think that's definitely the case there. Anthony Pacelli in the number 88 machine. We'll see if he goes and crosses the stripe. I think he may be coming down the pit lane as well.
Sure. Our leader, next time across the line, will be given the white flag with 1 lap to go. And he's got a nice big lead. He can take it easy and bring that car home in one piece and make it live to race another day. but it'll be a big win for Jorge Ortiz if he can get through and not have any problems here. Joe Moser and Denny Stain still out there. About a second and a half difference between those two cars right now on the track. And that's enough to just kind of push it hard enough to get there for Joe Moser as well. Jordy Fu, live stream broadcast is a major W. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And again, lots of great comments that we've gotten over the course of the weekend. We want to thank you all. And of course, if you want to get in touch with us, if you have hints, comments, if you have information about fellow racers, dirt, you can send it to supertourannouncers@gmail.com. Nice comments only, but Brian and I will be monitoring that. And
well, and here's the best part. We've already come up with some things that we're going to improve as we go along the way. So what we're seeing this weekend is just the start of what we hope will be a lot of great things to come, and that is our plan. If you haven't figured it out, Greg and I and Brendan and the team at DriversEye, we really enjoy doing what we do here, and I hope that shows, and I hope that you'll all join us as we keep going forward here. All right, I think we're on the last race lap. We'll get him crossing the line here in just a second. Here he comes, the white flag's out. There is your race leader, Jorge Ortiz, 3.7 miles from the promised land. That will be a checkered flag and another big trophy.
And right back behind him, our second place runner, Joe Moser, continuing to stretch things out over Danny Stain in that battle for the win in STL. As you see here, as they're now coming down into turn 2, about 10 car lengths separating those two drivers. So at the moment, unless Moser has some last-minute issues, it may be his race to lose.
There you go. There you go, and there they are as well. So that's not helping Denny Stain catch up, by the way.
Well, you can see Stain is trying. He's trying hard on this last lap as he cut across the curbing there, one wheel in the dirt. But he's seemingly closing things down a little bit on Moser. But I would suspect that Moser at this point, certainly, and he's taken enough wins in his SCCA road racing career, not to lose focus. But I would suspect that he's dialed it back just enough, that margin back to Danny Stain.
Pedro Rivera is watching from Puerto Rico. Can't not like that.
All right, Brian, let's quickly. Before our leader Cabrera comes up to the straight, let me make a quick announcement here. Would Alex Cabrera, driver of the Spec Miata number 86, please report to the SOM on the second floor of the tower? Alex Cabrera, driver of Spec Miata number 86, please report to the SOM on the second floor of the tower.
All right, Jorge Ortiz coming around for the final time, just out of the chicane. He's got one corner and probably 8.5 miles of racetrack, it feels like sometimes. Yes. You get to that corner, that second to last corner, I'm almost done, and you realize that you probably have half the lap here to go.
Yeah.
It is a long ways down that straightaway.
What did I say about losing focus?
Exactly. I believe that's him coming around the corner. Yep, there we go. For the second to last time, he will have the checkered flag in the air, getting ready to fly. There it is. There is your race winner, Jorge Ortiz. Now comes your second place car and your STL race winner, Joe Moser. And followed by him is Danny Stain. And then that will be your first two for STL. Christopher Childs hoping to be able to hold on here to get the final podium spot in STL. And then we still have to see who's going to become your STU second place car. That should be Michael Cunha. And then after that, it should be Edwin Osoto in third. But there's a little bit of time we have to wait for that to happen.
There is. We were just watching, just as those drivers cross the start-finish line, great, that little battle. Thomas Candido, John Elder, Solt Ferenczi, the two Miatas, and the Acura Integra. And actually, they're coming through turn 10. Right now, and that has been a battle that has been pretty darn epic a little bit further back in the field, but great battle between them. Also, Gray, I was just watching on the cooldown lap, Brian.
Yeah.
We had Joe Moser and Danny Stain side by side. These drivers have been, racing against one another in STL for a number of years, and I don't think there's a small amount of respect. Or, pardon me, there is a large amount of respect between those two drivers. That's what I'm trying to say, Mushmouth.
Jason Races Cars wins the live stream today. Can we get a stream of the steward's office?
Yes, but that would be like an Inception thing, because I think they're all watching us.
That would be good, though. That'd be like having an ear on the wall of the principal's office, right?
That's right. Well, they're just hearing that we're still calling folks from Group 3, from Spec Miata to the stewards all the way through the day. So, well,
oh my gosh,
I'll let you guys decide. All right. So, looks as though, Brian, now we have had Chris Childs cross the stripe. A minute 33 in arrears of Moser and Stain, but Chris Childs will come home third in STL. Amy Mills will finish fourth in class. Now, coming home...
Oh, wait a second. We've got a change here.
Yes.
Edwin Soto Q. I don't know what happened to Michael Kuna, but it looks like Edwin Soto Q is going to be your second-place finisher here in STU. And if Michael Kuna is having a problem, this could mean Michael Reese could pop up to third place. Let's see how this plays out.
Well, I think what happened is Kuna did cross the stripe.
Okay.
So Soto is going to finish... second in STU. Kuna will take the last step on the podium. He'll finish in third. Michael Reese will finish fourth in STU. Whitfield Gregg comes home fifth in class.
Wow, what a great race.
Yeah, what a great race. Unfortunately, as I'm looking through, a number of STU drivers with cars that were not able to make it the entire 14 laps, but a great race for both of these classes. They always put on a great battle here at Sebring. All right, so Brian, let's do this. Let's take another break. We've got one more race remaining here from Sebring International Raceway. That's Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Everybody stay with us. We'll be right back.
All right, we are back at Sebring International Raceway, the final race of the round 2 and race weekend number 1 of the SCCA Super Tour, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And we are getting ready for our final race, and we have the starting grid. Greg?
Yep, let's run it down.
One last time.
Yeah, one more touring car group, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. 35 drivers qualified for this session, starting 35th today, driving the number 92 T3 Ford Mustang. It's Randy Johnson. John Turris is starting 34 in the number 8 T4 Ford Mustang, starting 33rd in the number 89 T4 Mazda Miata. We've got Michael Amena. Paul McNamara is starting 32nd. He's driving the number 56 T3 Nissan 350Z. Starting 31st, driving the number 95 T4 Mazda Miata, it's Jonathan Newdorf, while Jason Walsh starts 30th, driving the number 88 T4 Mazda MX-5. Starting, where was I? Oh yeah, hey, starting 29th, driving the number 16 T4 Mazda Miata, it is Aiden Rose. Tad Berger starts 28th today. He's driving the number 60 T3 BMW E46. Starting 27th, driving the number 06 T4 BMW 320i. Good to see him back, by the way. Chiho. Starting 26th, driving the number 80 T4 Mazda MX-5. It's Richard Estacio. Josh Kadenow, starting 25th today, driving the number 97 T4 Subaru BRZ. Ed Kudarakis, driving the number 91 Mazda Miata, that's a T4 car, starting 24th today. Starting 23rd, driving the number 21 T4 Mazda MX-5 from Thurmont, Maryland, Chris Windsor. Starting 22nd, driving the number 117 T4 Mazda MX-5, Ethan Barker. Robert Spence is starting 21st. He's driving the number 59 Mazda MX-5. Starting 20th, driving the number 146 T4 Mazda MX-5, Ryan Heichman. Starting 19th, driving the number 24. Repeat it after me, everybody, from Bountiful, Utah, driving a Mazda MX-5, it's Joe Rainey. Starting 18th, driving the number 44 T3 BMW 330ci, it's David Oram. Starting 17th today, driving the number 121 T3 Subaru BRZ, Colin Harrison. Simon Asselin is starting 16th today, driving the number 109 T3 BMW 330ci, while Devin Anderson, driving the number 11 T4 Subaru BRZ, starts 15th. Starting 14th today, driving the number 00 T4 Mazda MX-5, we've got Mark Cephalo. Tom O'Toole starting 13th, driving the number 135 T2 BMW M2 CSR, that Club Sport Racer, beautiful car. Starting 12th, driving the number 2 T2 BMW M3 from Charlotte, Vermont, it's Mike Frost. And starting 11th today, driving the number 29 T3 Toyota GR86, it's Xiao Yi. Starting 10th today, driving the number 14 T3 BMW 330ci, Todd Clark, while Mauricio Sarasoli will start 9th, driving the 03 T2 Porsche 911. Greg Shermer also in a Porsche 911, starting 8th in the number 149 machine. Starting 7th today in the number 08 T2 Ford Mustang, it's Albert Noserin. Matt O'Toole will start 6th today, driving the number 3 Porsche 911. Then we've got John Heinrichsey in the number 35 Cadillac CT4V Blackwing. He's starting 5th in T2. Pardon me, 5th overall. And yes, actually 5th in T2. All of our remaining drivers are in T2. Starting 4th, driving the number 45 Porsche 911. It's Joe Bowden, while Brian LaCroix will start 3rd, driving the number 12 Chevy Corvette. And then our front row today, driving the number 0 Dodge Viper, it's Scotty B. White. And your pole sitter today, driving the number 46 Porsche 911 out of Buffalo Grove, Illinois, it's Mark Bowden.
All right, we are getting ready as we come down the long back straight here to get lined up 2 by 2 for the final 14 laps of the weekend here at Sebring. This will be the 16th race.
Yes.
What would that be? That would be
add
the
another
32nd session.
I would say add another 16 qualifying sessions.
That's right. So 32 sessions. If y'all aren't sick of me by now, I don't know what to do about it. Here they come around 17.
I'm checking the chat, Brian. Believe me, yeah. I'll let you know.
Yeah, they're sick of me, I'm sure. We're having a great time. I hope you're having a good time at home. Here we come down to get ready for the green flag here for our final race of the weekend. And we're waiting for the starter. There it is. Green flag is out. Here comes the cars. It is 35 pounding down towards turn 1 for the final time. They're all going to go in. Will they all come out? We'll find out in just about 10 seconds. There are 2 cars side by side up front. Have I spoken too soon? Have I jinxed us?
Well, they made it through turn 1, Brian.
Well, most of them have. Let's see if the rest of them do. So far, no dust. That's a good sign. Still side by side up front. Now they're starting to come through. That looks like Mark Bowden got out in front of Scotty B. White in that blue Porsche. We talked about this yesterday. Your top 10 cars here, as we start to get swing out, you've got Viper, Porsche, Corvette, Cadillac, Mustang, BMW, all in the top 10, and not for other honorable mentions. In the top 15, you've got a Toyota and a Mazda. So, and there's a Subaru in this class too. Lots of good stuff.
Lots of Subarus in this class.
Lots of good stuff. So far everybody playing well here. A couple of side-by-side action going into turn 7, but everyone looks like they're coming through okay. Little S's, little side-by-side stuff there too, but not too bad. There you see Mark Bowden with Scotty B. White right behind. I'm a Porsche guy, okay? But I have a spot in my heart for that Viper. I love that Viper. Such a cool car.
All right, so we did have a car go off, Brian. We might see it pull off over at turn 3 and went in over to the access road there. We'll get the number on that car in just a little bit. It looked like one of our BMWs might have pulled off. As already now, it looks like Mark Bowden's starting to open up a bit of an advantage there. That T2 race yesterday, where Mark Bowden took the win, for a little while there, it looked as though multi-time champion, many-time champion, John Heinrichsey in that brand new Cadillac really might challenge Bowden for the win. Towards the end of the race, started to fall off pace just a little bit. Great fight there, and Scotty B. White was able to make his way back up into second place after Heinrichsey had been there for about half of that 25-minute race.
That car is a brand new car, that Heinrichsey car, and I got to tell you, I've watched John drive for many, many years. It will not be long before that car is racing up front. There you go, across the line pretty much. We're going to see who it is. It's going to be, I believe, Mark Bowden and then Scotty B. White.
Indeed, and as they make their way down to turn 1, we're going to see that the aforementioned John Heinrichsey made a great move coming out of the chicane, and we've got a car, Brian, that has gone around over at turn 17. You can see there the waving flag just at the apex, so we're trying to get the number. And they're having a little trouble getting the number on that bus, Brian.
Right.
So
And we've got the standing yellow out at 3, presumably for the car that went off on the first lap. And then we see a little dust off there in the distance, so someone put a wheel off there, but that's probably just a tiny wheel. So we'll get all those car numbers for you, and let you know whose is where's and where's is who's here in just a few minutes, as soon as we hear it off the net here. You know, it's... Anyway, sorry. Got one eye on the shop, one eye on the racetrack, and we're trying to keep track of everything that's going on here. These sedan cars, these touring cars, often present us with a lot of action.
Yes.
And when that happens, it's hard to kind of keep track of who's going where. So we are working on that. Here is the entrance into turn 7, where they get hard on the brakes here and get through it hopefully fine.
All right, Brian, and so quickly, it sounds like Xiao Yi in the number 29 machine had contact with another car coming through 17, spun the car. He has now continued. They didn't get the number of the other car,
okay,
but that area is now clear. We're also getting word that there is a car that is over near turn 7 as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, actually, maybe closer to 6. The folks over at turn 5 have said that they see some smoke coming out of that car. We have emergency services vehicles responding, so probably somewhere near turn 6.
All right, here comes your leader, Mark Bowden, through turn 17. It's got to be White in that gray Viper trying to hunt him down. That is a race for T2 lead, not only the overall, your first 5, 6, 7 cars, all T2 cars here, and they are the front of this field. Now I see the track truck there at the exit of turn 5 on the right-hand side, so that's probably where they're going to try to help whatever car that is there. Also track trucks now in front of your leader, so they'll work their way around that truck and figure their way through there before they move on. Mark Bowden, Scotty B. White, John Heinrichsey now moved himself up into third place. Like I said, it won't take him many races to figure this out.
No, definitely not. All right, so Brian, let's talk a little bit about T4
sure.
For a moment. So during yesterday's race, a great battle between Devin Anderson in that blue number 11 Subaru BRZ, and then Mark Cefalo in the Planet Miata car. They had swapped positions. Cefalo had worked maybe 3/4 of the race to get around the 11 car, finally did it, and then on the very last lap had gone off, coming out of the chicane onto the Ullman Straight, ended up falling back into third as Anderson took the win, and then Chris Windsor came home in second place in the number 21 machine. Right now, Mark Cefalo with almost a 3-second advantage over Robert Spence in T4. Devin Anderson, who was our pole sitter in the class, he is actually sitting back in third. Did not get a very good start at all, and is now currently sitting almost 5 seconds off of the back of Cefalo.
And no changes up front. Still Bowden, Scotty B. White, and John Heinrichsey. John Heinrichsey is about 3 seconds back from Scotty B. White. Scotty B. White is a 1.5 back from Bowden. And still a lot of racing left here. We're just in the middle of our 4th race lap here. And so plenty of time for things to happen. Scotty B. White's gone purple with the fast lap of the race, 2:20.590. So just slightly faster than Mark Bowden. And we'll keep watching that battle as well. Looking at T3, Todd Clark is your T3 leader at the moment, and he is several seconds ahead of second place Simon Aslin, and your third place car in T3 is Xiao Yi. So,
and that's after the spin that Yi had. So getting word right now, Mauricio Sarasoli in the number 03 Porsche 911 was very slow down the back straight. He has now brought that car down into the pit lane, and it looks like his day is now done. In addition to that, the 121 machine of Colin Harrison, the Subaru BRZ, has brought his car back behind the wall as well. His day's done.
Very good. Well, not for them.
Not for them.
Very good that we were able to get caught up and figure that all out. That was more for us.
All right, Brian, and I've got eyes right now. The pedestrian bridge coming out of turn 6. Where they were looking to get that one car free. We still have, and that car, I think, planted himself back behind the bridge, and so we still have boots on the ground over there looking to get that car moved, and I'm still waiting to get a car number on it.
Okay. Lap 4, a little wider lead now for Bowden. He's extended the lead to 2.7 seconds over White. And not much of a difference between White and Heinrichsey, so that's kind of the way that's sitting. And then it's another 1.5 back from Heinrichsey to LaCroix, and then about another 1.5 back to Joe Bowden. So, but it's 7 seconds back to Gregory Shermer. So.
All right, and as you can see, Brian, we just had in that view some of the emergency services vehicles making their way out from turn number 6, and it looks like that area is now clear.
All right, so now we're full course green. It doesn't look like there's any places where there are yokel yellows.
Yes.
Woo! Local yellows.
I'm not going to say anything that's going to get me in trouble, Brian.
Oh, my Lord. And I've lost track of myself.
Hey, and I want to thank Erwin for joining in and appreciate the compliments. Steve Muller, out of the Washington, D.C. region, racer flagger, glad to have you here. Glenn Murphy, I remember Glenn. Glad to see Glenn joining in here today as well. Thanks for joining us. Russ Lundberg, RGL Motorsports, good to see you here. I think he's been with us almost all day long. Don't know what else you guys do during the day, but thanks for spending the time with us here from Sebring.
Okay. Want to take a quick second to give a shout out to Austin Varco. He just won yesterday, won the Cal Club Rookie of the Year. We'll see him at the Super Tour race when we go to Buttonwillow in a couple of months. He's a great Spec Miata driver out there. We'll keep an eye on his future. He's working hard. He also tried to do the Mazda MX-5 Cup scholarship program, and but he's an up-and-comer to keep an eye on as well. So big congratulations to Austin there. All right, we are. This is the T4 rundown here. Cephalo, Spence, Anderson, Windsor, and Hirschman. That's your top 5 right now in T4. The overall and T5 top 5: Bowden, White, Heinrichs, LaCroix, and Joe Bowden. So you've got Mike Bowden and Joe Bowden.
Joe's the son.
There you go.
Mark's the father.
As a father myself, that's the order it should be.
That's right.
There is that day, though, when the youngster passes the oldster, and that's both a bittersweet and a very proud moment when that happens. Even some side-by-side action here as we're getting deeper into the race. We're now 5 laps in, so we're working lap 5.
Yeah, and we're watching a great battle here in T4. That is Mark Cephalo right there, Brian, with Cephalo right behind him, and Cephalo right now our leader in T4. He's got Xiao Yi right behind him in that number 29 machine, and then Simon Hassel. So there's a battle right now in T3, and I think that is the battle for second in T3, directly behind our T4 leader. And it looks like now the T4 leader is giving up the spots to those 2 T3 cars.
I thought I saw a little bit of contact there as they came through. Very slight, though, if there was. Hard to tell from a distance, but you know, leave it to your announcers to generate drama, whether there is some or not.
Exactly. Actually, you know what? That is, I take that back. That was not Xiao Yi and Aslan behind. Well, they were actually behind Cephalo, but directly ahead of Cephalo. Battle in T2, and it's the battle, I believe, for 5th in T2. Tom O'Toole and Mike Frost, the 2 BMWs, which are directly ahead of that Mazda Miata.
Yeah, they may have moved up a little bit.
Well, you can see there as they're coming down the front straight.
Absolutely, yeah. On the timing grid, it says it's a battle for 8th and 9th in T2.
Yeah, that may be.
Like I said, once you start moving back in the field, it's kind of hard to pick it up every once in a while. This camera angle as they make it through the little chicane heading on to the back straight here, and this is actually a good camera angle because you can see the speed as they come through there. And then we look here at this new angle that we're using today, which I really like. As the cars come through there, if they push just a little bit too hard, they put a wheel off, and if they put a wheel off the wrong way, it can shoot you right across the racetrack into that tire barrier there. They don't put tire barriers where people don't go, so there's a reason why those are there. People have gotten there sometime, and they're like, okay, we got to put some tires there.
And actually, I think now, Brian, we were just watching as we're sitting over at turn 17, and Brian's massaging his knee after hitting our table for about the 35th time here today. Things are tightening up in T4. Just had crossed the stripe, and now coming through T1, Mark Cephalo, and so right behind Cephalo now, Simon Asselin, who we talked about before in the 01 BMW. The 109 car, but directly behind Asselin now, and only about, I would say, maybe 10 car lengths at most behind Mark Cephalo, Devin Anderson, yesterday's winner in T4, and the car that Cephalo had so many issues with is we're coming through 6 right now. The last 2 cars there that we see come through were Asselin and Anderson. If Anderson can get around that silver BMW, it's battle on with Mark Cephalo for the lead in T4.
Like that's Frost, Yi, Xiao Yi, Cephalo, Aslan, and Anderson in that pack of 4. So, and it's actually the closest pack of racing on the racetrack right now. The leaders in T1, T2 have broken apart from each other about 4 seconds, and then 3 seconds back to 3rd place. So that's why we're not really watching that battle at the moment, because it's not nearly as interesting a battle as the one that we're watching here. Back with these 5 cars. This is a great opportunity. You know, a lot of times we get focused on the front of the pack because that's where stuff's happening up there. But this is nice to kind of not have so much in the front, so we can focus a little bit on some of the folks racing in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, and so the battle a little bit further, actually just behind this pack that we're watching. So we've got Cephalo with Assel in the T3 car, and then Devin Anderson. But just now, coming out of turn 13, this is right over here. We've got the white number 121 machine. That is Chris Windsor, who finished second yesterday, and Ryan Heischman in his Mazda MX-5, the 146. So we've got the battle for second, and then we've got the battle for fourth, all within about 10 seconds of one another, coming down into turn 14 now.
You know, I was really hoping for more exciting racing this weekend.
Nah, never.
It has been, there hasn't been every race weekend we go to, a lot of times, there's a clinker of a race.
Yeah.
You know,
always.
We've done 8 races, and we haven't had a clinker yet.
No.
Actually, we're on 16. We're on race 16 of the weekend.
No, we've had wonderful racing here today. And yesterday.
And, just tons of talented drivers, some great race cars. And I want to take a chance while we've got a minute here to thank all of our volunteer corner workers, our grid workers, our timing and scoring people, the folks at registration, the wonderful lady who gives us our radios.
Yes, Holly.
Holly, they're hooking us up here. The folks who, help us with the lunches, and our tech crew, our grid workers. Am I missing someone? Our pit workers?
Yeah, I mean, basically, of course, the SCCA, it's a volunteer-run organization, Brian, and we could not put on any of these events without the great volunteer. I don't like to call them workers. I like to call them volunteers.
Right.
That come out for every one of these weekends so that our racers can race. And the great hosts this week in the Central Florida region of the SCCA, and not because they put on a great social party last night, but that's a part of it, but they've done a great job, as they always do each and every year. I've been here since 2017 on the Super Tour, and I've never had a bad time. They're wonderful, put on a wonderful event, and I want to thank all of them.
Well, and if you want to join us, it's not hard. Go to SCCA.com. There's a little region locator. Find the region closest to where you live. Give them a call, shoot them an email, send up a smoke signal, whatever you need to do. I guarantee you they'd love to have you come on board, come out to the racetrack and be with us. So, what else is happening here at Sebring in a couple of weeks?
What is happening here in a couple of weeks, Brian?
Track Night in America. If you want to get out on the track but not quite ready to dive into wheel-to-wheel racing action, you're seeing it like you're seeing this weekend. Check out Track Night in America. Driven by Tire Rack, the one-day, low-pressure, fun-with-your-streetcar events at more than 30 racetracks across the country. It's where you can go as fast as you want, learn from some stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more, and you can come and do it right here at Sebring and a bunch of other fantastic racetracks.
Absolutely, and I think it always sells out here at Sebring. I was here for a time trials event in conjunction with Track Night in America last year. It was a wonderful event. Lots of folks with smiles on their faces at the very end of the that event. Was actually not a track night, but track days in America. And at the end of the event, wonderful time as we track right now, watching a good battle on track coming out of turn 7. I want to thank our producer for going to this. This is the battle for third in T2. We've got John Heinrichsey in that brand new Cadillac CT4 Blackwing with Brian LaCroix in the Chevy Corvette right behind him. Now, yesterday, LaCroix had a problem early on in the race. I believe on lap 2, spun the car coming through turn 3, managed to recover, get back underway. But right now, he is giving Heinrichsey fits, as they now are going to be coming out. We should see them coming out onto the Flying Fortress straight.
There they are.
Yeah. And look at that. Just 2 high horsepower cars. And great, neat little story here. Of course, Phoenix Performance putting this car together for John Heinrichsey, longtime engineer for General Motors, lead engineer on the Blackwing project. Tony Romo, longtime SCCA B-Spec racer.
There you go.
Yeah, and I know he is very proud of the CT4s and the CT5 Blackwings. But that car, right out of the box, it took a podium finish at Homestead, finished 4th the next day, and I think finished 4th. And we've got a car off, Brian.
Remember what I was talking about, how if you put your car off wrong there, you can spin it? Well, that's exactly what just happened. Thankfully, the car didn't hit anything and is able to move on. Yeah, we're talking about that battle between Heinrichsey and LaCroix. It's like the battle for General Motors supremacy in T2. You've got the Cadillac versus Corvette, and I guarantee you that nobody driving a Corvette wants to lose to a Cadillac. So he's out there doing his best to make up some space here as we come up on 5 laps to go here. We're on lap number 9, coming up on 5 to go. And Mark Bowden has extended out his lead a little bit further now It's almost 10 seconds over Scotty B. White. There is no real challenge there at this point. And John Heinrich's only 3 seconds back from Scotty B. White, so they're making up some space there. There'd be enough time for Heinrich to get up to Mark Bowden, but there's certainly enough time for him to catch the back of Scotty White and give that Viper a shot. And I guarantee you it's the GM Dodge thing. That's a definite battle.
That's a definite one. Hey, Brian, as we're talking about some of the great folks that have been listening and watching all weekend long,
right.
I wanted to point out one person. He was here yesterday, and he's here today. It's Erwin, and he's checking in from the Netherlands.
I was going to say, it said he was at like 9:32
yes.
p.m. I was trying to figure out where he was.
Yeah, for the day job, I've spent quite a bit of time in Amsterdam. Lovely, lovely country. I've got some great friends that are there. Want to thank him for joining in. I think that might take precedence over folks that tow here from Lake Washington State.
That's true. That's true. Also, Brian Szczynski thanks us for being here, and thanks everyone behind the scenes, whoever made the approval to make it happen. That's honestly the heroes of this broadcast. To get the forethought, the idea to be, well, not to get the idea because a lot of people have been asking for it, but to be able to figure out how to make this happen and to commit to it like they have. None of us would be here if it wasn't for those folks trying to figure out how to give club members the best value for their dollar. And the folks know who they are. I'm not going to name them by name because I'll forget somebody, and then I'll get like a little nasty gram. No, nobody would give me a nasty gram. But there's a lot of folks at National who decided this was the time to do it and decided how to make it happen. And I can't thank them enough for asking me to be part of it, but more importantly, to give this to the club members.
All right, and maybe I may. Ooh, and
side by side.
Yeah, look at this. And that's Asselin, and that's Asselin, who has just now gotten around our T4 leader, Mark Cefalo. But if you look at that view right there, Devin Anderson in the number 111 Subaru BRZ. He is closing things down on Mark Cefalo. Again, this is the battle for the lead in class. Cefalo getting a little defensive coming out of the hairpin, heading over towards turn 10. Didn't want that Subaru to come underneath him. I was just going to mention, and we're going to continue to track this fight
we
here.
got a car spinning coming out of, I don't know what turn that is off the top of my head, but that was a pretty big moment. Did not hit anything. Back on the track, it's a yellow Porsche. And moving right back into it, I can't see the number as
yeah,
he fly past
and he comes back on right ahead of that battle in T4.
That might have been Joe Bowden.
I don't believe.
In a yellow Porsche?
Yeah, I don't.
Or maybe Gregory Shermer.
I think that's. Yeah, because I don't.
Anyway, we'll figure that out.
Yeah, car 3 is the car that went around.
So it's Matthew O'Toole.
Yeah, Matt O'Toole.
So the only thing I had right is that it was a Porsche.
Yes, exactly. Well, I'll show you what the Fall Line Motorsports liveries look like after this weekend, Brian. But because you named off a whole bunch of Fall Line cars, and that wasn't yellow. So I was going to mention, though, we were talking about that battle between Heinrichs and Brian LaCroix, and right after I finished, I think it was actually LaCroix who had that spin coming out of the chicane onto the Ullman Straight a couple laps ago, because Joe Bowden has now moved up into 4th position. Brian LaCroix in that black Corvette sitting back in 5th, almost 12 seconds back from Joe Bowden. As we watch now this battle shaping up now with only about 5 laps remaining here in T4, as Cefalo and Anderson now more or less nose to tail, Brian.
Yeah, this is really shaping up to be big, and this was kind of a good battle to watch at the end of yesterday's race as well. Actually, I think we spent most of the last half of yesterday's race looking at this T4 battle, and they've been putting on a great show.
Nicole Cooper Cefalo to the red phone, please.
Exactly.
She was in the chat yesterday, so I figured she'll jump in today.
It's some good stuff. John Weisberg, T4 lead race getting spicy.
Here we go. And,
I love it.
And John, a Touring Car Advisory Committee racer and advisor, obviously, so he knows of which he speaks. And we could see here as Cefalo and Anderson, still sitting back behind Asselin. Asselin, it took many laps to get that BMW around the Mazda Miata, and now it almost looks as though, at least in some of the corners, he might be inhibiting Cefalo's run through there, and certainly backing him up right now to Devin Anderson. Right back behind Devin Anderson is Matt O'Toole in that number 3 car, obviously, who just had the spin a lap ago.
Well, and while you say that Aslan might be backing up Cephalo, he's also racing for a podium position.
Yeah.
He is only 0.8 of a second behind Xiao Yi, and so he doesn't really give a rat's tuchus about the cars behind him. He's solely focused on the car in front of him.
Exactly.
And that's not a good sign for Mark Cephalo and Devin Anderson. They have to pretend like this guy has no idea he's there, because there's a really good chance that guy has no idea
he's there. Other than the fact that it took him 5 laps to pass him.
That's probably true. That's probably true. But there's no reason for Simon Aslan to give them any break, because he is literally trying to move up to second place in this race. And if there's any problems with Todd Clark, who's not that far ahead of them either, this could be even a battle for the lead in T3.
Yes,
so amazing action here that we're watching, and we're not paying too much attention to the cars up front because Mark Bowden has a 10-second lead over Scotty White, who's got a 4-second lead over John Heinrichs, and those positions are pretty much locked up at the moment. That's why we're focusing on this battle for T4 with the T2 and T3 cars involved. Matthew O'Toole was able to get around the T4. That was the Porsche that spun a little earlier. He's now going to get in front of all of these cars, and then they'll have nothing but themselves to fight with all the way to the finish line as we get ready to get to about 3 laps to go here.
There you go, and you can see the 3 car getting ahead of both Xiao Yi and Simon Aslan, so he's going to lead through. And oh, look at this! As coming out of turn 6, looks like Cephalo moving to the inside a little bit, a little wiggle from the car. Now there wasn't really anywhere for Devin Anderson to go. This is one of the twistiest, tightest sections of Sebring International Raceway, and as opposed to some of the other races, maybe Devin Anderson thought twice about taking to the grass.
Right, so the 4 cars that you're seeing are the 2nd and 3rd place cars in T3 and the 1st and 2nd place cars in T4. They are all putting it on the line here as we go into as we're in the last 3 laps of the race, 3 to go right now. That Porsche's checked out. Hopefully it'll be able to stay out front and not bother those cars. Now there's been a little bit of a break between the T3 cars and the T4 cars. That's good.
Yeah.
Let them fight amongst themselves and not bother each other's races. Probably the best thing that could happen at this point for both or all 4 of these drivers.
Yeah, exactly. If there was one advantage to Cephalo having that little wiggle, is he's now actually gained a little bit of space to the T3 cars ahead. Now we'll see what happens if the Miata and the BRZ can actually draft back up to the back of that BMW.
Yep.
You would think that E36 BMW might have a little bit more straight line speed if he can carry speed out of the chicane, of course. But right now, that jumble is more or less gone.
Classic multi-class sprint racing here. This is what.
And Simon, Devin Anderson. Brian, looks like he may have had some issues going into the chicane. He's now lost about 7 car lengths to Mark Cephalo as they come back onto the straight, and probably the worst time that it could happen with just a few laps remaining.
Absolutely. He'll have to really put the skinny pedal to the floor to try to get caught up here. But it is a big gap. Mark Cephalo probably breathing a slight sigh of relief, but don't breathe that sigh of relief too quickly and too much, because it is certainly not over yet. But as I was saying before that little moment there, this is the classic multi-class type program that the SCCA delivers week in and week out at racetracks all over the country, and obviously the best of the best here this weekend for the Super Tour at Sebring. But we have had great action up and down the fields all weekend long. Mark Cephalo, he wants to get around a couple of these cars to put some barrier between him and Devin Anderson. If he can get into and around that car right in front of him, that's almost an insurance policy as they get into the final laps of the weekend here. Oh, and another bigger moment. I wonder if he has a flat tire.
Well, they both had issues coming through there. We saw another big wiggle from Cephalo right before he tucked underneath the back of Simon Aslan, and I think Cephalo's going to try and outbrake Aslan going into the hairpin, can't get it done. But yeah, Anderson looking as though he's got some issues at the rear of the car as he runs a little wide there coming out of the hairpin. Real quick, Brian, I want to thank one more person for joining in, and somebody who has a lot of interest in this race, Jason Ott, who is our reigning T3 national champion, sitting at home watching on YouTube. Of course, Jason had that absolutely amazing run at the runoffs in the worst weather conditions you could ever imagine. With
no, it was beautiful at the runoffs. What are you talking about?
Well, if you remember that T3 race, the rain was going sideways and like 35-mile-per-hour wind, but great to have Jason along with us.
Want to make sure people know we haven't forgotten about the front of the field. Mark Bowden now 12 seconds in front of the Dodge Viper of Scotty B. White, and then another 3 seconds back to John Heinrichs. So we're still watching it. Here are the cars coming through a bigger lead now, and Mark Cefalo is just trying to take it home. And I keep thinking to myself, did Devin Anderson have a tire go down, or maybe a sway bar having a problem in the back? And certainly that car is not handling like it was early in this race.
No, yeah, he is definitely falling off the pace, even as they came out of 10 and 11, and now as they come out once again out of the chicane onto the Ullman Straight. Anderson has lost almost another 10 car lengths. He seems to be having some trouble there, and it may very well be a suspension problem. But at this point, Mark Cefalo has a lot less to worry about than he had just a lap ago here, as when our drivers come by, they'll be starting the penultimate lap. Or pardon me, they're working the penultimate lap.
Yep.
Our leader should be getting the white flag here in just a moment.
Well, and the other thing is that now Cefalo doesn't really need to get in the middle of that battle for T3, so he can let that kind of do what it needs to do and let T3 go.
All right, so Brian, what we're going to do now, following second place in T3, that is Todd Clark.
Okay.
The number 14 machine. At least we were following the 14 machine. And I know Brennan poked in my ear that we'd be following him. I'm not exactly sure what the reason is there. We'll try and pick it up. Oh, Xiao Yi asking for position 2. Gotcha. Okay, so Asselin and Xiao Yi, the 29 machine, the 109 machine, that was right ahead. It looks like we got another car, and we got a car off in the wall. Drivers right coming on to turn 16, but that T3 battle right ahead of Cefalo is started to heat up.
Right, that was what I was saying before we cut away there. With what happened in T4, now Mark Cefalo doesn't have to get in that mess with Todd Clark and Xiao Yi, and that means that those two drivers can have a flat-out battle for second place in T3.
All right, we've got a waving yellow now, Brian, over at turn 10, and try and pick up and see exactly what car maybe, and well, that'll make it easy for us.
Oh, there's a conage. They have committed severe conage.
And looks like that yellow flag will now come down, but one of our BMWs over there, looks like the E40s, one of our E46s.
All right, we are now on our final lap of the weekend here. That was Mark Cefalo, I believe.
Yeah, that was Cefalo, and so just ahead would be that battle in T3. And again, that the battle in T3 for second in class. All right, Brian, let's take a look at this, because for as many problems as Devin Anderson was having, it looks like, and you can see him now,
Mark Cefalo's definitely
slow off the pace there, and Devin Anderson has worked his way clear, and you can see now coming out of turn 16, and for whatever problems we have there, now we've got Ryan Heischman and Chris Windsor nose to tail. That is the new battle for second place in T4 here on the final lap, as the checkered flag is now out.
Yep, checkered flag is now out on Mark Bowden, and we're going to see where that all works out with these cars, which are in a different class, which might almost have been lapped but not. And here is Cefalo going really slow. Might take the checkered flag on pit lane. There's Joe Bowden crossing the line. Let's see how this all plays out.
And Cefalo did take to the pit lane, and that's how he's going to cross the stripe. So let's take a look here, Brian, because I believe we've got now, all the way back down to 18th position, having crossed the stripe here.
Right, yep,
so
crazy.
Yeah, so Mark Bowden is your winner in T2, takes the overall win, with Scotty B. White finishing in second, 12 seconds in arrears. John Heinrichs will come home in third, and almost 3 seconds off of the back of Scotty B. White. Joe Bowden will finish in fourth in T2. Brian LaCroix will finish fifth in T2. Then we've got Albert Noserine, Greg Shermer, Mike Frost, Matthew O'Toole, and Tom O'Toole rounding out your top 10. All of those drivers competing in T2. Then let's take a look at T3, where Todd Clark takes the win. Xiao Che comes home in second. And is that correct? Did we lose a T3? Yeah, oh, there we go. So Todd Clark takes the win. Xiao Yi takes second place in T3. Finishes in 12th. Devin Anderson does take the win in T4 for the second day in a row. Chris Windsor, the recipient of some poor luck by some of his competitors on the last lap. He's going to come home in second. Ryan Heichman will come home in third in T4. They are 13th, 14th, and 15th overall. David Oram will finish 16th, and that is the last podium position in T3, Brian. Then we've got Robert Spence. Mark Cefalo crossed the line from the pit lane, finishes 18th. Ethan Barker, Dad Berger rounding out the top 20.
Oh my gosh, I'm worn out.
Yeah, and you know, they always wait till the very last lap.
And I'm going, oh, Mark Cefalo has to. What's happening to Mark Cefalo? Oh my gosh. There we go. What a good weekend, my friend.
Amazing weekend, sir.
You know what? Maybe we should do this again in a couple weeks.
We should. And, you know, this might be a very good time for those that are listening at home to let them know the upcoming schedule.
Sure.
On the Super Tour.
Bring it.
So we have 10 events over the course of the year. Of course, we started off here in Sebring. We are going to be at the Circuit of the Americas, home of the United States Formula One Grand Prix, February 11th and 12th. So we're going to give you about a month to recover.
I need more than a month.
Yeah, that is true. So definitely join us then. From there, we're going to head to Brian's neck of the woods. We're going to be heading out to the West Coast, to Buttonwillow Raceway Park. That's going to be at the end of February. It's going to be a 3-day event, much like this event here, February 24th, 25th, and 26th. And then we go to beautiful Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, one of my favorite tracks in the world. And that is March 10th and 12th. And then a month later, we're going to be at Virginia International Raceway, Alton, Virginia, Danville, Virginia, for the event. That's April 7th and 9th. And we'll take it from there. From there, another, more great racetracks like Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Our first time out at Thunder Hill, another great racetrack in Northern California. Portland International Raceway. I love going to this track every single year. And then, of course, the iconic Watkins Glen International, and we're going to wrap everything up as we do each year.
My home track.
At the National Park of Speed, Road America for the...
In the beautiful hills of the Kettle Moraine of Wisconsin.
That's it, for the WeatherTech Chicago region, SCCA June Sprints.
Any final thoughts before we go wrap it up and go home, other than I'd like to take a nap?
Well, I think first off, the green to checker movement, I think, has definitely been a success here this weekend. Some amazing racing, a lot of green flag racing here at Sebring International Raceway, and a lot of very conscientious drivers. I think we've already thanked all the wonderful volunteers that make this event happen. But as it stands, if we have an event like this, and if we have racing like this at COTA and for every other event here on the Super Tour, I think it's going to be the best year ever.
All right, that's going to do it here from Sebring. For Greg Ginsberg, our producer Joseph Mudderecker, executive producer Brendan Kazmarek, all the people at SCCA National, I'm Brian Bielanski. Thank you all for being with us. See you at COTA. Have some fun and go play with cars.